On a quiet hill in rural Tennessee, a 5-year-old girl vanished without a sound. Her name was Summer Wells. It took only a few minutes for her to disappear, and 4 years later, no one can explain how. There were no screams, no footprints, no trace, just a silence that still haunts everyone who remembers that day. From the evidence collected and the records left behind, investigators and the public have formed 5 theories, the 5 most credible explanations that continue to divide opinion and keep this case alive. Each one draws from real clues, real testimony, and the unanswered questions that still linger on Ben Hill Road. Somewhere within them may lie the truth about what really happened to Summer Wells. The first and most persistent theory in the disappearance of Summer Wells is abduction by a stranger. It emerged within hours of the 911 call on June 15, 2021, and despite years of investigation, it remains one of the few explanations still considered possible. This theory does not rely on imagination. It is built on gaps in the timeline, physical search data, and the geography of Ben Hill Road. At 6 p.m., Summer was reported missing. At 6:30 p.m., her mother called 911. In that half-hour window, search dogs followed Summer's scent from the house, down a wooded path, and lost it near the road. That single detail, the scent ends at the roadway, has shaped the core of this theory. Forensic K9 units rarely stop abruptly unless a person is picked up by a vehicle. Combined with the absence of footprints, disturbed ground, or noise, the evidence supports a clean extraction, fast, silent, and likely by someone who knew exactly where to go. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation confirmed one lead that matched this possibility. A red Toyota Tacoma pickup truck, equipped with a ladder rack and 2 white buckets, was seen driving along Beach Creek Road, the nearest access route to Ben Hill, around the time Summer vanished. The vehicle and its driver have never been identified. No one has come forward, and no registration has been matched. The Bureau publicly requested information, but has not released any updates since. The existence of this vehicle remains one of the few concrete data points connecting the Wells property to the outside world at the critical time. Geographically, Ben Hill Road allows for this type of crime. The Wells home sits near the top of a secluded ridge, surrounded by forest on all sides. Only one narrow road connects the property to Beach Creek, and visibility from the house is limited. There are no street cameras, few permanent residents, and frequent noise from wildlife and ATVs that could easily mask human movement. From an offender's perspective, it is an ideal location, limited witnesses, multiple escape routes, and natural cover. From an investigative standpoint, it is a nightmare. Criminal behavior patterns reinforce that this scenario cannot be dismissed. In the United States, data from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children shows that approximately 80% of non-family abductions of children occur in small towns or rural areas. These are environments with low surveillance and slow response times, where a perpetrator can act without being seen. The structure of the Wells property, an open yard, a basement door, and dense brush leading to the road, matches the conditions observed in other verified rural abduction cases. The time window strengthens the argument. Between 6 and 6:30 p.m., Summer's mother was outside planting flowers, and her 3 older brothers were inside the house watching videos. This created a brief but crucial lapse in supervision, long enough for an experienced offender to intervene. Stranger abductions often occur within less than 5 minutes, once the child is unsupervised. Statistically, this is consistent with what was described that day. To understand why this theory continues to attract public confidence, it helps to compare it with historical cases. In 2002, Elizabeth Smart was taken from her home in Utah without witnesses or forced entry. In 2010, Haley Dunn vanished from her Texas neighborhood under similar circumstances. Both cases involved remote or semi-rural settings and short time windows, and both initially appeared impossible. These parallels demonstrate that silent abductions are rare but not unprecedented. However, every strong theory must face its counterpoints. The TBI has never classified the Wells case as an abduction. Their official statement, "No evidence of abduction has been confirmed," reflects the lack of material proof. There are no tire tracks consistent with a hurried exit, no broken vegetation suggesting a chase, and no security footage capturing an approach or departure. The Toyota Tacoma sighting remains unverified, and no witness has described an unknown person on the property that day. A second weakness lies in probability. Ben Hill Road is remote, not a high-traffic area. For a stranger to arrive at precisely the right moment, when the child was alone for just a few minutes, would require either extreme coincidence or premeditation. If the act was random, the timing strains credibility. If it was planned, then the offender likely had prior knowledge of the family's routine or environment, moving the theory closer to that of an acquaintance, rather than a pure stranger. There is also the question of motive and outcome. In typical child abductions by strangers, investigators expect to find either a ransom demand, a subsequent sighting, or evidence of movement across state lines within days. None of that occurred here. National and international law enforcement agencies were alerted, yet there has been no trace of Summer or any suspect. The absence of follow-up indicators, financial, digital, or physical, weakens the stranger abduction hypothesis over time. Still, this remains the theory most aligned with the available search data. Every other scenario requires explaining why trained search dogs, ground teams, and drones failed to locate even the smallest trace within a few hundred yards of the home. The abrupt stop in scent, the missing vehicle, and the terrain's vulnerability all converge toward one logical inference: external removal from the scene. The persistence of this theory also reflects public psychology. It offers an external threat, a faceless danger that absolves the family and community of direct blame. In many high-profile missing child cases, the first explanation people accept is the one that protects the familiar and demonizes the unknown. In that sense, the stranger abduction theory functions not only as an investigative route but as a social defense mechanism. Even so, TBI continues to keep this possibility active but unconfirmed. The agency has never publicly closed it, suggesting that investigators recognize gaps in the record that cannot yet be explained otherwise. Without a body, confession, or physical proof, all theories exist in parallel, but few fit the scene's emptiness as neatly as this one. From an evidentiary standpoint, this theory rests on three pillars: the unbroken silence at the scene, the interrupted scent trail, and the untraced vehicle. Each is inconclusive on its own. Together, they form a consistent pattern of external involvement. That does not mean certainty, it means the possibility remains viable. 4 years after the disappearance, the red Toyota Tacoma is still unaccounted for. The driver has never been located. For investigators, that single unanswered question may carry more weight than any rumor or theory. If that vehicle is ever identified, it could transform the case from speculation to evidence. Until then, the idea that a stranger took Summer Wells endures, not because it is proven, but because it is the only theory that still fits a scene defined entirely by absence. If a stranger took Summer Wells, it wasn't random. It was someone who studied that hill, that house, and that moment. The second major theory in the disappearance of Summer Wells suggests that she left her home on her own and suffered an accident somewhere in the steep, wooded terrain surrounding Ben Hill Road. It is one of the earliest explanations investigators considered, and at first, it seemed to fit both the setting and Summer's personality. She was described by her family as an active, fearless child who loved to run barefoot, play outside, and explore. For a child like that, stepping away from the house for a moment might have felt natural, and on a property bordered by dense forest, a few minutes could be enough to vanish completely. Ben Hill Road is not an ordinary neighborhood. It winds through the Appalachian foothills, where thick woods meet deep ravines, and where the forest floor is tangled with roots, rock, and overgrowth. Locals know how quickly sound dies there. The terrain slopes sharply downward behind the Wells home, ending in a network of dry creek beds, animal dens, and abandoned wells. As one search volunteer later said, it would take a few minutes for a small child to disappear in there, forever. From the beginning, the possibility that Summer had wandered off was treated seriously. It aligned with the first witness reports and with her mother's account of the day. Candace Bly told investigators she had been gardening with her mother and daughter that afternoon. Summer had helped plant flowers, then went inside to play in the basement. When Candace realized the child wasn't responding, she searched the house, the yard, and the nearby woods before calling 911 around 6:30 p.m. If that timeline is accurate, there was roughly a 30-minute period between when Summer was last seen and when the call for help went out, enough time for a small child to travel nearly half a mile on foot. Search teams acted immediately on that assumption. Within hours, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, and local rescue units launched one of the largest rural searches in the state's history. Over 1,500 volunteers joined, supported by 120 specialized teams using ATVs, drones, sonar equipment, and trained K-9 units. Crews cleared 4.6 square miles of wilderness, an enormous area considering the terrain. Every hollow, drainage ditch, and path was searched. Divers scanned nearby ponds and creeks with sonar. Helicopters used infrared cameras to detect body heat through the canopy. If Summer had simply wandered away, she should have been found quickly. But she wasn't. The first K-9 units picked up her scent from the property and followed it downhill through the woods. About 200 feet from the basement door, the scent disappeared completely. Handlers later said the dogs acted as though the trail ended abruptly, not as if it had faded gradually from wind or distance. That finding raised questions. If the scent ended near the road, it might mean Summer had been picked up. But if it ended mid-slope, it might indicate a loss of trace caused by water, shifting air, or contamination from search activity. In other words, the trail's disappearance could support either theory, abduction or accident, depending on interpretation. Environmental factors complicate this kind of search. The Beech Creek area combines steep ridges, clay soil, and pockets of standing water. A small body could easily roll or wash into a depression hidden from view. There are dozens of old cisterns, drainage wells, and storm culverts left from past construction, some of them only a few feet wide, but deep enough to conceal a child. There are also sinkholes and animal burrows that could collapse under weight. These hazards made the accidental scenario believable, at least initially. However, time and scale worked against it. Search operations continued for nearly 2 weeks without finding clothing, hair, or any biological trace. High temperatures that summer reached over 90 degrees Fahrenheit, and in such heat, organic material decays quickly. If Summer had died outdoors, odor or animal activity would have revealed her location within days. Experienced search coordinators said the absence of even minor evidence, a shoe, a bow from her hair, a footprint, was statistically improbable. The woods were thick but not endless, and visibility improved once vegetation was cleared by foot teams. When search maps were released months later, they showed near total coverage around the property. Every square acre within a 1.5-mile radius had been walked, scanned, or flown over. Crews returned multiple times after rainfall to check areas that had previously been inaccessible. Drones equipped with heat sensors were used again in the fall, when foliage thinned. Nothing surfaced. For investigators trained in rural recovery, that result was frustrating. It contradicted the most logical starting assumption. The timeline also began to work against the wandering theory. For Summer to have left the basement unnoticed, she would have needed to cross the yard, descend the slope, and enter the woods in under 2 minutes, the estimated time between her last sighting and when Candace realized she was gone. That would have required an unusually quick and direct movement for a 5-year-old. And if she had called for help or been injured nearby, her mother and brothers would likely have heard. The property's echoing hills carry sound clearly. Even small noises travel far. Yet no one reported hearing anything. Still, many in the community continued to believe this explanation. It felt simple and tragic rather than sinister. Parents in similar rural areas recognized how quickly a child can wander out of sight. Online discussions referenced cases like Chiron Horman in Oregon 2010, another child who disappeared on school grounds surrounded by dense forest, and Dior Kunz in Idaho 2015, lost during a family camping trip. In both, as in Summers, searches covered miles of wilderness without results. These examples kept the wandering theory alive long after the initial search ended. From a purely forensic standpoint, the theory satisfies several key points. It accounts for the absence of forced entry, the lack of vehicle evidence, and the timing gap. It matches the terrain's hazards and the child's personality profile. Yet its major flaw lies in the outcome: complete disappearance. In rural missing person cases involving small children, recovery rates within the first 48 hours are above 95%. Even when fatalities occur, remains or items are nearly always found. Summer Wells is among the rare exceptions where exhaustive search operations yielded nothing. Scent behavior adds another layer. If the K9s were correct in tracking her downhill, then Summer likely left through the back of the property. But the short distance where the scent was active suggests she did not travel far. Some handlers proposed that airborne scent dispersal, caused by warm air rising off the hillside, might have created a false stop. Others disagreed, arguing that such conditions wouldn't erase all trace so quickly. The uncertainty leaves the data inconclusive. Another challenge is the human factor. As more volunteers entered the area, cross-contamination of tracks and scent became inevitable. Hundreds of people walking, driving, and digging through the same terrain within hours of the event could easily destroy fragile evidence. That means the first few hours, the only window when the scent was fresh, were also the most chaotic. If Summer had indeed fallen or hidden nearby, her trail might have been lost before teams arrived. Over time, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation began referring to this theory less often in their updates. Their later statements focused on the continued, open investigation, rather than on specific scenarios. But unofficially, search coordinators have said they no longer consider wandering the leading explanation. The scale of the search, the environmental conditions, and the total absence of physical proof make it increasingly unlikely. In public discussion, the wandering theory now occupies a neutral space, not disproven, but unsupported. It remains the kind of answer that offers comfort without closure, a possibility that something ordinary went terribly wrong, without malice or intent. It suggests that the mystery lies in geography, not in people. Yet even as it fades from official priority, the theory continues to echo in local conversations. Residents still drive past the steep drop behind the Wells property and say the same thing. If she went into those woods, she's still there somewhere. But search history and forensic probability say otherwise. After 4 years, the evidence points away from a simple accident. The forest has been searched, the water drained. The mountain, in all its silence, has given no name. When Don Wells first appeared on camera after his daughter's disappearance, his face looked drawn and exhausted. His voice trembled as he said, "She was my baby, my world." But the internet didn't believe him. Within days, online discussions shifted from searching for Summer to questioning her family. It's a familiar pattern in missing child cases. When the evidence outside the home is empty, people start looking inside it. The Wells family's background gave critics plenty to work with. Don Wells, Summer's father, has a history of minor offenses, including a DUI arrest and past incidents of verbal aggression reported by neighbors. Candace Bly, Summer's mother, was a single parent for years before reuniting with Don. Her own family history adds another layer of tragedy. Her sister, Rose Bly, went missing in Wisconsin in 2009 and was never found. Though the two cases are unrelated by geography or evidence, the coincidence of two disappearances within the same family has become a recurring theme in public speculation. After Summer went missing, the Department of Children's Services removed the couple's 3 sons from the home. The reason was never publicly released, but the decision fueled suspicion that investigators had concerns about the environment. Officially, the boys were placed in protective custody while the investigation continued. To many, that move implied more than caution. It looked like confirmation that something inside the family wasn't right. The key problem with the family involvement theory lies in the timeline. Candace Bly has repeatedly said she called 911 right away after realizing Summer was gone, but the emergency log shows that the call was received at 6:31 p.m., about 30 minutes after Summer was last seen. In a case where every minute matters, that gap became a focal point. What happened during that half hour? Was it a panicked search, or something else? Neighbors also raised questions about what they heard that evening. One of them, Jody Sue Brown, lived just down the hill and was outside with her children around the time Summer disappeared. In interviews, Brown said she and her son heard a sudden sharp scream coming from the direction of the Wells property roughly 30 minutes before the family began searching for Summer. Her son described it as a shrill, almost animal-like scream. When they later realized the child was missing, Brown connected that sound to the moment everything changed. She added that after the scream, the hill went completely silent, no cries, no calls for help, nothing. That single recollection has become one of the most debated details in the case. A noise that suggested distress, followed by a silence that no one has been able to explain. Media appearances only deepened the divide. In late 2021, Dawn and Candace appeared on Dr. Phil in a two-part segment about the case. Two behavioral experts who observed the interview noted what they described as inconsistent gestures, avoidance, and emotional deflection. When the hosts asked Candace to walk through the moment she discovered Summer was missing, her effect was described as flat and disconnected. In contrast, Dawn's speech shifted rapidly between tears and defensiveness. These observations were subjective, but in the court of public opinion, they carried weight. Tabloids amplified the reaction. The Sun published an article quoting unnamed viewers who said the mother showed an unusual lack of concern when questioned about her daughter. The interview clips circulated online with slowed audio and body language analysis from amateur sleuths. One viral post claimed, "Her reaction doesn't match the situation." Whether accurate or not, the tone of those analyses shaped how millions of people interpreted the Wells family from that point forward. Behind the scenes, law enforcement maintained a careful neutrality. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation has never publicly named Dawn or Candace as suspects. No evidence of foul play inside the home has been confirmed. Yet, for many observers, official silence felt like avoidance rather than protection. Each time the TBI reiterated that all options remain open, the absence of an explicit exoneration kept suspicion alive. Behavioral inconsistencies also played a role. Dawn Wells gave multiple interviews in the months following the disappearance, sometimes contradicting earlier statements. In one, he emphasized the abduction theory and said he believed someone took her from inside the house. In another, he speculated that she wandered off. These shifting narratives, whether caused by stress or confusion, weakened credibility. Candace Bly, meanwhile, largely withdrew from public view, citing harassment and mental exhaustion. To some, that silence looked like guilt. To others, it looked like trauma. The family's social environment has also complicated perception. The Wells property is remote, surrounded by a small, close-knit community where rumors travel fast. Some neighbors describe the household as noisy and unpredictable, marked by frequent arguments. Others said they saw nothing unusual at all. When police executed search warrants on the property, they found no sign of criminal activity related to the disappearance. Still, the existence of any law enforcement presence reinforced public belief that the truth lay behind closed doors. There is also the case of Rose Bly, Candace's missing sister. Though investigators in Wisconsin have stated there is no connection, many online observers treat the two disappearances as parallel stories. Two young women, both gone without trace, both from the same family. In true crime forums, the name, Bly, became shorthand for mystery itself. Such associations are powerful even when they lack evidence, and they ensured that the Wells family would remain under suspicion long after official leads went cold. Critically, the timeline conflicts do not prove guilt. They indicate confusion, poor memory, or emotional collapse, all common under acute stress. Experts on trauma responses often note that people involved in emergencies rarely behave as expected. Flat affect, repetitive language, or even misplaced calm can be signs of shock, not deceit. From that perspective, Candace's demeanor on television might reflect grief more than indifference. Legal developments in 2025 also changed the context. After nearly 4 years of proceedings, the Department of Children's Services dismissed the case concerning the Wells boys, citing unsubstantiated concerns. The children were eventually allowed to return home. This outcome suggests that, despite extensive review, no concrete evidence of neglect or danger was found. For law enforcement, that resolution removed one of the strongest indirect arguments for internal wrongdoing. Yet, the family circle theory remains popular in the public sphere because it satisfies psychological expectations. When no external suspect exists and all physical evidence points inward, people naturally assume the answer must lie with those closest to the victim. In cases like John Bennett Ramsey or Madeleine McCann, similar dynamics occurred. Families became the center of suspicion not through proof, but through absence. The Wells case follows the same trajectory. When nothing else makes sense, the family does. What sustains this theory is not data, but perception. Every gap in the record, the 30-minute delay, the missing witness reactions, the subdued interviews, becomes a canvas for interpretation. The story feels incomplete, and in true crime, incompleteness invites guilt by default. The Wells family, living on the same property where Summer vanished, embody that unresolved tension. They remain both victims and suspects in the public mind. From an investigative standpoint, this theory currently holds no confirmed evidence. TBI statements, DCS rulings, and court records contain no findings of harm or obstruction. Every search of the home and property has yielded nothing linking the parents or grandmother to Summer's disappearance. Still, perception has become its own kind of evidence, one that shapes how the public interprets every new development in the case. In truth, the family circle theory reveals as much about human behavior as it does about the Wells household. People expect proportionate emotion, coherent timelines, and visible grief. When those expectations are not met, suspicion fills the space. Whether that suspicion is justified remains unknown. 4 years later, Don and Candace Wells continue to live on Ben Hill Road. Their home, once crowded with children, is quiet. They rarely speak publicly now. Every time a new update appears online, their names return to the headlines, paired with the same unanswered question: what happened inside that house? No charge has ever been filed. No physical evidence has ever confirmed wrongdoing. But the family remains the gravitational center of the case, not because proof points to them, but because every other lead points away. In true crime, silence inside a home can echo louder than screams from the woods. The fourth theory suggests that Summer Wells may not have been taken by a stranger at all, but by someone she already knew. In missing child investigations across the United States, this is statistically the most common pattern. According to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, roughly 74% of abduction cases involve a person familiar to the victim, a neighbor, family friend, or acquaintance. The Wells case fits several of the conditions that make this scenario possible: an isolated setting, inconsistent statements from key witnesses, and the absence of any sign of forced entry. The last verified video of Summer Wells was filmed at Warriors Path State Park earlier on the afternoon of June 15, 2021. The clip shows her in a bathing suit near a small swimming hole, accompanied by her mother, Candace Bly, and a 15-year-old local boy named Hunter L. Candace herself recorded and later posted a short TikTok video, the so-called milk jug photo, showing Summer in the back seat of the car with a jug of soda beside her. Hunter told investigators that he was with the family for several hours that day, that they picked him up from his home that morning, and that the group went swimming for about an hour. He described Summer as cheerful but tired. In his words, "She went underwater once, and we helped her up." That remark became a major talking point online. Many saw it as an innocent detail, others considered it a possible clue. Did Summer experience a brief loss of consciousness or fatigue? Did something happen at the lake that set off a chain of events later that day? The official reports do not describe any medical incident, but Hunter's phrasing, and the mother's calm reaction in subsequent interviews, left room for interpretation. Hunter's timeline also contains inconsistencies. In an interview with the Interview Room on YouTube, he claimed that after swimming, they stopped at a Walgreens pharmacy, then at a Sonic drive-in, before returning to the Wells property. However, Candace's version of the same trip lists the order differently. She said they went to Priceless Foods for groceries, then to Walgreens, and then home, a sequence that does not align with Hunter's. These conflicting details create uncertainty about the exact time they arrived back at Ben Hill Road. Hunter said it was around 3:30. Candace said closer to 4 or a little after. The half-hour discrepancy matters because it directly affects the later window of disappearance. Beyond timing, The behavior of both families after the disappearance has fueled speculation. After the early months of media attention, Hunter's mother, Allison L., withdrew from public view. She stopped giving interviews, deleted social media accounts, and was no longer seen in connection with the case. Her sudden absence sparked rumors online. Some even claimed she had died. Not long after, Hunter reportedly moved away from Tennessee to live with his father in another state, but no official record has ever confirmed that. The sequence of events, death of a key secondary witness, relocation of the only non-family person confirmed to be with Summer hours before she vanished, provided fertile ground for rumor. Reddit threads and YouTube analyses amplified those rumors, producing phrases that still circulate. Hunter knows the truth but can't tell it. None of these claims have been verified, but they reflect the broader public perception that the truth about that day lies somewhere between those car rides and the moment Summer disappeared. From a criminological perspective, this theory has logical weight. Predatory crimes against children rarely come from total strangers. They are most often committed by people who already have access or familiarity. The Wells property was regularly visited by a small circle of local teens and family acquaintances. People in this group helped with errands, babysat, or simply spent time there. That level of access reduces barriers of fear and gives an offender both opportunity and plausible reason to be near the child. The behavior of the family's dogs also contributes to the argument. The Wells had several large dogs on the property, yet none of them reacted violently or barked excessively on the evening Summer disappeared. Law enforcement officers noted this early in the investigation. Dogs usually respond aggressively to strangers entering the property, but remain calm around familiar scents. If someone Summer knew, or someone the dogs knew, approached that day, the lack of reaction could make sense. Investigators examined Hunter's phone data and digital communications. According to multiple reports, including statements by his father in interviews, TBI collected and analyzed the device shortly after the disappearance. Texts and GPS logs were reviewed. No criminal activity or involvement was established. The Bureau has never named Hunter, his family, or any acquaintance of the Wells family as suspects. All were treated as witnesses or persons of interest only for timeline verification. Despite that, speculation persisted. A recurring online rumor alleged a relationship between Candace Bly and Hunter, a claim that has no supporting evidence. The age difference alone makes it implausible, but the idea circulated because it provided motive to a story that otherwise had none. Other claims suggested that Hunter's family vehicle, or another car connected to them, had been seen in the area later that evening. Police records and public statements do not support those sightings. The psychological appeal of the acquaintance theory is similar to that of the stranger abduction theory. It externalizes the crime while maintaining a sense of logic. In this version, the offender is not a random predator, but someone within the periphery of trust, someone who could approach without resistance. It also explains the lack of noise, forced entry, or immediate alarm. If Summer was called over by a familiar voice, she might have followed willingly. However, the counter-arguments remain strong. TBI has confirmed that Hunter and his family fully cooperated with the investigation, providing statements and devices voluntarily. Phone records place Hunter at home during the time frame when Summer vanished. Surveillance footage from local businesses supports parts of his timeline with Candace earlier that day. None of the data contradicts his account in a way that would indicate involvement. In addition, there is no physical evidence, no forensic trace, no digital footprint, tying any acquaintance to a crime. Still, investigators continue to examine this category of possibility, not because of suspicion toward one person, but because statistically, it cannot be ignored. That is how most unsolved missing child cases evolve. As external options close, focus turns inward to acquaintances. The Hunter's shadow theory also encompasses other individuals who might fall into this circle: neighbors, workers, or extended family friends. Beach Creek is a small community, and several people had legitimate reasons to visit the property. Law enforcement has interviewed more than 200 individuals connected to the Wells family in any capacity. None have been charged. Still, the combination of opportunity, familiarity, and untraceable movement keeps this hypothesis alive. Forensic profilers who have commented on the case note that if Summer was harmed by someone she knew, physical evidence might never surface. Crimes involving acquaintances often occur impulsively, followed by improvised concealment within hours. In rural terrain, that is enough time to hide a body permanently. Without a confession or discovery of remains, proof becomes nearly impossible. Law enforcement's position remains consistent. No suspects, no evidence, case active. But among followers of the investigation, the hunter's shadow theory endures precisely because it bridges the gap between possibility and proximity. It offers an explanation that fits both the data and the silence, a crime without intrusion, a disappearance without noise. If this is what happened, the truth may never surface. A familiar face could have been the last one Summer saw, a person who knew her family, her routine, her trust. The search for that person is no longer just about finding an abductor. It is about understanding how danger can walk through an open door and leave no trace at all. Sometimes danger doesn't come from the woods. It walks in through the front door. The fifth and most controversial theory proposes that Summer Wells did not vanish by force or abduction, but died accidentally, and that adults in her immediate circle hid what happened out of fear, panic, or guilt. This hypothesis is built not on a single piece of evidence, but on the absence of all others. There were no signs of forced entry, no indications of an external attack, and no trace suggesting she was taken from the property. When a scene shows no intrusion, investigators naturally turn to the possibility of an event that occurred within the home itself. The unaccounted 30-minute gap between 6 and 6:30 p.m. remains the central mystery. It is the period in which every other explanation, abduction, wandering, acquaintance crime, must fit. Yet no witness outside the Wells household saw Summer alive after approximately 6 p.m. If she died suddenly during that half hour, the sequence of later actions, searching, calling 911, and cooperating with law enforcement, could all align with an unplanned, desperate cover-up. In this theory, the simplest scenario is also the most chilling. Summer may have suffered an accident in or near the basement, the area where her mother said she last saw her. The basement opens to the outside through a small door at ground level. It contains rough concrete steps, storage items, and tools. A fall from the stairs or from the exterior entry could cause serious head trauma, particularly to a small child. One speculative version suggests that she fell, struck her head, and died instantly. The adults, her mother Candace and grandmother, discovered her, panicked, and decided not to call for help immediately. Why would anyone hide an accident? Context provides part of the answer. At the time, the family was under observation by the Department of Children's Services. Candace had already faced scrutiny for the household's conditions. An accident that occurred while the child was unsupervised might have resulted in the removal of all 3 remaining children. Fear of losing them, and fear of criminal neglect charges, could have driven a reckless attempt to hide what happened. In such a state of panic, people make catastrophic decisions, conceal the body temporarily, clean the area, and delay contacting authorities until a story can be built. The property's geography could allow this. Behind the Wells home stretch acres of thick forest, with multiple paths leading downhill toward Ben Hill Road and Beach Creek. A person could travel several hundred yards unseen in minutes. There are also ponds, wells, and drainage areas nearby. In a moment of crisis, these could seem like convenient places to hide a body, intending perhaps to recover it later, a plan that spiraled beyond control once the search began. Supporters of this theory often point to indirect cues. Dawn Wells, in early interviews, repeatedly emphasized Summer's love of water. She loved to swim. That's what she did that day. Hunter, the teenager who was with the family earlier, told investigators that Summer was exhausted after the lake, and that she had briefly gone underwater before being helped out. These remarks have fueled speculation that Summer may have been fatigued, overheated, or even injured before returning home. If she later collapsed, the symptoms could have been misinterpreted as sleep or fainting, until it was too late. Online discussions, especially on Reddit and web sleuths, treat this as the most rational theory. One popular post summarized the logic succinctly: their silence would make sense if it was an accident. You can't fix a panic decision once it's made. The argument rests not on malice, but on fear that the adults made a disastrous split-second choice to protect themselves from legal and social consequences. Several indirect data points feed into this line of thought. Law enforcement searched the Wells' home repeatedly, including water containers, a pickup truck, and storage structures. The TBI has never released the results publicly. They also drained nearby ponds and checked the property's well. None of those searches produced evidence, but the secrecy surrounding the results left the public speculating that something might have been found and withheld. Officially, investigators stated only that nothing significant was recovered. Another element comes from neighbor Jody Sue Brown's testimony. She reported hearing a single loud scream about half an hour before the search for Summer began, a sound her son described as a shrill, almost animal-like scream. Brown later clarified that it was brief and followed by total silence. That timing corresponds with the critical 30-minute gap in the family's timeline. If the noise was indeed from the Wells property, it could fit the moment of a sudden accident. Criminologists note that domestic cover-ups after accidental deaths are rare, but well documented. The sequence often involves 3 steps: the accident, panic-driven concealment, and delayed disclosure once media or police pressure increases. The longer the delay, the harder it becomes for those involved to reverse course. In the Wells case, the scale of the search made such concealment nearly impossible once law enforcement arrived, yet no physical trace of Summer has ever been recovered. That paradox keeps the hidden accident theory alive. How could a local cover-up succeed amid one of the largest search operations in Tennessee history? Another weakness lies in behavior. Although some critics interpret Candace's television appearances as emotionally flat, there is no direct sign that she or her mother attempted to obstruct the investigation. For a long-term cover-up to hold, it would require sustained deception and physical control over evidence, actions that typically leave forensic or digital traces. None have been reported. TBI has also stated multiple times that foul play has not been confirmed, which effectively rules out, though does not disprove, homicide or concealment. Without a body, the agency cannot categorize the case as accidental or criminal. This procedural neutrality is often mistaken by the public as evasion, when in reality it reflects the lack of definitive proof. Nevertheless, from a psychological perspective, the cover-up scenario appeals because it humanizes the unknown. It replaces a faceless kidnapper with a tragic lapse of judgment. It allows empathy to coexist with suspicion. People imagine how panic and fear of losing one's children could lead to a terrible choice. The theory's endurance online stems not from evidence, but from plausibility. It feels possible in a way the stranger abduction theory no longer does. If the hidden accident theory were ever proven true, it would likely emerge through confession, not discovery. Rural concealment over 4 years suggests that only direct admission could resolve the case. In similar incidents, such as the 2014 death of 5-year-old Elijah Strickland in Alabama, it took a full confession years later to reveal that the child's death had been accidental and the body buried within hours. That precedent shows how quickly fear can override reason and how long silence can last. For now, the Wells case remains officially classified as a missing child investigation. Every few months, the TBI reiterates that all options are still being examined. No one has been charged, and no evidence confirms a crime. Yet among the many theories surrounding Ben Hill Road, this one persists quietly in the background, logical, horrifying, and emotionally believable. The hidden accident scenario is not about monsters or strangers. It is about ordinary people who may have faced an unbearable mistake and chose the wrong way to hide it. It's a theory that strips away mystery and replaces it with human weakness. Maybe she didn't vanish. Maybe someone buried the accident, not the girl. This case turns on minutes, not theories. The only way to hold the day together is to line up what can be verified and then see where the clocks refuse to meet. The last independent timestamp is the in-car, milk jug, clip in the mid-afternoon. From there, The ride back to Ben Hill Road lands somewhere between late 3:30 and about 4, depending on whose account you accept. After arrival, the sequence is simple on paper and fragile in practice. A few minutes of flower watering near the camper. Summer told her mother she was going to play. She was walked to the basement door, and the door closed on the last undisputed moment inside the house. Everything that matters happens after that. From the property line outward, the record breaks into 3 separate clocks. The first is the household clock, a mother calling a child, searching rooms, stepping outside, checking the usual hiding spots, phoning the father around 6. The second is the neighbor clock, a short, high-pitched scream reported from the direction of the Wells home sometime in the late afternoon, followed by a stretch of quiet no one can account for. The third is the official clock, the first 911 call logged at 6:31 p.m., deputies on scene close to 7, and the initial K9 track leaving the basement threshold, running a short line downslope, and ending abruptly near the road. Those 3 clocks do not contradict each other. They simply leave a space between them that none of the witnesses can fill. Treat that space as a window. If you anchor the neighbor report toward the earlier side, you get an opening in the late 4:30 to 5 range, when a 5-year-old could have moved a short distance without anyone noticing. If you anchor the household call to the father at roughly 6, you get a later opening, about 30 minutes, when adults were already searching and the decision to call 911 had not yet been made. And if you anchor the official clock at 6:31, you define the hard stop. Whatever happened had either already occurred or was already beyond the property by then. Into those openings the 5 theories were born, because each one requires a different portion of that window to be true. The wandering or accident model occupies the earlier side. It depends on the idea that a child can leave, descend the slope, and encounter trouble within minutes. The numbers allow it briefly, but the later search footprint and the abrupt scent termination work against distance. The stranger abduction model prefers the later side, close to 6, because a quick approach and lift needs just enough time to act and still leave no noise. The K9 stop near the roadway and the absence of indoor disruption are its only allies. The acquaintance model straddles both. Because access removes the need for force and compresses contact to seconds, it lives or dies on proximity, not on distance. The family-centered and hidden accident variants live in the tightest part of the day, the half hour between realization and 911, where frantic indoor and near-yard activity can be argued, either as searching or as staging. Both versions accept the same clock and argue about intent. What is not needed here is another retelling. What is needed is alignment. When device metadata from the afternoon is set against the dispatch log, and when statements are tested for minute-by-minute feasibility rather than tone, the day resolves into fewer possibilities than the internet suggests. A 5-year-old on that terrain cannot cover the kind of distance some maps imply before 6. A vehicle approach and exit cannot be squeezed into less than a few minutes without leaving at least a sliver of peripheral trace, audio, sighting, or tire transfer, unless the driver knew the road and the house well enough to reduce contact to near zero. An indoor medical crisis followed by panic cannot extend much past 6 without colliding with the 6:31 call, because even a chaotic household search consumes minutes that must be paid for inside that half hour. By the time deputies reached the property, the timeline had already hardened. The dog line from the basement to near the road had already failed to extend. The neighbor's single sound had already come and gone. The household's last internal check had already been exhausted. That is why the case is not a mystery of hours, but a war over a narrow corridor of time, less than 2 hours without a confirmed sighting, and, more specifically, a final 30 minutes in which every plausible version has to fit its entire setup, act, and first consequence. So the day stands like this: a fixed stamp in the car, a disputed return, a last glimpse at a basement door, a reported scream that landed where the record is thinnest, a phone call to the father around 6, a 911 entry at 6:31, law enforcement by 7, and a scent that dies a few dozen yards from where it began. Each theory claims a slice of that corridor, none owns the whole. Until one piece of independent time, another camera, a recovered device log, a verifiable call record, slides into place and narrows the window, By even 5 minutes, the clocks will keep circling the same gap. And in a case built on minutes, 5 is enough to end one story and leave another standing. From the first night, the response moved like a playbook: lock the road, secure the house, establish a command post, and start building a case file measured in maps, grids, and timestamps. Search teams pushed outward while detectives worked inward. Air assets swept the ridgelines, ground teams divided the valley into sectors and cleared them methodically. Canine handlers ran multiple tracks from different start points to rule out handler error. In parallel, investigators began the slow work that never shows up in headlines: device imaging, call detail records, financial pulls, and door-to-door canvassing to capture anything that could anchor the afternoon to an independent clock. What law enforcement did collect is process, not proof. The residence and immediate grounds were searched more than once under legal authority. Outbuildings, vehicles, water features, and waste streams were checked. Items with potential biological relevance were seized and logged. Digital footprints were preserved where available: phones, social profiles, and the tiny metadata that rides along with photos and messages. Standard asks went out to nearby businesses for camera pulls and to carriers for tower activity in the relevant window. None of those steps, as publicly acknowledged, produced a lead strong enough to move the case from missing to criminal. In practical terms, the file grew thicker without getting heavier. Each anniversary has brought the same institutional message from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation: the case remains active. No one has been cleared. No one has been named. Every credible tip will be run to ground. The phrasing is deliberate. Active keeps resources engaged. No one cleared avoids accidental exonerations. No one named avoids defamation and protects the integrity of interviews that may still be needed. It also signals something uncomfortable. Investigators do not have the single, testable fact that lets them pivot from possibilities to a charge. 3 deficits block a prosecution. First, no body and no confirmed crime scene mean there is no established manner of death, no way to assign mechanism, and no place to extract trace. Without corpus delicti, even a strong suspicion stalls. Second, no motive that is provable, not a theory, but a documented reason tied to a person, leaves a jury with speculation instead of narrative. Third, no physical evidence, no transfer, no tool mark, no biological trace that can be attributed to the window in question. A prosecutor can file a case on circumstantial evidence, but not on absence alone. In a rural setting, absence is easy to misread. Terrain and time erase gently and completely. The investigative posture has therefore been iterative rather than linear. Phases of broad area search gave way to targeted rechecks when new analytics, drone imagery review, vegetation die-off patterns, water level changes, suggested second looks. Detectives re-interviewed witnesses as timelines were pressure tested against device times. When online claims surfaced, investigators separated signal from echo, cataloged the claim, looked for corroboration independent of social media, and, when none existed, parked it. That triage kept the file from being overrun by rumor, but it did not produce the one decisive contradiction or discovery that collapses competing theories. Because the scene itself refused to answer, investigators leaned on public appeals. The TBI's request for information about a red Toyota Tacoma, with a ladder rack and light bed buckets, remains the most specific public lead. It has not been resolved. Tip volume has surged with each televised segment and then tapered, a fraction generated field work, most were noise. The absence of a credible sighting on major corridors, automatic license plate readers, or downstream cases in other jurisdictions has argued against interstate movement, but it has not confirmed anything local either. The investigation is stuck in the narrowest kind of uncertainty. Too many ways to be wrong, too few ways to be right. Meanwhile, the evidence threshold hasn't changed. To charge an abduction, investigators need a link between a person and the removal, vehicle, digital path, witness with corroboration. To charge a domestic crime or a concealed accident, they need either a body or a confession supported by objective facts, location, mechanism, recoverable remnants. Without those anchors, a case is vulnerable to reasonable doubt before it ever reaches a courtroom. That is why interviews continue years later and why officials avoid categorical statements. Once you close a door publicly, you cannot credibly reopen it if a small fact finally appears. In 2025, two visible developments kept the file present. The first was a new age progressed image released with NCMEC, projecting Summer's appearance several years on. It is meant for recognition, not resolution. The second was the continued reward fund, advertised as approximately $75,000, contingent on information that leads to recovery or arrest. Rewards don't solve cases by themselves, but they sometimes pry loose a reluctant witness who needs a reason, financial, moral, or both, to speak. The TBI reiterated the same contact channel with each release and restated the only promise they can make honestly: tips will be evaluated, credible tips will be worked. What police found is a meticulously documented absence: a home without an obvious crime scene, a hillside without a trail, a community without a reliable sighting, and a digital landscape without the ping that places a suspect in the right place at the right minute. What they didn't find is the bridge that carries a case from suspicion to proof. Until that bridge exists, the file stays open, the theories stay parallel, and the investigation keeps circling the same narrow window of time, waiting for a single new fact heavy enough to tilt the whole day. Within days of the first press conference, Facebook groups appeared with names that carried conviction before evidence existed. Justice for Summer Wells on one side, truth about Dawn and Candace on the other. The first group gathered thousands who prayed, donated, and defended the parents as victims of tragedy. The second became a forum for accusation, built on screenshots, rumors, and fragments of police radio. What began as a community effort to share updates quickly turned into a digital court where every photo, interview, and facial expression became evidence of guilt or innocence. The polarization hardened fast. Supporters of the family accused critics of cruelty. Critics accused supporters of blindness. People who had never been to Tennessee spoke with certainty about who was lying and who wasn't. The Wells family, already under the pressure of public scrutiny, found their private lives dismantled one post at a time. Personal phone numbers were leaked. Strangers called neighbors pretending to be reporters. Photos of Summer were used in memes, TikTok skits, and conspiracy videos that drew millions of views. By the end of 2021, the case had become a kind of online spectacle where the suffering of a missing child was treated like serialized entertainment. Reddit became the nerve center of this digital war. The community Summer Wells grew to more than 20,000 members, a mix of genuine researchers, forensic hobbyists, and chaos seekers. Every police statement, drone photo, and rumor was dissected, charted, and archived. Some users created maps that looked almost professional, marking possible routes and timelines minute by minute. Others focused on psychological profiling or speech analysis. But the deeper the discussion went, the more it split. One faction insisted on family involvement, another championed the abduction theory, a third dismissed all others as distraction. Each camp accused the others of bias, and the thread count became a mirror of national obsession, thousands of people arguing over a child no one could find. On YouTube, the case turned into an economy. Dozens of self-styled armchair detectives streamed nightly, speculating about the parents, the neighbors, and the investigators themselves. Some built audiences larger than local news outlets. They replayed interviews frame by frame, slowed voices for tone analysis, and claimed to read guilt in every blink. But what started as analysis often crossed into harassment. Members of the Wells family reported being followed, filmed, and confronted in public. Even neighbors who gave interviews later regretted it, saying they were misquoted or edited to fit a narrative. One streamer was investigated after contacting witnesses directly, prompting TBI to issue a rare public reminder that interfering with an active investigation is a crime. The agency's warning extended beyond YouTube. On X, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation posted a statement in 2022, "Misinformation harms the investigation and the family. Please share facts, not speculation." It was a plea more than a command. By then, misinformation was already embedded. Fake updates, AI-generated, age progression, photos, and false confessions circulated faster than official releases. Every new rumor generated thousands of reposts, forcing detectives to waste time verifying stories that originated from anonymous accounts. The investigation didn't stall because of lack of effort. It stalled because public noise drowned out credible signal. Facebook, Reddit, YouTube, and X all became parallel investigations, none accountable, all emotional. Each platform created its own version of truth, amplified by algorithms that reward outrage. For every person trying to help, a dozen were chasing engagement. Local residents described the effect as invasive, saying the case turned their quiet county into a spectacle of suspicion. The internet had promised connection and collective problem-solving. Instead, it fractured the narrative into competing realities. The question now is not whether social media helped. It did raise awareness, attract donations, and keep Summer's name alive, but at what cost? Thousands of self-appointed detectives have created more confusion than clarity, leaving investigators to work through layers of digital debris just to find real leads. The online investigation has no chain of custody, no accountability, and no off switch. What was once a community search for truth has become a global argument that never sleeps. The real question is simple, and it haunts every open thread and live stream. Is the internet solving this case, or slowly killing the truth? 4 years have passed since that quiet afternoon on Ben Hill Road, yet the story of Summer Wells still resists an ending. Every theory, abduction, accident, acquaintance crime, family involvement, or cover-up, remains open because no one has found the one thing that ends debate: proof. Each scenario fits part of the evidence but not all of it. Together, they form a map of possibilities rather than a path to truth. And that, in itself, is the lesson, that a case can be investigated from every angle and still remain whole only in fragments. From the start, the investigation into Summer's disappearance has tested what people believe about justice, trust, and information. It revealed how quickly empathy can turn into certainty, how easily data can be replaced by noise, and how a missing child can become the center of a global guessing game. But through all of it, through the searches, the interviews, the rumors, the live streams, and the silence, 3 lessons have stood out, carved as clearly as the ridgelines that surround her home. The first is simple but hardest to follow: believe evidence, not stories. In the early hours of the search, every sound was a clue, every witness a potential savior. But as the weeks passed, rumors multiplied faster than facts. People built entire narratives from emotion, and once those narratives took hold, they became stronger than the data itself. The Wells case shows how dangerous that can be. When people choose theory over proof, they stop listening to the evidence that could actually solve the case. The true investigators, both official and independent, are those who keep returning to the documents, the timestamps, and the unchangeable physics of time and place. Emotion moves people, but only evidence moves a case forward. The second lesson is about the age we live in. Social media is not a courtroom. Online, guilt and innocence are decided by whoever posts first and loudest. The Wells case turned strangers into prosecutors and neighbors into defendants. It blurred the line between advocacy and obsession, between information and invasion. True justice cannot exist in comment sections or hashtags. It lives in patient work, the kind that does not trend, that does not reward outrage, that demands verification before judgment. Every click may feel like participation, but in an active investigation, misinformation does more harm than silence. The internet gave the world a voice, but it also gave the unverified a megaphone. What this case teaches is that volume and truth are not the same. The final message is the one that matters most. Hope does not expire when a child is missing. Every year, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation releases another update, another image of what Summer might look like today, and another reminder that the search is still open. The reward remains unclaimed. The tips still come in. Somewhere, someone might know something that could close the last 30 minutes of that day forever. Until that happens, hope has a purpose. It keeps the name alive. It keeps the work going. And it keeps investigators, volunteers, and ordinary people from accepting silence as the final word. The Wells case is no longer just about one child. It has become a mirror, showing how we react to mystery, how we use technology, and how quickly compassion can turn to accusation. It asks uncomfortable questions about what we value more, resolution or understanding, entertainment or truth. But it also reminds us that even in the loudest chaos, there are still those working quietly, following the small traces that others forget. The story of Summer Wells remains unfinished, but unfinished does not mean forgotten. Somewhere beyond the noise and speculation, there is still a fact that hasn't been found, a truth that hasn't been heard. That's why investigators still search, why parents still wait, and why strangers still care. Somewhere in those hills, silence still speaks, and until someone listens, the search isn't over.
Okay, so I'm going out the kitchen door.
That's some equipment.
That is some equipment. Okay, where do I need to go?
Okay, face to the right. Like right where the dirt piles are.
Okay, how far down is Michael?
I don't know how far she actually dug, to be honest with you.
The approximate time frame it took her to dig and bury.
I don't know, I'd say probably between a half hour to an hour-ish. I want to say, I mean, I think Adrian was helping her if I'm right about that.
What would you think if a missing child case suddenly shifted because a man in federal prison calmly FaceTimed detectives and pointed to the exact spot where a body was once buried? In the leaked footage, Stacy Wondra lifts his hand toward the screen and says, "Right under that mound." Then he describes a child sealed inside a taped trash bag, buried by his own wife and another man. But here's the part no one can explain. After police dug exactly where he said, nothing was there. So the question becomes unavoidable. If Stacy knew the burial site, then where is Michael now? Michael Joseph, Monkey, Vaughan, small, bright, restless, and endlessly curious, lived in Fruitland, like any child who feels completely safe in his own neighborhood. He had sun-bleached blonde hair, the kind that lightened naturally after weeks of playing outdoors. His blue eyes carried the easy sparkle of a child who had not yet learned fear. And his smile, wide, open, unrestrained, was the kind that made adults smile back without thinking. Michael's energy was unmistakable. He was the child who climbed everything: furniture, fences, trees, the edges of counters and couches. It wasn't misbehavior. It was instinct. His family called him Monkey because no surface seemed too tall and no structure seemed off limits. If he could pull himself up, he did. If he could jump off, he would. His world was vertical. His curiosity was constant. And his family never forgot how much movement seemed packed into such a small body. One photograph became the lasting symbol of who Michael was. In it, he stands outside in warm sunlight, hair almost glowing at the tips, holding a blue toy truck so large it looks oversized in his hands. He is smiling, not posing, not performing, but smiling purely, naturally, the way children do when they feel nothing but joy. That picture would later sit on police dashboards and press tables, printed on flyers and shared across the country. But long before it became an emblem of a missing child, it was just a moment of a little boy being himself. On July 27, 2021, Michael spent the evening doing what children do when the air is warm and the day is long. He was riding his bike near a small park in the neighborhood, close enough to home that no one thought anything of it. He wore a blue Minecraft shirt and blue flip-flops, an outfit that would be repeated countless times in official statements as investigators pleaded for anyone to recall seeing him. There were no sounds of an accident, no skidding tires, no crash, no scream. There were no clear witnesses, no one who could say definitively where he went after that last moment. There was just a child, riding his bike, moving freely through a neighborhood he knew well, and then an abrupt silence. Michael was last seen around 6:30 p.m., traveling along the familiar stretch of Southwest 9th Street. For reasons no one has fully been able to explain, that is where his trail stops. Later, When search teams brought in K9 units, the dogs followed his scent down the street and toward the intersection. Then, suddenly, the scent line ended. No gradual fading, no drifting, just a hard stop as if the path simply closed. Before calling police, the family searched on their own. They looked around the house, checked the yard, walked the street, and called out for him. This wasn't unusual. Michael had previously walked to neighbors' homes to ask if children could play. He was outgoing, fearless, and familiar with every porch on the block. His family expected him to come running back at the sound of his name. But this time, he didn't. At 7:21 p.m., the official call was made reporting him missing. From that moment forward, the photograph of Michael holding the blue truck took on a different meaning. It became the image officers carried with them through the first long night and the many long days that followed. Fruitland police taped it to their dashboards so they would see him every time they got into their patrol cars, a quiet reminder of who they were searching for, even when the trail refused to reveal anything more. And through all of this, one detail stayed painfully consistent. Brandy Neal, Michael's mother, turned on the porch light every night. She said it was to guide him home. It was a simple gesture, light shining into darkness, but it said everything about the way she held on to him. Even when searches turned up nothing, even when days passed without a single confirmed sighting, that porch light stayed on, a beacon, a hope. A mother's refusal to let the world move on without her son. Michael was not a statistic, not a headline, not a case number. He was a 5-year-old boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a smile that stretched across his whole face. A boy who climbed furniture and trees. A boy who rode his bike near a park on a warm July evening. A boy who knocked on neighbors' doors asking if someone could play. A boy who should have come back home. Everything that followed the searches, the suspects, the questions began with this: a child full of life, seen for the last time at 6:30 p.m., and carried in the hearts and dashboards of an entire community, still waiting for him to come home. To understand how a 5-year-old boy could vanish without a sound, you have to understand the place he disappeared from. Fruitland, Idaho is not a city with surveillance cameras perched on every corner. It does not have license plate readers mounted along major roads. It does not have a web of traffic feeds, business cameras, or layered monitoring systems that track movement the way bigger cities do. Fruitland is small, calm, wide open, and slow. The kind of place where people know their neighbors, where children play across yards, where strangers stand out, but where blind spots stretch across entire blocks. Those blind spots became the defining feature of Michael Vaughan's disappearance. On the night of July 27, 2021, the moment the call came in, Fruitland police responded with speed that rarely occurs in cases involving a missing child. Officers recognized immediately that Michael's age, the time of day, and the lack of surveillance made the situation extremely vulnerable. They knew that if he wasn't found quickly, the odds of finding him at all would drop sharply. So they acted fast, faster than anyone expected. Within hours, hundreds of people were involved in the search: local police, county deputies, state investigators, multiple K9 teams, drone pilots, specialized search and rescue crews, the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This wasn't just a neighborhood search. It became a full operational sweep of an entire town. In the first 24 hours, search teams covered 250 acres, a massive area for a residential disappearance. The search wasn't random. It was methodical, deliberate, and exhausting. Teams worked through the night under floodlights, walking shoulder to shoulder in fields, moving slowly along irrigation canals, shining flashlights into tree lines, and calling Michael's name into the darkness. The air buzzed with the hum of drones scanning from above. They left nothing unchecked. They searched irrigation canals. These long channels cut through farmland and residential edges, carrying fast-moving water. Crews drained sections, walked through mud, used search poles, and brought in dogs trained to detect human scent. Nothing surfaced, not a piece of fabric, not a flip-flop, not a toy. They searched the Snake River, one of the largest waterways in the region. Boats moved slowly along the shoreline. Sonar scanned beneath the surface. Search teams combed the riverbanks, looking for disturbed vegetation or drag marks. They found nothing. They searched underground spaces, culverts, storm drains, irrigation pipes, crawl spaces beneath homes, all accessed, scoped, or searched by teams in protective gear. No sign of a child entering or exiting. They searched agricultural structures. Fruitland sits beside miles of farmland, which means grain silos, barns, machinery sheds, and outbuildings. All were inspected. Nothing unusual, nothing disturbed. They searched wide open fields. Teams walked carefully through tall grass, dry dirt, and crop rows, any place where a small child might hide or become trapped. These fields stayed still and undisturbed. No footprints, no broken stems, no displaced soil. They searched backyards and neighborhood homes. Because Michael had knocked on neighbors' doors earlier that evening, officers checked sheds, garages, porches, bushes, and play structures. Homeowners opened every door for them. Still, nothing. The most chilling part of the early search wasn't what they found. It was the complete absence of anything. No clothing, no fibers, no blue flip-flops, no toy, no strands of hair, no drag marks, no signs of wildlife involvement. Nothing physical tied Michael to any location after 6:30 p.m. For investigators, that void of evidence was alarming. Children who wander even just a few minutes leave traces. They drop items. They get stuck on fences. They fall. They cry. They are seen. But Michael left behind no noise, no object, no mark on the ground. And so attention shifted toward witnesses, or at least, people who thought they might have seen something. But here, too, the ground was unsteady. In the hours that followed the disappearance, several residents reported potential sightings or observations, but none could be confirmed. A child in a Minecraft shirt around 6:45 p.m. One person believed they saw a boy wearing a blue Minecraft shirt walking near a neighborhood street after the time Michael disappeared. But the timing didn't align with other statements, and no one else matched the sighting. Police could not validate it. A white Honda near an irrigation ditch. Someone recalled seeing a white Honda Pilot parked near a canal around the time Michael vanished. It felt suspicious, the location, the timing, but in a town without plate readers or traffic cameras, investigators had no way to verify the vehicle or identify the driver. The lead dissolved. Two men walking near fields acting strangely. Another resident mentioned seeing two adult men walking near open fields, behaving in a way the witness described as off. But no names, no descriptions, no direction of travel, no corroboration. The tip floated without foundation. Police chased every one of these leads. Every path collapsed. As the search expanded, the lack of evidence only became more conspicuous. It wasn't just that Michael couldn't be found. It was the way the environment refused to give up anything about him. No trace left behind, no sign that he continued on foot, no physical clue to suggest he had wandered, fallen, or hidden. And so, in this small, peaceful town built on trust and open space, the question became impossible to ignore. How does a 5-year-old child disappear in a place with nowhere to hide? The answer wasn't in what was found. It was in what wasn't. The blind spots of Fruitland, the lack of cameras, the wide open fields, the empty roads formed the backdrop of a disappearance that should have been impossible. And yet, in this quiet town, under the warm light of a fading July evening, a little boy vanished into silence that still has not been broken. In every major missing child investigation, there comes a moment when the search stops being about maps, grids, and timelines and begins revolving around a single name. A person whose behavior, history, or contradictions pull investigators toward them with a gravity that cannot be ignored. In the disappearance of Michael "Monkey" Vaughan, that gravity point was Stacy Wondra, a man whose words were unreliable, whose emotions were unpredictable, and yet whose knowledge of specific, intimate details drew investigators back to him again and again. From the outside, the picture around Stacy was already troubling. He lived in a house on Red Wing Street, a property known to police long before Michael vanished. It wasn't a home so much as a collection of unstable individuals orbiting around each other: Stacy, Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon, adults whose backgrounds included mental health struggles, criminal histories, and chaotic behavior. Neighbors had complained for years about shouting, substance use, strange visitors, and erratic movement at all hours of the night. The night after Michael disappeared, Several residents reported hearing digging sounds coming from the yard behind the Wondra home. Another recalled an unusually large bonfire, with flames taller than anything they had seen on that property before. These were not casual backyard activities. They were unsettling. They were purposeful. They were things people remembered. Then came the dogs. During the large-scale search operation, cadaver dogs alerted in the backyard of Stacy's home. Not once, but repeatedly. It was the kind of alert that makes investigators stop, quiet their movements, and mark the ground. Dogs don't give reasons, and they don't provide explanations. They react to what is there, or what once was. The alert didn't prove anything by itself, but it pointed to a place that needed answers. And that place was tied directly to Stacy. The Wondra home was not a place built on clarity. It was built on chaos. Inside lived 4 adults who didn't function as a cohesive unit. They were described as unstable, unpredictable, and often intoxicated or confused. Law enforcement officers familiar with the home described it as a revolving door, full of noise, tension, and strange behavior. This environment made it difficult to know who was telling the truth, who was lying, and who simply didn't understand the reality around them. But among all the voices coming out of that house, Stacy's became the loudest, not because he spoke the most, but because he said things no one else should have known. And those things began with a video call. Investigators set up the video call while they were actively searching the backyard on Red Wing Street. Stacy, already incarcerated in federal prison for an unrelated crime, appeared on the screen through a prison-issued tablet. He watched as officers dug into the dirt he described, and he guided them. The tone of his voice was eerie, steady, oddly calm, almost instructional. When the officers paused at one point, uncertain if they were in the correct spot, Stacy leaned closer to the camera and said, "Keep going out a little further, right under that mound." He wasn't guessing. He wasn't offering vague speculation. He was directing. He told investigators the hole had been dug by Sarah, his wife. According to him, it was 4 feet deep, large enough for a small body. He said the body had been placed inside a trash bag, which he alternated between calling white or black. He claimed the top of the bag had been taped, and he described the shovel a pointed shovel, not flat. These weren't guesses. They weren't generic statements. They were details only someone with proximity to a burial could know. Most disturbing of all was when he said, quietly, almost casually, "I saw Sarah bury him." The line hung in the air. Detectives froze. The search paused. For a moment, there was only the sound of shovel blades hitting soil, and the echo of that confession coming through a prison tablet screen. But then, just as quickly, Stacy began to shift. In documents referenced in the horrific details file, Stacy gave even more disturbing information. He said that Michael's body had first been placed inside a duffel bag, not just a trash bag. He said there was duct tape involved. When investigators pressed him about the condition of the child, he described hearing a dull scream, a phrase so chilling, so specific, that detectives said it stayed with them long after the call ended. He said Sarah and Adrian had dug the hole. He pointed fingers. He shifted blame. He spoke like someone who wanted to confess without carrying the weight of the confession. Then he widened the scope even further. He told investigators the body might have been moved. He suggested it could now be in Kuna, at a property associated with Brandon. Suddenly the narrative wasn't one burial, it was 2. Not one suspect, but several. Not one timeline, but a series of movements. Was he telling the truth? Was he fabricating? Was he blending fact with fantasy? That was the problem. No part of Stacy's behavior was linear. His entire presence in the investigation was built on contradictions. He said, "I don't know Michael." But then he described, in detail, the very spot where Michael had supposedly been buried. He said, "I'm not that type of person." But then he walked investigators step by step through the burial process. He insisted he was too physically weak to dig, to carry, to participate. "I can't dig. I can't even cut grass," he said. But then he made statements that placed him at the scene, watching, directing, knowing. This is where the psychological analysis becomes impossible to ignore. Stacy's behavior matched the pattern investigators often see in deeply unstable or manipulative individuals. 1. Confession as performance. Stacy didn't confess reluctantly. He confessed theatrically, shaping the story, controlling the details, wanting to be the narrator. 2. Attention-seeking. His voice often lifted when he delivered disturbing information, as if aware of the spotlight the case was giving him. 3. Blame shifting. He pointed responsibility toward Sarah, toward Adrian, toward Brandon, never fully toward himself. He wanted to be the insider, not the culprit. The guide, not the perpetrator. The informant, not the suspect. But the more he tried to separate himself from guilt, the more he revealed details only a guilty person would know. For years, Stacy's statements existed in a gray area, part confession, part deflection, part delusion. Investigators believed he knew something, but proving it was another matter entirely. Then, in 2025, the breakthrough came. According to the KTVB report referenced in your files, Stacy was formally charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, destruction of evidence. It was the most significant development in the case since 2021, a signal that investigators believed Stacy's involvement was not just peripheral, but central. By the time those charges were filed, Stacy was already incarcerated at USP Tucson, a federal facility. Despite the charges, he had not yet been extradited back to Idaho. He remained in a different state, behind walls and razor wire, while the case against him deepened. Yet even from prison, his words still directed the investigation. His contradictions still shaped the narrative. And his descriptions, the mound, the taped bag, the pointed shovel, remained embedded in the search for Michael. What makes Stacy so pivotal is not just what he said, but the way he said it. He didn't speak like a man desperate to clear his name. He spoke like a man who wanted to control the story, to hold the secrets everyone else was searching for. He was cooperative and obstructive, helpful and manipulative, confessional and evasive, a man who could not be dismissed, but could not be trusted. A man whose contradictions didn't dilute suspicion, they sharpened it. And that is why, in the disappearance of Michael Vaughan, Stacy Wondra remains the center of the storm. If Stacy Wondra was the gravitational pull at the center of the investigation, then Sarah Wondra was the turbulence around it, unpredictable, unstable, shifting from clarity to confusion in a matter of seconds. She was not simply a witness, nor merely another name in a troubled household. Sarah was a presence investigators couldn't ignore, because her behavior, her statements, and her mental state created a cloud of contradictions that hovered over the case like smoke no one could clear. From the beginning, Sarah stood out. She behaved in ways that were deeply unsettling, even in the context of a missing child investigation. Across the 5 files you referenced, a picture emerges of a woman suspended between delusion and awareness, someone capable of revealing startling details one moment and collapsing into incoherence the next. The first sign was her religious fixation. She repeatedly said, "God told me," inserting divine instruction into conversations that had nothing to do with faith. She described visions, warnings, and spiritual impressions as if they carried the same weight as physical evidence. According to transcripts, she posted 329 top videos after Michael went missing, nearly all of them religious in tone, many referencing sin, punishment, and apocalyptic imagery. These were not the posts of someone grieving or someone afraid. They were manic, frantic, urgent, a woman speaking to an unseen audience that existed only in her own spiraling mind. Her religious delusion wasn't limited to social media. At one point, she stood on a highway shoulder holding a sign that read, "Repent," shouting at passing drivers. Witnesses described her as vacant, dissociated, disconnected from reality. This behavior occurred in the same window of time when investigators were desperately searching for the body of a 5-year-old boy. Then came her court appearance, one of the clearest signs of her mental deterioration. When asked to state her name, Sarah said the wrong name. Not a mispronunciation, not a slip. She confidently identified herself as someone else entirely, as if her own identity had fractured. It wasn't defiance. It wasn't strategy. It was confusion on a level that immediately raised questions about her competency. And through all this instability, she repeated one question over and over, with a tone that hovered between curiosity and dread. "Did you find him yet?" Those 5 words echoed in interview rooms, during arrests, in between religious ramblings. She asked them compulsively, like a thought she couldn't silence. But the contradictions didn't stop with behavior. They became even more alarming when investigators examined Sarah's statements. In the affidavit information referenced in your files, Sarah offered multiple, conflicting versions of what she knew, sometimes within the same conversation. She said, "I didn't hurt the boy." She insisted she wasn't involved. She claimed innocence. She framed herself as a witness, not a participant. But when pressed, she shifted her stance again. She said, "Stacy buried him." Here she directly implicated her husband. She described him as the one who handled the body, even though Stacy himself had tried to place the blame on her. Sarah's version countered his, but in doing so, she still acknowledged that a burial took place. Then her story shifted again. She said, "Maybe I saw the body in the bag." Not a clear admission, not a denial, something in between. Something murky, a statement that could be a memory, a delusion, or a confession half formed in a mind that couldn't distinguish between real and imagined. This single sentence became one of the most important clues investigators analyzed, not because it was conclusive, but because it aligned with Stacy's claims: the bag, the burial, the location. Despite her disorganized speech, despite her spiraling thoughts, despite her instability, multiple key details Sarah mentioned matched Stacy's confession. That overlap mattered, because two unreliable narrators agreeing on the same details is not coincidence. It is convergence, and convergence is something investigators always take seriously. Sarah's behavior and statements eventually led to legal action. In November 2022, she was charged with failure to report a death, a charge that acknowledges knowledge of a death and an obligation to notify authorities. It was not a murder charge, not an abduction charge, not a conspiracy charge, but it was a signal that investigators believed she knew more than she admitted. However, the charge was later dropped in 2023, after questions arose regarding her mental competence and the reliability of her statements. In practical terms, Sarah's instability made her nearly impossible to prosecute for a crime that required intent, clarity, and responsibility. But dropping that charge didn't free her. She was already in custody for a separate aggravated assault conviction, and according to the information you provided, she is currently incarcerated until 2026. Even from jail, Sarah remained entangled in the case, not legally, but narratively. Investigators continued to review her statements, cross-reference them with Stacy's, and analyze them through the lens of mental illness. Because if there is one thing clear about Sarah, it is this: she is not a reliable narrator. But she is not an irrelevant one either. The transcripts, videos, and affidavit details paint the portrait of a woman living inside a fractured reality, a mind splitting in multiple directions at once. Her thoughts were saturated with delusional religious interpretations, constantly attributing events, instructions, and even memories to divine sources. This wasn't theatrical or performative. It was her lived experience. She spoke as though the voice of God was indistinguishable from her own inner thoughts, blurring the boundary between belief and perception. Her speech patterns reinforced this instability. She moved from spiritual warnings to fragmented recollections to unrelated thoughts without transition, a pattern of disorganized speech, where contradictions arose not out of manipulation but incoherence. One moment she insisted on innocence. The next she implicated someone else. And the next she questioned whether she had seen something she couldn't fully process. Her behavior in public and in court reflected deep dissociation, the kind that disconnects a person from themselves. She could not state her own name correctly before a judge, her expression distant and vacant. She wandered highways with religious signs, shouting warnings at passing strangers, as if she wasn't entirely present in the physical world around her. At times, she also showed striking suggestibility. Investigators noticed how easily she shifted under questioning, agreeing, withdrawing, then expanding on ideas she seemed to barely grasp. Her statements often mirrored the emotional tone of the person speaking to her, as though she were filling in blanks she believed others wanted filled. And yet, despite all of this, she produced details that aligned with Stacy's account, details too specific, too coincidental, too precise to dismiss outright. That duality is what made her so difficult for investigators. She was both too unstable to trust and too informed to ignore. If Stacy's admissions were the performance of a conflicted mind, manipulative, attention-seeking, laced with moments of intentional blame shifting, then Sarah's were the uncontrolled spillover of a chaotic one. Where Stacy tried to maintain control, Sarah seemed overwhelmed. Where Stacy offered structured explanations, Sarah spoke in scattered fragments. Where Stacy shaped the narrative deliberately, Sarah leaked pieces of it unintentionally. Yet those scattered pieces intersected with Stacy's version in unsettling ways: the mention of a bag, the description of a burial, references to the yard, the involvement of Adrian, the suggestion of Brandon, and the repeated haunting question, "Did you find him yet?" These parallels between two unstable narrators weren't enough to solve the case, but they were enough to steer the investigation. The fragile alignment between their stories created a narrow, uneasy pathway through the noise, one that investigators could not dismiss, even as they struggled to interpret it. And in the end, it left them with a chilling possibility, somewhere between Stacy's performance and Sarah's confusion. Between intentional storytelling and involuntary fragments, the truth about what happened to Michael Vaughan was likely hiding in the overlap. In a case as tangled as Michael Vaughan's disappearance, the spotlight often falls on the loudest voices, the confessions, the contradictions, the chilling half-truths. But behind the volatility of Stacy and the fractured reality of Sarah, there were two other individuals woven into the shadows of this investigation: Adrian Lucien and Brandon Shortliff. Neither was as vocal as Stacy, and neither produced the chaotic stream of delusion that came from Sarah. Yet their presence in the affidavits and their proximity to the Wondra household made them impossible for investigators to dismiss. They weren't the center of the narrative, but they formed the scaffolding around it, the quiet roles, the hidden involvement, the nameless actions that supported the weight of what might have happened. Adrian Lucien was the first of the two to draw attention. His name surfaced in the affidavit not because he came forward, but because of the circumstances in which police encountered him. When officers arrived at the Wondra home, Adrian didn't answer the door. He didn't stand in the living room. He didn't attempt to explain anything. Instead, he was found hiding inside a closet, motionless, silent, attempting to disappear inside the shadows of a house already steeped in suspicion. For investigators, this behavior was more than evasive. It was symbolic, a man physically folding himself into darkness at the very moment authorities were searching for a missing child. It wasn't guilt on its own, but it was certainly not innocence. Adrian's connection to Stacy ran deeper than proximity. According to the affidavit, he used Stacy's phone, a detail that stitched their movements and communications together in ways that investigators immediately flagged. Sharing a phone in a household of unstable adults is not unusual, but sharing a phone at a time when police were tracking contacts, texts, and calls is something investigators pay close attention to. It blurred the boundaries of who said what, who knew what, and who played what role. Then there was Stacy's description of Adrian: casual, dismissive, and yet revealing. He referred to him as a skinny dude, wide abilities. It was an odd phrase, unsettling in its vagueness. Wide abilities could mean anything: physical capability, flexibility, compliance, helpfulness in ways that served Stacy's purposes. The affidavit also noted that Adrian was believed to have helped dig. In the context of Michael's disappearance, digging wasn't an abstract image. It had a specific, horrifying implication. And while Adrian never admitted this, Stacy's repeated mentions of others participating in the act added weight to the possibility. If Adrian was the quiet shadow within the house, Brandon Shortliff was the one who moved just outside its edges. His name appeared in the files through fragments, sightings, statements, and comments from Stacy that contradicted one another. One detail stood out immediately: the duffel bag. Multiple sources referencing the affidavit noted that Brandon was associated with a duffel bag around the time Michael disappeared. In a case involving discussions of bags, taped openings, and hidden remains, the presence of a duffel bag was not a minor detail. It was a threat investigators could not ignore. Stacy tried distancing Brandon from the timeline by saying he wasn't around, but the affidavit painted a different picture, one in which Brandon did, in fact, play a role. The contradiction between Stacy's minimization and the affidavit's implication raised immediate suspicion. When individuals within a group begin adjusting or erasing each other's presence, investigators often assume one of two things: guilt or fear. And guilt and fear were abundant in that house. Brandon's behavior after the search of the Wondra yard only intensified attention on him. According to the files you provided, he left the state of Idaho shortly after authorities began digging behind the Red Wing Street home. Leaving a jurisdiction isn't illegal, but doing so moments after the most significant development in a missing child case is behavior that investigators view with suspicion. It suggested avoidance. It suggested fear. It suggested knowledge of something he did not want to be close to. The assessment from law enforcement, referenced in the KTVB material, was straightforward. Both Adrian and Brandon were considered suspects or persons of interest. They weren't side characters. They weren't bystanders. Their names appeared in the parts of the investigation where timelines blurred, stories cracked, and the truth seemed buried beneath layers of overlapping involvement. To understand Adrian and Brandon's potential roles, investigators looked not just at individual actions but at group dynamics. Cases involving multiple unstable adults often follow patterns recognized in criminology. Offenders working in chaotic households tend to fall into informal roles: the instigator, the follower, the enforcer, the witness, the person who cleans up, and the person who keeps quiet out of fear. In the Wondra household, Stacy, loud, manipulative, attention-seeking, fit the role of the instigator, the narrator, the one who shaped the story. Sarah, deeply unstable, delusional, and disconnected, became both a witness and a wild card. This left room for individuals like Adrian and Brandon to fill other roles. There is a concept investigators often reference in cases like this: fear compliance. It describes how individuals in a group obey or participate, not because they want to, but because they feel intimidated, threatened, or psychologically overpowered by another member. In the Wondra home, where mental instability was rampant and emotions fluctuated sharply, fear compliance could easily explain the silent participation or concealed involvement of people like Adrian and Brandon. Stacy's volatile personality and Sarah's unpredictable delusions created a pressure environment where others might have followed along, frozen in fear or swept into actions they later denied. Adrian, hiding in a closet, using someone else's phone, described vaguely as someone with wide abilities, fits the profile of a follower, someone who assists, not out of initiative, but out of pressure. Brandon, with his duffel bag, his sudden disappearance from Idaho, and his inconsistent placement in Stacy's narrative, fits the profile of someone trying to outrun a situation he feared would eventually come for him. Neither of them confessed. Neither of them provided clarity. But both were enveloped in the fog surrounding Michael's disappearance. They were present when the house was full of movement, when digging sounds were heard, when bonfires burned, when stories were whispered, and when Michael's name was spoken in fear and confusion. They were supporting characters in a narrative where supporting characters often play defining roles. And so, while Stacy stood at the center and Sarah spiraled around him, Adrian and Brandon remained in the shadows, not invisible, but silent, not proven guilty, but impossible to dismiss, not confessing, but implicated through presence, behavior, and the words of the people who dragged them into the story. In a case shaped by instability, contradictions, and shifting alliances, they became the quiet anchors of suspicion, the men who might not have spoken the loudest, but whose actions spoke enough for investigators to keep their names on the table. The investigation into Michael Vaughan's disappearance eventually narrowed to a single physical location, a place that became the gravitational center of every theory, every affidavit, and every search warrant: the Wondra residence on Red Wing Street. From the earliest days of the case, this house appeared again and again in interviews, witness accounts, and police activity, as if the truth kept pulling investigators back toward its backyard. The property itself was unremarkable from the outside, an aging structure on a quiet residential street, but everything about the case seemed to converge there. It began with the dogs. When cadaver K9 units were brought into the neighborhood, they repeatedly alerted behind the Wondra home. These dogs were trained to detect a scent that human senses cannot perceive, a biological trace that lingers in soil long after a body has been removed. Their alerts didn't prove that a body was present, but they indicated one disturbing possibility, that one had been there. Investigators marked the ground and returned to the home again and again, each time finding themselves staring at the same yard, the same patch of earth that refused to give up its secrets. By late 2022, the suspicions had grown strong enough that Fruitland police launched a full-scale excavation of the backyard. Heavy machinery tore into the soil while officers sifted through dirt by hand, searching for bones, clothing, plastic, fibers, anything that could anchor the investigation in physical evidence. The search extended day and night, with detectives crouched over soil samples and cadaver dogs circling the dig site. As layers of dirt were removed, analysts noted a soil anomaly, a section of ground that did not match natural soil formation, as though it had been disturbed and refilled. Not once, but possibly more than once. It was the kind of anomaly consistent with a burial site, and yet, the excavation yielded no remains. For investigators, that absence was not reassuring, it was alarming. It suggested that Michael may very well have been buried there, but later moved. That possibility gained traction when Sarah's mother made a statement about a strange object she had thrown away, what she called a green stuffed ear. The description was vague, eerie, and never fully explained, but it was unusual enough that detectives documented it carefully. Objects like stuffed toys or plush items can retain biological scent long after exposure, making it a potentially significant detail. The fact that it had been discarded before law enforcement could examine it only deepened the suspicion surrounding the home. But the turning point came when a video surfaced released publicly by Michael's mother, Brandy, in 2024, showing Stacey Wondra guiding investigators during a FaceTime call from prison. In the footage, Stacey's voice was steady, almost disturbingly calm, as he directed police where to dig. At one point, he told them, "Right to the right of the trees." Then he added, "Under that mound." It was not vague speculation, it was a specific instruction tied to a specific spot in the yard. Those who watched the video said it felt less like a guess and more like a memory. His tone carried a chilling confidence. He didn't suggest. He didn't hesitate. He pointed, as if revisiting a location he had seen many times before. Throughout the recording, the camera captured investigators moving along the fence line, digging, scanning, marking off squares of earth, while Stacey watched from a small screen hundreds of miles away. His instructions aligned with the same location where K9s had alerted 2 years earlier. The overlap was too significant to dismiss. When the excavation concluded without recovering a body, Chief J.D. Huff delivered one of the most haunting statements of the entire investigation. Standing before reporters, he said slowly, "Michael was buried here and moved." It was not speculation. It was presented as the most probable conclusion after months of digging, interviews, forensic analysis, cadaver dog alerts, and statements from those connected to the home. In the world of missing child investigations, police chiefs do not make declarations like that lightly. It meant that, in the eyes of investigators, the Red Wing Street property had been a burial site at some point, even if no remains were ultimately found. Every physical, behavioral, and testimonial thread seemed to run back to this house. The late-night digging noises reported by neighbors, the bonfire on the night after Michael disappeared, the conflicting claims from Stacey and Sarah about who dug the hole, the shifting stories about a bag, a mound, a shovel, a second location, it all intersected in the same yard. And while none of these elements alone provided a full explanation, together they formed a pattern impossible to overlook. Even the interpersonal dynamics of the household contributed to the suspicion. The shifting alliances, the unstable personalities, the accusations exchanged between Stacey and Sarah, the presence of other individuals like Adrian and Brandon, and the overall disordered environment made the house less a residence and more a closed ecosystem of secrets. It was a place where stories overlapped, where guilt shifted like sand, where truth and delusion bled together. And in the middle of that chaos sat the one constant in nearly every investigative record, the backyard. Investigators documented the soil patterns, reviewed drone footage, revisited cadaver dog data, and rewatched the FaceTime video, analyzing the exact moment Stacey said, "Right under that mound." Each piece led back to the same conclusion. If Michael's body had ever been anywhere in Fruitland, The strongest evidence pointed to the Red Wing Street house. Even after the excavation revealed no remains, the property remained the psychological and symbolic center of the case, a place defined not by what was found, but by what was missing. It was the epicenter of unanswered questions, the physical location where suspicion crystallized, and the ground investigators believed once held the truth. And although years have passed, the Red Wing Street home still sits at the heart of every theory, every affidavit, and every lingering hope that one day, the truth of what happened to Michael Vaughan will finally be uncovered. The 2022 excavation behind the Wondra home marked the turning point of the entire investigation, not because it provided answers, but because it forced detectives to confront a darker possibility. Michael Vaughan was no longer being treated as a missing child, but as the victim of a homicide. When Fruitland police returned to the Red Wing Street property with heavy equipment, cadaver dogs, forensic experts, drones, and soil analysts, they did so with a level of urgency and precision usually reserved for confirmed burial sites. Officers dug 3 to 4 feet deep, not only in the exact areas where K9s alerted, but across broader sections of the yard that appeared disturbed. Soil was shoveled into containers, transported off-site, and analyzed in controlled environments for chemical signatures, decomposition gases, and trace evidence. The ground itself told a story: layers of earth inconsistent with natural formation, pockets of soil that had clearly been moved, compressed, and repacked. These anomalies didn't prove that a body was buried there, but they strongly supported the hypothesis. The cadaver dogs only intensified this suspicion. According to the files, the dogs alerted multiple times in the same general area over separate passes. Cadaver dogs do not react lightly. They are trained to detect the scent of human decomposition, even long after a body has been removed. Their alerts suggested that at some point, human remains had been present. Yet, after days of digging, sifting, and scanning, no remains were found. For investigators, this absence was not a contradiction. It was the missing piece that fit too perfectly. The only logical explanation was that the body had once been there and was later moved, an assertion that Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff publicly acknowledged when he stated, "Michael was buried here and moved." This was not speculation but a professional conclusion based on the combination of soil irregularities, K9 alerts, and the disturbing consistency between Stacy's FaceTime description and the physical reality of the yard. The lack of remains, rather than undermining the theory, strengthened the belief that the burial had occurred sometime shortly after Michael disappeared, and that the body was relocated when the suspects realized attention was closing in. The 2022 dig also marked the first time police formally announced 4 suspects connected to the case: Stacy and Sarah Wondra, along with 2 additional individuals believed to have assisted or witnessed key events. This public announcement was unusual. Departments rarely name multiple suspects at once, unless they're confident a group played interconnected roles. When the names were released, the investigation's focus narrowed sharply, and every thread of the case pulled back to the Wondra home. The neighborhood, the early witness reports, the ambiguous sightings, the alleged vehicle descriptions, all of these avenues began to fade into the background. The Wondra residence became the central engine of the investigation, the place where everything converged. What made the Wondra home so critical wasn't only the behavior of its occupants or the confessions and contradictions that came from inside. It was also the evidence that Michael never left the neighborhood on his own. Police made it clear in multiple updates there was no proof Michael ever moved beyond his familiar walking area. No footprints, no clothing, no flip-flops, no sightings verified by multiple witnesses, no video footage showing him traveling away from the street where he was last seen. And in a town with wide-open visibility, the idea that a 5-year-old walked far enough to disappear without being seen even once became increasingly implausible. In the case files you provided, one phrase kept appearing in the recap of the documentary: Michael never disappeared. This wasn't meant literally Michael was obviously missing. It meant he never left the area under his own power. It meant the timeline did not follow the logic of a wander-off. It meant that someone intervened. Investigators concluded that whatever happened to Michael happened quickly, silently, and within a small radius of where his scent trail ended. All roads pointed to abduction, containment, and concealment. And when those possibilities were overlaid onto the physical geography of the neighborhood, the Wondra home sat squarely inside the most probable zone. By the time the excavation concluded, the investigation had fully shifted away from search and rescue and firmly into homicide territory, not because police had found definitive proof of death, but because every professional indicator pointed the same direction. Michael did not walk away. Michael did not get lost. Michael did not wander into a field, a canal, a shed, or a stranger's car. Instead, investigators believed he was taken hidden, and based on forensic interpretation, buried in the backyard of the Red Wing Street home, before being moved to a second location. That conclusion aligned eerily well with what Stacy had described in his FaceTime guidance: the mound of dirt, the tree line, the depth of the hole, the shape of the shovel, and the taped bag. It aligned with Sarah's inconsistent references to seeing a body in a bag. It aligned with the soil analysis. It aligned with the cadaver dog alerts. It aligned with the neighbors' reports of digging noises the night after Michael vanished. And critically, it aligned with the total lack of evidence that Michael ever left the area alive. The Wondra home became more than a location. It became the fulcrum of the case. Every shift in the investigation, the suspect announcements, the affidavits, the video releases, the charges radiated outward from that yard. And while the excavation did not produce the physical remains everyone hoped for, it transformed the direction of the investigation forever. From that point on, the question was no longer where Michael wandered, but where Michael was taken. And more importantly, where he was moved after the burial site behind the Wondra house no longer held him. Between 2023 and 2025, the investigation into Michael Vaughan's disappearance shifted from a large, uncertain missing child search into a fully developed homicide case backed by affidavits, warrants, video evidence, and prosecutorial action. The turning point came in 2023, when Fruitland Police formally transferred the entire investigative file to the Payette County Prosecutor's Office. This was not a routine step. It signaled that detectives believed they had established probable cause against multiple individuals, and that they were ready for criminal charges to be reviewed at the highest level. Thousands of pages of interviews, cadaver dog reports, forensic soil analyses, digital extractions, and witness statements were handed over. The central pillars of the case: Stacy's FaceTime confession, Sarah's inconsistent admissions, the suspicious movements of Adrian and Brandon, and the excavation data were finally placed in the hands of prosecutors who would determine whether the case had reached the legal threshold for homicide charges. Although the prosecutor did not immediately announce charges in 2023, the transfer of the file marked the moment when the investigation left the realm of police work and entered the realm of legal accountability. In 2024, the case erupted into public attention when a major portion of the investigative material was leaked through public records requests. The most explosive part of the leak was the FaceTime confession video, in which Stacy Wondra, speaking from federal prison, directed investigators where to dig, describing a tape bag, a pointed shovel, and a burial site, right to the right of the trees. And under that mound, once the footage circulated online, the public saw for the first time what detectives had been working with since 2022: a suspect who alternated between denial and chilling specificity, whose instructions aligned with the same locations where cadaver dogs had alerted, and whose confidence in describing the burial was impossible to ignore. The leak ignited outrage, renewed national attention, and fresh pressure on the prosecutor, who now faced a community demanding charges. For the Vaughan family, the release of the footage was devastating but necessary. Brandy Neal publicly supported the transparency, saying that the world needed to see what investigators had been fighting against for years. The footage also reinforced a critical conclusion. The case had moved far beyond theories. The evidence had weight, the statements had patterns, and the suspects had tied themselves to the burial site through their own words. By 2025, after years of compiling, cross-checking, and legally vetting the evidence, the breakthrough finally came. A murder warrant was issued for Stacy Wondra, formally charging him with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and destruction of evidence. These were not symbolic charges. First-degree murder indicated premeditation or deliberate action. Kidnapping acknowledged forcible confinement or movement of a child. Destruction of evidence pointed directly to the burial and relocation theories that investigators had maintained since 2022. Stacy, incarcerated at USP Tucson on an unrelated federal conviction, had not yet been extradited to Idaho. But the warrant made one thing undeniable: Fruitland police believed they had enough evidence to prove that Michael was killed, buried, and moved, and that Stacy had played a central role. The transition from person of interest to charged murderer represented the most significant milestone since Michael vanished. It transformed Stacy's earlier statements from bizarre ramblings into legally recognized admissions of involvement. Meanwhile, Sarah Wondra remained behind bars, serving time for a separate aggravated assault conviction that runs until 2026. She was never charged with homicide in Michael's case after her original failure to report a death. Charge was dropped in 2023, but investigators have repeatedly emphasized that she is still connected to the case in important ways. Her statements about seeing a body in a bag, her repeated question, "Did you find him yet?" and her proximity to the alleged burial site all remain part of the case foundation. Whether she will face new charges in the future depends on additional evidence, including information potentially obtained from Stacy if he chooses to cooperate in exchange for leniency. Her incarceration prevents her from fleeing or interfering, but it does not remove her from the investigative spotlight. Throughout these developments, Chief J.D. Huff maintained the same stance he expressed in 2021 and repeated again in 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. "We will not stop." It became the mantra of the Fruitland Police Department, a message to the suspects, to the community, and to Michael's family that the case would not be shelved or forgotten. Huff's unwavering tone made it clear that, even with the murder warrant, investigators believed there was more truth to uncover, possibly the location of Michael's remains, possibly additional accomplices, and possibly a second burial site that has yet to be identified. For Brandy Neal, these years were a mixture of heartbreak, exhaustion, and unending determination. Her public statements during this period carried a calm intensity that reflected what she had been forced to endure. She said, simply and powerfully, "Michael will get his justice." And she repeated another phrase that became inseparable from her presence in the case: "We want Michael home." Her words reflected the dual mission of the investigation: accountability and recovery. Charges alone were not enough. A warrant alone was not closure. She wanted her son found. She wanted the truth exposed fully. She wanted the people involved, every person who helped, every person who watched, every person who stayed silent, to be held responsible. By the end of 2025, the narrative of the case had shifted fundamentally. What began as a missing child alert in July 2021 evolved into a homicide case backed by affidavits, suspect statements, forensic interpretations, and a murder warrant issued against the man whose own words placed him at the center of the burial. Fruitland police had not solved the entire mystery, but they had crossed the threshold that mattered most. They had transformed suspicion into charges, theory into legal action, and a disappearance into a prosecutable crime. And they made clear that the pursuit would continue until the final unanswered question, "Where Michael is?" no longer remained a question at all. Despite the murder charges filed against Stacy Wondra, and the years of investigation that have peeled back layers of chaos, contradiction, and buried secrets, the most important truth remains painfully out of reach. Michael Vaughan has still not been found. The case has reached a point where law enforcement can outline theories, identify suspects, reconstruct fragments of timelines, and cite confessions made on camera. Yet the physical reality of where Michael is continues to evade every search, every excavation, and every interrogation. This unresolved core keeps the case suspended between justice and uncertainty. Detectives, prosecutors, and Michael's family now stand at a crossroads where the evidence strongly suggests homicide, burial, and relocation, yet none of those conclusions have led to the one piece of proof that matters most: Michael's remains. The unanswered questions are not abstract. They strike at the foundation of the case and determine whether a courtroom will ever see the full truth. One of the biggest gaps is the location of the first burial. Chief Huff has said publicly that Michael was buried here and moved, referring to the Red Wing Street yard, where cadaver dogs alerted and soil anomalies were found. But being buried here does not explain whether the burial happened the night he disappeared, the following day, or even later. Nor does it reveal how long the body remained there before being moved. If Michael was originally buried in the Wondra yard, investigators still do not know the exact depth, the precise placement of the bag, or what prompted the suspects to later retrieve and relocate it. Every detail matters because each missing detail represents lost time during which evidence degraded, memories shifted, and opportunities to find Michael slipped further away. Closely tied to that is the question, who moved the body, and when? If Stacy's FaceTime confession is to be believed, Sarah dug the hole. The affidavit suggests Adrian may have helped. Other statements reference Brandon and a possible location in Kuna. But none of the suspects have given a consistent timeline, and no suspect has admitted to the relocation itself. The window of time in which the body could have been moved remains uncertain, making the second location even harder to pinpoint. This uncertainty is amplified by Stacy's erratic behavior. His confessions, both spoken and implied, are chillingly detailed in some places and evasive in others. He described the mound, the taped bag, the pointed shovel details that match physical realities. Yet he also denied knowing Michael, denied involvement, and attempted to shift blame. The central question investigators continue to grapple with is why he oscillates between confession and denial. Is it manipulation, mental instability, fear of greater charges, or an attempt to position himself as both informant and non-participant? His contradictions make him both the strongest source of information and the least reliable narrator. And then there is Sarah, whose fractured mind, delusional religious beliefs, and disorganized speech obscure whether she possesses hidden truths or only tangled memories. Her statements overlap with Stacy's in critical ways, mentioning a bag, a burial, and the possibility of seeing a body. Yet her instability makes it nearly impossible to determine whether she witnessed events firsthand or absorbed them through conversations inside the house. Investigators remain torn between two possibilities. Sarah may hold essential information she cannot articulate, or she may hold no information at all. Even more troubling is the possibility that multiple individuals within the home know different fragments of the truth pieces that, if combined, would finally reveal where Michael is, but which remain locked behind fear, confusion, or deliberate silence. All of these unanswered questions converge into one haunting truth. The suspects know more than they have admitted, and someone knows where Michael is. Yet none of them have given a complete story, and no physical evidence has yet surfaced to confirm what was done. This is why, even as the case moves into its largest legal phase, the investigation still feels unfinished. The murder charges against Stacy mark a monumental development, but they do not close the case. They only open it in a new direction, one governed by courtrooms, sworn testimony, plea deals, and the possibility of new cooperation from individuals who may finally feel pressure strong enough to break years of silence. Prosecutors now hold the power to compel testimony, confront inconsistencies, and bring forward the full scope of the evidence gathered since 2021. But even the strongest legal case cannot answer the question that matters more than any indictment: where is Michael? His mother, Brandy Neal, continues to speak with the same clarity she has shown from the beginning. She has said, "Michael will get his justice," and "We want Michael home." Statements that capture both her determination and her grief. Justice and recovery are separate, but deeply connected goals. A conviction may one day explain what happened, but it will not heal the wound of not knowing where her son is. Fruitland police have echoed that sentiment through Chief Huff's repeated promise, "We will not stop." That is not a slogan. It is the guiding principle of the entire investigation, a commitment that the search for Michael's location remains active even as legal proceedings unfold. Searching, questioning, and pursuing evidence do not end with a murder charge, they intensify. As the case enters the 2025 legal phase, both law enforcement and Michael's family stand on the edge of answers that feel close, but not yet within reach. The affidavits are complete, the warrants have been issued, the suspects have been named, the charges have been filed, and yet, the central question remains untouched, immutable, and unbearably simple. Michael is missing. The truth of what happened, where he was taken, where he was buried, where he was moved, exists somewhere within the shifting stories of the individuals involved. But until someone breaks, until someone speaks clearly, until new evidence surfaces, the case sits suspended between what is known and what is feared. The investigation has entered its most decisive chapter, but the story remains unfinished. And the final question, the question that shadows every report, every interview, every affidavit, still waits for an answer. Where is Michael?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually, the whole events with Ashley is one giant blur of craziness. I don't know of any other way to explain it. In short, she ended up going on a road trip at the instructions of individuals that she barely even knows, and I question if she even knows them really at all.
Missing persons poster so that she could arrange those things on her sofa?
Yeah, what you're showing now, that's what she did. She ripped those down and they're all on her sofa. So she was basically saying that I was lying, that she can't trust me, that I'm going to go to jail for fraud because I'm pretending to have an office, and that basically I was working as an undercover police officer. So that's what you were hearing, and that illegal.
When a surveillance camera captured a 9-year-old girl walking beside her mother on what would become her final recorded moments, no one realized it would be the last time the world saw Melodee Buzzard. 24 hours later, her mother returned home alone, switching license plates, wearing wigs, wiping traces from the house, and loading belongings into a U-Haul as if preparing to disappear. And beneath the shifting stories and inconsistencies, one chilling claim surfaced. Melodee, she said, had been handed to a couple she met at a zoo. In the weeks following Melodee Buzzard's disappearance, investigators and journalists began piecing together details that painted an increasingly disturbing portrait of the environment inside Ashley Buzzard's home. The most recent information, gathered through interviews with paralegal Tyler Brewer and footage captured by NewsNation reporters, revealed a living space that no longer functioned as a normal household. Instead, it resembled a psychological stage where fear, denial, and obsession appeared to merge. When Tyler walked into the house during his visits in early November, he did not see signs of an active search for a missing child. Instead, he saw an arrangement of objects that suggested an internal reality created and maintained by Ashley herself. At the center of this unsettling display was a body pillow dressed in Melodee's orange hoodie and pants. The pillow sat on the couch, positioned as if it were a substitute presence. Close beside it, photographs of Melodee, pulled from missing person posters made by the community, were lined up in a careful row across the cushions. The images were not damaged or defaced. They were arranged with precision, as though Ashley needed them visible, tangible, and close. Psychologists often describe this behavior as a form of symbolic replacement. When a person faces separation, guilt, or a traumatic loss, the mind can seek an object that stands in for what has disappeared. The object does not resolve the emotional rupture. It merely keeps the absence from becoming final. The body pillow served as a surrogate, a construction that preserved the idea of Melodee without requiring the reality of Melodee's presence. For outside observers, the sight was disturbing. For Ashley, this shrine may have offered a distorted form of comfort, an effort to claim that Melodee remained within reach even as the world asked increasingly urgent questions about where the child truly was. Tyler later described the scene as creepy and deeply concerning. He did not say this lightly. His reaction came after witnessing Ashley's unpredictable shifts in mood, her sudden accusations, and her fixation on the belief that people were watching her. During his visits, she repeatedly claimed the house was bugged. She insisted that someone was listening from the outside. These beliefs influenced nearly everything she said and did. She told Tyler that she worried about detectives tapping her communications. She believed unknown individuals were tracking her movements. She became convinced that he himself might be an undercover officer pretending to help her. This paranoia intensified in the days leading up to their confrontation on November 6th, the same day Ashley allegedly blocked Tyler from leaving her house. Her digital behavior followed the same pattern. Tyler remembered watching her delete her Amazon account, her email, and even her banking access because she thought they were being hacked or monitored. She jumped between panic and confidence, fear and control. She shopped in large quantities and received constant package deliveries. Some contained wigs. Others contained clothes or items she claimed Melodee had outgrown, even though she had earlier asked Tyler if his nieces, who were Melodee's age, could use the same clothing. Her explanations rarely aligned, and the contradictions became part of the growing concern surrounding her psychological state. A shopping addiction under normal circumstances might be dismissed as a stress reaction. In this context, with a missing child, constant deliveries, and a house full of staged objects, the behavior suggested an attempt to fill emotional voids with material replacements. The more uncertain Melodee's fate became, the more Ashley filled the space around her with items that created the illusion of control. The most revealing moment came through a sentence that Tyler recalled in several interviews. When he confronted Ashley about leaving Melodee in Utah with a mystery couple, she did not defend herself in a clear way. She responded with the question, "How do you know I left her in Utah?" This detail matters because Ashley had previously told him that she dropped Melodee off with a couple she met at a zoo. She had insisted that the couple had a daughter for Melodee to play with, though she could not provide names, addresses, or a working phone number. She also claimed the couple kept changing meeting locations because they were paranoid about the government. Tyler had accepted the story enough to repeat it to police. Yet in that tense conversation, she shifted the wording and challenged him as though he had made an assumption she had never stated. The inconsistency raised a deeper question. Was Ashley unsure of her own narrative, or was she intentionally shifting it to deflect responsibility? Either possibility created new urgency for investigators. Every behavior she exhibited inside that house pointed toward a mind in conflict. The shrine preserved the image of a child who was no longer there. The body pillow offered a physical substitute. The photos created a visual echo of Melodee's presence. The frantic deletion of accounts showed a belief that she was under threat. Her rapid buying of wigs, clothes, and everyday supplies suggested attempts to reinvent herself while severing old routines. These actions did not answer the central question of Melodee's whereabouts. Instead, they formed a psychological map of a woman who appeared trapped between fear of exposure and fear of accepting what had happened. In real investigations involving missing children, such behavior often emerges when a parent is overwhelmed by guilt, attempting to cope with irreparable damage, or trying to create an alternate version of events. The contradictions, the paranoia, and the symbolic replacements inside that living room became the earliest indicators that something deeper lay beneath Ashley's stories about road trips and zoo encounters. They were not simple eccentricities. They were early warning signs. And while investigators continued searching for Melodee outside the home, the most revealing clues were already contained within it, arranged in plain sight across a single sofa and wrapped around a single pillow that now wore her daughter's clothes. When investigators first learned that Ashley Buzzard claimed to have handed her 9-year-old daughter to a couple she had met at a zoo, the reaction among professionals was almost unanimous disbelief. The statement did not resemble a coherent explanation. It resembled a story assembled under pressure, disconnected from reality, and full of contradictions that grew more alarming the deeper anyone examined them. According to Tyler Brewer, the paralegal who visited Ashley 5 times in the first week of November, Ashley insisted that she trusted this couple because they had a daughter around Melodee's age. She said she believed it would be good for Melodee to spend time with them. Yet Ashley admitted she did not know their names. She did not know where they lived. She did not know their phone numbers. She did not have a way to contact them again. The absence of every basic fact expected in a safe handoff raised major red flags. No one could confirm that this couple existed at all. Ashley claimed she had temporarily communicated with them, but had since lost their number. She said the number belonged to a texting service and had been disconnected. She also said they had promised Melodee would call her when she arrived at her new location. 45 to 50 days later, no call came. The lack of contact stood in direct conflict with everything a responsible guardian would require before leaving a child with unfamiliar adults. It also created the first major contradiction within Ashley's story. She insisted she no longer had the couple's number, yet she also said they kept changing the drop-off location throughout her road trip. If Ashley had no working number for them, and no way to confirm their identity, then her ability to coordinate a constantly shifting meeting schedule made no sense. The second contradiction was just as troubling. Ashley claimed she did not know their names, but she also told Tyler she had looked up the woman's name on white pages and found a matching result. Searching for a name suggests prior knowledge. You cannot look up a stranger unless you know what to type into the search bar. Yet Ashley insisted she did not know these people at all. From the viewpoint of investigators, these conflicting details created a crucial question. Was Ashley confused, or was she consciously manipulating the narrative? Nothing in her explanation followed a logical pattern. Instead, the story shifted each time she was questioned, as though she were rearranging pieces of a puzzle that did not contain a complete image. Her account of the road trip revealed even more inconsistencies. According to Tyler, Ashley said, the couple kept changing the meeting spot because they were paranoid and believed the government was following them. She said they warned her that if she were being tracked, they needed to keep moving to avoid detection. This explanation led her across multiple states, from Utah to Nevada and eventually to Nebraska. Such a route made the situation appear more like an attempt to avoid a single fixed destination than a legitimate effort to deliver a child to a safe caretaker. In legitimate custody transfers or family placements, the drop-off point is agreed upon ahead of time. It is never a moving target, especially not one that shifts across thousands of miles. Child welfare experts frequently note that no credible caregiver requires secrecy about basic details, and no appropriate placement occurs with strangers encountered during casual outings. A zoo is not a screening environment. There are no background checks. There are no safety guarantees. If Ashley believed she was acting in Melodee's best interest, she would have needed to verify who the couple were, where they lived, and how to reach them. She would have needed documentation. She would have needed proof of identity. None of those elements existed. For investigators, this absence became a central point. Without names, without numbers, without sightings, and without any credible witness, the couple remained a story told by a woman whose behavior was unstable and whose explanations changed every time someone asked for clarity. From a psychological perspective, the contradictions embedded in Ashley's narrative offer a window into possible motives that extend beyond surface-level panic. People who attempt to obscure events often weave partial truths into a fictional frame. The details shift to match emotional needs. The listener hears a story intended to reassure rather than inform. In Ashley's case, the story seemed designed to suggest that Melodee was safe with someone else, even if that someone could not be identified. The tale of the zoo couple functioned as a placeholder. It created an external entity to absorb questions that Ashley did not want directed at herself. Experts looking at patterns in cases of missing children understand that when a caretaker's explanation begins with strangers and ends with evasive behavior, the narrative often conceals deeper issues. The fact that Ashley had previously lost custody of another daughter, and the fact that she told people she preferred Melodee to be in a group home rather than with family, adds another layer to the analysis. It suggests a fraught relationship with the concept of parental responsibility. It also raises the possibility that Ashley believed losing Melodee might be inevitable, and that creating a story about handing her to a couple might shield her from accountability. The risk assessment becomes even more severe when considering the logistics of the trip. Changing routes and meeting points across 3 states implies that nothing about the handoff was planned. It also hints at improvisation, fear, and the possibility that Ashley was running from something rather than running toward someone. Tyler's retelling of her statements about the couple being paranoid suggests that Ashley projected her own fears onto fictional characters. The lack of supporting evidence for the couple strengthens this interpretation. There were no witnesses at the zoo. No one reported seeing Ashley interact with another family. There were no surveillance images. If the couple existed, they left no footprint. And Ashley offered no description beyond their supposed parenthood of a little girl. Another factor that experts emphasize is cognitive overload. When a person attempts to maintain a fabricated story, the details often collapse under scrutiny. The contradictions about phone numbers, names, and shifting travel plans reflect this collapse. The more Ashley tried to explain, the less coherent her story became. The contradictions were not minor. They were structural failures that suggested the narrative could not sustain itself. In the investigative community, this type of explanation is often viewed through a lens of risk evaluation. A caregiver claiming to deliver a child to strangers without documentation is considered an extremely high-risk scenario. Agencies such as Child Protective Services would classify such an event as unsafe placement, and law enforcement would treat it as a critical concern. The fact that Ashley never reported any contact from Melodee after the alleged handoff, despite promising that the child would call her, deepened the alarm. The central question remains unanswered. If the zoo couple was real, why would Ashley fail to provide their names or contact information? If they were imaginary, what purpose did the story serve? Was she seeking to avoid guilt? Was she attempting to redirect attention? Or was she spiraling under psychological pressure, creating an explanation that allowed her to distance herself from a reality she could not confront? This section of the case stands as the earliest sign that something had gone deeply wrong long before the public realized Melodee was missing. The story of the zoo couple was not simply implausible. It was the beginning of a much larger unraveling, a story held together by desperation rather than truth. 46 days had passed since the last confirmed sighting of 9-year-old Melodee Buzzard, and each of those days carried a heavier weight than the one before it. The timeline of Ashley Buzzard's movements during that period became one of the most troubling pieces of the investigation. What initially looked like a long road trip soon revealed a sprawling route that made no practical sense. Investigators learned that Ashley had traveled from California to Utah, then to Nevada, then on to Nebraska, before finally returning home to California without Melodee. No record showed the child traveling with her at any point after the 9th of October. By the 10th, Ashley had reappeared alone. The absence of a clear explanation for Melodee's whereabouts turned the mileage of that journey into one of the most pressing mysteries of the case. The decision to cross multiple states raised immediate questions among law enforcement professionals. Families who travel long distances typically have predictable routes and documented stops. None of that existed here. Instead, Ashley claimed that the meeting point with the unknown couple she mentioned changed repeatedly, forcing her to redirect her travel again and again. Yet she also said she lost their contact information, a contradiction that left investigators without a stable narrative to follow. What remained was a map of 4 states tied together by a series of explanations that shifted depending on who asked the question. During this period, another alarming detail surfaced. Tyler Brewer recalled that Ashley openly discussed buying fake license plates from a website. She told him that the site sold plates that looked real enough to pass casual inspection. She went further, admitting she had switched plates before. Tyler, who traveled between California and Oklahoma, mentioned that he was surprised he had never been pulled over despite having out-of-state plates. Ashley used that moment to explain the method for obtaining falsified ones. Investigators later confirmed that she spoke about switching plates on the road. Whether she switched them during the trip or only in the past remained unclear, but the possibility cast a long shadow over her cross-state movements. People who travel with falsified plates often do so to conceal their identity or to avoid detection. In a missing child case, that behavior becomes a critical indicator of intent. The turning point came when Ashley's ankle monitor was removed. The device had been placed on her after she was arrested on the accusation of false imprisonment involving Tyler. Once the charges were dismissed, the monitor was taken off. Within hours, Ashley began packing boxes again. Cameras captured her carrying items out of the house, loading appliances and personal belongings into a vehicle, and later into a rented truck. She moved with urgency, not hesitation. The timing raised concerns among law enforcement officials and journalists observing the case. People under intense scrutiny who suddenly regain freedom of movement sometimes take steps to leave the area. When those steps occur in a case involving a missing child, investigators review every movement with heightened caution. Even without the ankle monitor, Ashley was not entirely unobserved. FBI agents and state investigators kept her on their watch list. Local residents began noticing unmarked vehicles near her home. These ghost cars parked in discreet positions along the street, sometimes shifting positions at night. Neighbors saw lights inside the cars as agents monitored the property. Journalists who visited the location reported a consistent pattern. Ashley rarely approached the front of her house and seemed to remain in the back most of the time. Tyler later explained that Ashley believed the front of the house was compromised. She told him she thought someone had placed listening devices near the front windows. She insisted that her conversations were being monitored. These fears fueled her decision to live almost entirely out of sight, even from the neighbors who had become increasingly vocal about their frustration. The combination of secrecy, constant movement, and paranoia created a scenario that worried investigators. Without the ankle monitor, Ashley was free to travel again. If she left the state a second time, tracking her movements would become significantly harder. In cases where a parent is believed to have information about a missing child, such movement is considered a substantial risk. Flight risk assessments in criminal investigations are used to determine whether a person might attempt to flee before authorities can gather the evidence needed for charges. Ashley checked several of the boxes that elevate a case into that category. She had already traveled across several states without notifying anyone. She had shown a pattern of deleting accounts and evading digital traces. She had packed her belongings into moving boxes on multiple occasions. These actions supported the growing concern that she might leave again. The possibility of Ashley leaving the area also raised the stakes for investigators trying to locate Melodee. History has shown that when a parent becomes the last confirmed person to see a missing child, and then begins to change their appearance, adjust their identity, or prepare to relocate, the risk to the child increases. The comparison to the Casey Anthony case emerged quickly among online observers and some professionals. In that case, law enforcement struggled to pin down accurate information about the child's last whereabouts because the mother repeatedly shifted her story. The lack of cooperation and the disregard for timelines created massive delays in the investigation. Similarly, in the case involving Harmony Montgomery, inconsistencies in parental accounts and a pattern of evasive behavior contributed to years of uncertainty. Ashley's behavior did not confirm guilt, but the parallels were unmistakable. Psychologically, the need to hide behind wigs, heavy makeup, and altered plates suggested a person who feared exposure, not only to law enforcement, but also to public scrutiny. Ashley's concern about being watched was not limited to authorities. She told Tyler she believed the house was bugged. She worried about phones being tapped. She believed online accounts were being hacked. These fears may have been genuine symptoms of paranoia. They may also have served as a foundation for her movements, influencing her decision to remain inside and to retreat to the back of the house where she believed she was safest. Observers noted that once the ankle monitor was removed, Ashley demonstrated a renewed sense of mobility. She received flat-pack boxes. She loaded more belongings. She placed appliances and personal items into a truck with little hesitation. Each action created a deeper sense of urgency among the community watching the case unfold. If she moved out before providing answers, the search for Melodee would become even harder. The ongoing surveillance played a crucial role in preventing that outcome. While Ashley was not legally restricted from leaving the area, the quiet presence of investigators signaled that the case had not lost momentum. Their monitoring suggested they were waiting for a misstep or a moment of clarity, whichever came first. This stage of the case illustrates the fragile balance between personal freedom and investigative necessity. Ashley was technically free to go anywhere. Yet every motion she made carried implications for the unanswered question that remained at the center of the investigation. Where is Melodee? The long route across 4 states, the suspicion surrounding altered plates, the sudden packing after the removal of the ankle monitor, and the watchful presence of ghost cars all pointed toward a critical truth. Until investigators understood the full meaning of that 46-day journey, Melodee's fate would remain unknown. In the early days of November, when almost no one had access to Ashley Buzzard or any insight into what happened to 9-year-old Melodee, one person was able to get inside her home and speak with her repeatedly. That person was paralegal and legal document assistant Tyler Brewer. Over the course of 6 days, from the 1st of November through the 6th, Tyler visited Ashley 5 separate times. These visits would later become the backbone of the investigation. They offered a rare window into Ashley's private world, her shifting stories, and her emotional volatility. They also revealed the unstable foundation on which her explanation for Melodee's disappearance was built. Tyler said he initially went to Ashley's home because he believed she had a family law problem. He knew she had lost custody of her older daughter years earlier, and he believed she might be facing another custody hearing. He assumed his work would involve preparing forms or organizing paperwork. When he walked through her door on the first day of November, he had no idea he was stepping into the center of a criminal mystery that would soon grip an entire community. He also did not know that law enforcement already suspected Ashley was withholding information about her daughter. Within days, Tyler would become the only person she confided in about where she claimed Melodee had gone. From the moment he entered the house, Tyler noticed that something felt off. Ashley moved between friendliness and suspicion with startling speed. She welcomed him in one moment, looked at him with doubt the next, and eventually began questioning his identity. She said she believed the house was bugged. She said someone was watching them. She said her accounts were being hacked. These were not casual concerns. They were expressed with conviction, and they shaped every conversation that followed. After Tyler's second visit, as he was leaving the neighborhood, a detective pulled him over. The officer told him that Ashley was not cooperating. She was refusing to answer questions about Melodee. The detective informed him that any information he learned about the child needed to be reported. Tyler understood the seriousness of the request. He worked in the legal field. He knew that failing to comply could compromise both the search for Melodee and his own professional obligations. From that point on, Tyler visited Ashley while balancing 2 realities. He was trying to help someone he had known for years. He was also gathering information for detectives who could not get inside her home the way he could. Each day brought a new layer of confusion. During one visit, Ashley spoke calmly about Melodee and claimed she had left her with a couple she met at a zoo. Yet even as she spoke, Tyler noticed her hands shaking. During another visit, she talked about her road trip and changed details she had mentioned earlier. She said she no longer had the couple's phone number. Then she said they had texted her before they disconnected the number. She said she did not know their names. Then she said she had looked up the woman's name on white pages and found a match. These contradictions were not small slips. They were significant shifts that made it increasingly difficult to understand which parts of her story she believed and which parts she invented. Tyler became aware of Ashley's fragile emotional state on the 3rd day, when she began crying in a way that alarmed him. He noticed that her tears did not match her facial expression. She laughed while she cried. The sound did not resemble grief or fear. It resembled something disjointed, as if her emotions were firing at the wrong times. She then stared at him without blinking. He later described the stare as similar to the look of the Annabelle doll. The comparison was not made for dramatic effect. It was his attempt to explain how unsettling her expression was. Her eyes were fixed and unblinking. There was no softness, no sign of recognition, only a cold, rigid tension. He began to fear that any wrong word might trigger a reaction he could not predict. On the fourth day, Ashley began accusing him of lying about his job. She insisted he did not have a real office. She said he was pretending to be a paralegal. She told him she believed he was an undercover officer wearing a disguise. He tried to reassure her. He showed her documents. He answered her questions. Nothing worked. Her paranoia had locked onto him, and once it took hold, the conversation changed completely. She spoke in circles. She contradicted herself within minutes. She alternated between thanking him for helping her and accusing him of deceiving her. By the time Tyler returned for the fifth and final visit on the 6th of November, Ashley's behavior had escalated. She confronted him as soon as he arrived. She said he could not be trusted. She said she believed authorities had sent him. She began pacing around the room. She blocked the doorway at one point. She had a box cutter sitting nearby. She insisted it was not a threat, and she never held it against him, but its presence heightened the tension in the room. When Tyler asked to leave, she ignored his request. He asked a second time, and she stared at him without responding. He asked a third time before she finally moved toward the door. Even then, she locked and unlocked multiple locks before letting him out. Later, she would claim she was confused and frightened. Yet the moment was seared into Tyler's memory. To him, her behavior was controlled. It was calculated. It was wrapped in a strange mixture of crying, laughing, and accusation that felt deeply unsafe. What also made this final visit so important was the conversation that occurred before things escalated. Tyler had asked her directly about Melodee. He told her people believed she had either trafficked her or harmed her. He asked which explanation was true. Ashley responded with emotional theatrics, acting shocked that he would ask such a question. Yet she never answered. She did not deny harming Melodee. She did not correct him. She cried without tears. She changed the subject. For Tyler, this moment became the turning point. It convinced him that she was not being truthful about the child's location. He later said that by the end of that day, he did not believe any part of her story about the couple at the zoo. Throughout all 5 visits, Ashley never offered a consistent account. Her explanations shifted depending on her mood. She moved between paranoia and charm with little transition. She seemed to trust Tyler one minute and distrust him the next. She changed her story about the road trip, the couple, and her communication with them. She declared the house was bugged. She insisted he was lying about his office. She claimed she had been misunderstood. Each version of her story contradicted the previous one, leaving Tyler with a scattered set of details that never formed a reliable picture. Tyler ultimately became the only person outside law enforcement who had extended interactions with Ashley during those critical days. She did not speak with investigators. She did not communicate with the paternal grandparents. She refused contact with her own mother. She did not answer questions from reporters. In the silence that surrounded her, Tyler's account became the sole narrative thread that connected the public to her state of mind. His testimony did not solve the mystery of where Melodee was. It did something equally important. It revealed the instability, the paranoia, and the emotional volatility that shaped Ashley's actions during the period when the truth about Melodee's disappearance should have been revealed. The events of November 6th became one of the most critical moments in the investigation, not because they answered the question of where Melodee was, but because they revealed how unstable and unpredictable Ashley Buzzard had become. According to the account given by paralegal Tyler Brewer, the encounter inside Ashley's home escalated into something he described as deeply unsettling. His description later became the basis for a criminal charge of false imprisonment, a charge that was ultimately dismissed. Yet the details of what happened inside that house remain essential to understanding the larger story. When Tyler arrived that afternoon, Ashley greeted him with suspicion rather than conversation. She had already begun questioning his identity in their earlier visits, but on this day her distrust had reached a level he had never seen before. The living room was dim and quiet. The now familiar shrine sat on the couch behind her, with the pillow dressed in Melodee's clothing watching over the room like a silent witness. Tyler tried to reassure her, but Ashley began pressing him about his intentions. She accused him of deceit. She said he was lying about his job. She claimed he was pretending to be a paralegal and that he was working undercover. Her tone had changed since their earlier conversations. This time, her voice carried a cold, deliberate rhythm that suggested she had prepared herself before he arrived. When Tyler realized the conversation was turning, he decided to leave. He stood up and walked toward the door, but Ashley moved in front of him, blocking his path. At her feet, a box cutter lay on the floor. Tyler later emphasized that she never picked it up and never threatened to use it. Yet its presence on the ground, paired with her sudden refusal to move, shifted the atmosphere instantly. She was crying without tears, laughing at moments that did not match the emotion of her words. Her face was tight. Her eyes were fixed. He said the expression reminded him of the Annabelle doll. The unpredictability of her behavior made him question not only what she might do next, but also whether logic had any place in the conversation that was unfolding. The door behind Ashley had 4 locks. This detail later became part of the evidence presented in court. Photographs showed the locking mechanisms in a vertical line. Tyler explained that Ashley used them deliberately to control whether he could leave. When he first asked to exit the house, she ignored him. He said, "I would like to leave now." She stared at him, saying nothing. He repeated the same sentence a second time, his voice still calm because he did not want to agitate her. She again refused to acknowledge his request. Finally, he said the sentence a third time. Only then did she turn toward the door. As she turned, she began speaking again. Her tone was sharp and calculated. She told him that he was being deceitful. She accused him of trying to mislead her. She claimed he had bipolar disorder. She said he was committing fraud. She warned him about legal consequences. She used her voice as a weapon, not by yelling, but by controlling the pace of the conversation in a way that made leaving impossible until she allowed it. Tyler said it felt like she was performing for someone other than him. That suspicion made sense later, when he learned she had been secretly recording the final minutes of their interaction. The audio recording, about 3 minutes long, became a central point of debate in court. In the recording, Ashley's voice is calm and steady. She speaks with an almost rehearsed quality. She tells Tyler he is lying. She says he is pretending to be someone he is not. Her speaking pattern suggests she wants the recording to show her in control. Meanwhile, Tyler can be heard asking to leave. His tone is measured, not frantic. He speaks politely, as though aware that raising his voice could escalate the situation. The audio captures keys rattling and the sound of locks being turned. What the audio does not capture is the moment when Tyler asked to leave earlier in the encounter, or the tension created by Ashley blocking the path to the door. When the case went before a judge, the details created a complex legal question. In many jurisdictions, false imprisonment requires proof that a person was held through force, intimidation, or restraint that prevented them from leaving. Tyler's testimony described intimidation. He described emotional manipulation. He described physical blocking. However, he eventually walked out of the house. There was no moment when Ashley physically grabbed him or actively threatened him. Although the presence of the box cutter created a sense of danger, Tyler acknowledged that she never raised it. The judge concluded that the evidence did not meet the threshold required to prove force. Without that element, the charge could not stand. The decision shocked those who had followed the case. Many observers believed the recording clearly showed Tyler attempting to leave. They believed the locked door and Ashley's behavior constituted a form of restraint. Yet the law required more. It required an explicit act of force, or a sustained threat that Tyler could not overcome. Because he left the house eventually, and because Ashley had not physically attacked or verbally threatened him, the court ruled that the event did not rise to the level required for a felony charge. The dismissal led to an immediate consequence. Ashley's ankle monitor was removed that same day. The removal of the monitor created a new wave of concern. Ashley had traveled across several states before without informing anyone. She had already shown signs of paranoia and instability. The monitor had been one of the only tools preventing her from leaving the area again. Once it was removed, she began moving boxes, appliances, and bags out of her house and into a vehicle. She appeared to be preparing for another relocation, one that could complicate the search for Melodee even further. Law enforcement continued to watch her movements quietly, but without the monitor, she was no longer restricted. The false imprisonment charge may have been dismissed in court, but the encounter between Tyler and Ashley left a lasting imprint on the case. It provided the only first-hand account of her emotional and psychological condition during a critical period. It revealed her volatility, her contradictions, and her deliberate efforts to control conversations about Melodee. It also demonstrated how fragile the window of opportunity was for investigators. With each passing day, Ashley gained more freedom. With each passing day, the truth about what happened to her daughter seemed to slip further out of reach. Family history often provides the most revealing context in a missing child case, not because it explains everything, but because it exposes the patterns that quietly shape a parent's decisions long before crisis strikes. In the story of Ashley Buzzard, the past does not sit in the background as a distant memory. It forms an active part of the present, influencing her choices, her fears, and the actions she took in the weeks before and after 9-year-old Melodee disappeared. The most significant piece of that history comes from Ashley's older daughter, Destiny, who is now 22 years old. Destiny was taken away from her mother when she was still a child because Ashley struggled with mental health issues. These struggles were not rumors or speculation. They were documented concerns that resulted in the loss of custody. When Tyler Brewer spoke about meeting Destiny years earlier, he confirmed she had been removed from Ashley's care for her own safety. That early removal created a fracture in the family that never healed. For anyone examining the disappearance of Melodee, this history matters because it shows that Ashley had already lived through the trauma of losing a child. She had already faced the judgment of Child Protective Services. She had already experienced the fear that comes when a parent realizes the state may intervene. When a parent carries that history into a new phase of life, especially when raising another child alone, the emotional weight of the past can affect every decision. It can create an overwhelming fear of losing control again. It can shape the way a parent responds to stress, conflict, and scrutiny. In Ashley's case, the memory of losing Destiny may have never faded. It may have become a silent warning she carried everywhere. Melodee herself had also encountered Child Protective Services at least once. Tyler mentioned that she had been taken from Ashley in the past, though he did not know the details. That detail alone added a new layer of urgency. A mother who has lost custody twice, with 2 different children, faces not only emotional turmoil, but also the fear of reaching a point of no return. That fear can manifest in unpredictable ways. It can lead someone to hide, to avoid authorities, or to create explanations that deflect responsibility. It can also lead to intense protectiveness that blurs into paranoia. Throughout their conversations, Ashley made one statement that offered a powerful glimpse into the tension she carried. She said she would rather have Melodee placed in a group home or in foster care than see her with either side of the family. This statement was not casual. It reflected deep rifts within the extended family. According to the information provided by Tyler and by journalists who spoke with relatives, Ashley had strained relationships with both her own family and Melodee's paternal relatives. She refused to speak with her mother. She refused to update Melodee's grandparents. She remained isolated from both sides, creating an environment where she had no family support system and no emotional safety net. When a parent becomes estranged from family, their world narrows. Decision-making becomes more internal, more reactive, and more influenced by personal fears. Ashley's distrust of family members did not appear suddenly. It grew out of years of conflict, resentment, and unresolved trauma. Each time she felt misunderstood or judged, those emotions reinforced her belief that she could not rely on loved ones. Over time, that belief transformed into hostility. By the time Melodee disappeared, Ashley was standing alone in every sense of the word, without trusted relatives, and without the willingness to seek help. Another factor that cannot be ignored is the loss of Melodee's father. He died in a motorcycle accident when Melodee was only 6 months old. His mother, Melodee's paternal grandmother, described him as a good man and said he passed away before he ever had a chance to know his daughter. For Melodee, his absence meant she grew up with only one parent. For Ashley, his death meant she shouldered the entire burden of raising a child while managing her own psychological challenges. Grief often shapes people in ways they do not recognize. It can make a parent cling tightly to a child. It can make them fear losing the child the same way they lost their partner. When that fear combines with mental health struggles and family estrangement, it can form a unique vulnerability. Understanding these emotional layers is essential when examining the weeks leading up to Melodee's disappearance. Ashley's behavior did not occur in a vacuum. It was influenced by a long pattern of instability, loss, and distrust. Tyler observed that she was paranoid. She believed her house was bugged. She said people were following her. She deleted her Amazon account, her bank access, and her email because she thought someone was hacking them. These behaviors were alarming, but they did not come from nowhere. They were part of a psychological landscape shaped by years of stress and unresolved trauma. One important psychological insight comes from examining what happens to a parent who has repeatedly faced the possibility of losing a child. Some individuals enter a protective mode. Others become controlling. And some enter a cycle where the possibility of separation triggers denial, avoidance, or even extreme actions meant to delay or prevent intervention. When Ashley faced the mounting pressure of a missing child investigation, she may have felt the familiar fear of losing yet another daughter. If she believed Child Protective Services would intervene, she may have reacted in a way that allowed her to maintain control, even if that control was only an illusion. This is where the concept of repeating cycles becomes significant. In some cases, individuals who have previously lost custody develop patterns intended to prevent a repeat of that loss. They might avoid authorities. They might restrict information. They might hide details. They might attempt to rewrite events to protect themselves. Ashley's shifting explanations for Melodee's disappearance, her fear of being watched, and her refusal to speak with law enforcement may all reflect this type of cycle. When Tyler pressed her for the truth, she responded with emotional theatrics, not clarity. When family members reached out, she stayed silent. When investigators asked direct questions, she shut down communication. These actions do not prove guilt. They do not explain what happened to Melodee. They do, however, reveal a psychological pattern that can shed light on Ashley's motivations. A parent who fears losing a child again may act in ways that appear irrational from the outside, but feel necessary from the inside. They may retreat from people who could help. They may create stories that shield them from scrutiny. They may resist telling the truth, because the truth threatens the fragile sense of control they have left. Ashley's statements about preferring foster care over family placement were not just expressions of anger. They reflected a worldview shaped by distrust and pain. The tension with both sides of the family created an environment where Ashley believed she had no allies. That belief, when combined with mental health issues and past trauma, may have influenced her actions in the crucial days before Melodee disappeared. In the end, the family dynamics surrounding this case do not offer a simple answer. They offer something more complex. They reveal a history marked by separation, fear, conflict, and the struggle for control. They show how the past can shape the present, how earlier losses can influence later decisions, and how cycles of instability can repeat when a person never finds a way to break them. These patterns may not tell us where Melodee is. They may not explain every contradiction in Ashley's story. But they do shed light on why Ashley behaved as she did, and how the forces of family, history, and unresolved trauma may have pushed her toward decisions that now stand at the center of this unresolved mystery. When the false imprisonment case against Ashley Buzzard reached the courtroom, many observers believed the hearing would serve as a stepping stone toward uncovering what happened to 9-year-old Melodee. They assumed the judge would consider the circumstances surrounding Melodee's disappearance, Ashley's erratic behavior, and the timeline of events leading up to the confrontation with Tyler Brewer. Instead, the opposite happened. In a move that shocked viewers following the case, the judge ordered that any mention of Melodee be strictly excluded. The ruling meant the disappearance of the child could not be referenced. Even though the encounter with Tyler occurred only weeks after Melodee was last seen and Tyler had been the only person Ashley spoke to about her daughter's whereabouts. The judge's decision rested on the structure of the legal system. The charge before the court was false imprisonment, not child endangerment or any matter connected to Melodee. To discuss Melodee would introduce information the court viewed as prejudicial rather than relevant. Judges often limit evidence if it risks influencing the verdict with emotional weight or unrelated accusations. In this case, the judge treated the two situations as completely separate, even though the public saw them as deeply intertwined. By keeping Melodee out of the discussion, the court reduced the incident with Tyler to a narrow question. Did Ashley restrain him through force or threat? Did she prevent him from leaving in a way that satisfied the legal definition of false imprisonment? When evaluated through that narrow lens, the case faltered. Tyler testified that Ashley blocked his exit twice before unlocking the door. He explained that she stood in front of him and ignored his repeated statements that he wanted to leave. He described the presence of a box cutter on the floor. He talked about her emotional instability, her laughing while crying, and her refusal to respond when he first tried to exit. Yet the recording she made, though unsettling, showed him speaking in a calm tone. He never raised his voice. He did not push past her. He eventually left the house. The judge concluded that although Ashley acted erratically, the behavior did not meet the strict standard required to prove force or threat. Without evidence that she physically restrained him or intentionally used the box cutter to intimidate him, the court dismissed the charge. This dismissal created a ripple of concern among journalists and investigators. The ankle monitor that Ashley had been required to wear after her arrest was removed immediately. Within hours, she was seen packing boxes and carrying items out of the home once again. She moved with a sense of urgency, loading appliances, bags, and containers into a waiting vehicle. In earlier footage, she had done the same thing, but this time, without the ankle monitor, she was completely free to leave the area. The removal of that device took away the only formal mechanism that allowed investigators to track her movements in real time. This led to a growing fear that Ashley might flee the state. If she disappeared from California, the search for Melodee would enter a far more complicated phase. Investigators would need to launch a multi-state manhunt. They would have to determine where she was headed, whether she had financial means, and whether she had help. Every hour she spent unmonitored increased the chances that she could vanish entirely. If she did, the one person with information about Melodee's last known location would be beyond immediate reach. Each step Ashley took toward relocation, each package she moved, each moment she closed the door and disappeared into the back of the house added weight to this possibility. Observers noted that Ashley had already traveled across several states, once without notifying anyone. She had switched routes and changed directions, while claiming she was trying to meet a couple whose identity she could not confirm. She had admitted to knowing how to obtain fake plates and suggested she had used them in the past. These details, when combined with the removal of the ankle monitor, created a scenario that experts considered extremely high risk. If Ashley decided to leave again, nothing would prevent her from doing so. Law enforcement could watch from a distance, but they no longer had a legal tether to hold her in place. Former Judge Belvin Perry, known for his work in high-profile cases, spoke publicly about the danger of that situation. He said that nothing good happens when a child disappears under a parent's care. His words carried the weight of decades of courtroom experience. He had seen cases where delays in securing information led to tragic outcomes. He had witnessed investigations where parents refused to cooperate and crucial evidence was lost. Most importantly, he understood how quickly a case can collapse when the timeline grows cold. The longer Ashley remained free to move, and the longer the whereabouts of Melodee remained unknown, the harder it would become to resolve the case. The concern was not theoretical. Families who lose children often have clear, consistent explanations and work closely with investigators. In this situation, Ashley provided shifting stories, refused communication, dismantled her digital accounts, and began packing her belongings repeatedly. These were not the actions of a parent desperate to find a missing child. They resembled the actions of someone trying to control information or distance themselves from a growing investigation. Each contradiction in her statements, each moment of paranoia, and each box moved into a truck contributed to a sense that the situation was moving toward a dangerous turning point. If Ashley fled, the next phase would be unpredictable. Investigators would need to trace her purchases, her vehicles, her contacts, and any financial resources she might access. The search for Melodee would slow significantly because the primary source of information would no longer be accessible. A manhunt across state lines requires cooperation between agencies, coordination of resources and time. During that time, critical leads can fade, physical evidence can degrade, people forget details, surveillance footage is overwritten, witnesses move or become unreachable. The passage of time becomes an enemy. The court's refusal to connect the false imprisonment case with Melodee's disappearance was rooted in legal procedure, not investigative logic. Yet the practical effect of that decision was clear. Without the ability to consider the larger context, the court treated Ashley as a defendant in a minor charge rather than a central figure in a missing child case. The dismissal removed oversight at the moment when oversight was most needed. It created a vacuum where Ashley, already unstable and unpredictable, regained the freedom to relocate without consequence. The community understood the implications immediately. Neighbors had watched for weeks as ghost cars, belonging to investigators, sat along the street. They had seen Ashley move items from her house at odd hours. They had heard her speak through closed doors, without revealing anything about her daughter. When the ankle monitor disappeared from her leg, their concern grew. They knew that if Ashley left, Melodee's chance of being found would shrink dramatically. The pressure on investigators intensified. They continued to watch the property. They continued to monitor movements. Yet they could not intervene unless Ashley committed another crime or unless new evidence emerged that justified a different charge. This left the case suspended in a dangerous balance. Ashley was free to move, free to pack, free to travel, and free to maintain silence. Judge Perry's warning served as a final reminder of the stakes. When a child goes missing under the care of a parent who refuses to talk, every hour matters. In this case, the judge's ruling had removed the one safeguard that ensured Ashley stayed within reach. The question now lingered over the entire community. If she walked out of that house tomorrow, would Melodee ever be found? The question that now hangs over this case is both simple and devastating. Where is Melodee? For 46 days, investigators, reporters, neighbors, and viewers across the country have searched for answers, yet every lead seems to circle back to the same point. The last confirmed sighting of 9-year-old Melodee was on October 9th, captured on surveillance footage as she walked beside her mother. One day later, on October 10th, Ashley returned home without her. There has not been a single confirmed sighting of Melodee since that evening. From that moment forward, the timeline becomes a trail of contradictions, unanswered questions, and behaviors that deepen the mystery instead of clarifying it. The span between October 10th and the weeks that followed is marked by events that investigators still struggle to understand. During those 46 days, Ashley displayed a pattern of behavior that raised every possible concern among professionals trained to evaluate risk. She changed her appearance dramatically. She wore heavy makeup and wigs. She deleted her Amazon account, her email, and her banking access. She claimed her house was bugged. She said people were hacking her accounts. She moved boxes in and out of her home. She purchased flat-pack boxes, packed appliances, received deliveries of wigs and clothes, and filled a U-Haul truck with belongings. At the same time, she refused to give investigators any coherent explanation for where her daughter was. Despite the bizarre and erratic behavior, the timeline remains anchored by several immovable facts. No one besides Ashley claims to have seen Melodee after the 9th. The couple from the zoo, the people Ashley says she trusted with her daughter, has never been identified. There is no phone number to track. There is no text conversation to examine. There is no address to visit. There is no surveillance footage placing Melodee in Utah, Nevada, or Nebraska. There is no witness who saw Ashley hand a child to anyone. The only detail linking Melodee to this mysterious couple is Ashley's inconsistent story, a story that shifted over time and contradicted itself in multiple key places. Ashley told Tyler that Melodee would call her once she reached her new location. That call never came. As of early November, Tyler told investigators there had been no communication of any kind. By late November, more than 6 weeks after the alleged handoff, the silence remained unbroken. In cases involving missing children, silence is one of the most significant indicators of danger. Children placed with trusted caregivers call. They FaceTime, they leave messages. If Melodee were safe, someone would have reached out. Yet the phone remained quiet. Throughout this period, the FBI and state investigators monitored Ashley closely. Ghost cars appeared outside her home at night. Agents watched from a distance as she moved boxes and avoided the front of the house. They listened for clues. They waited for a misstep. But despite their efforts, no new evidence surfaced to reveal where Melodee might be. The surveillance provided insight into Ashley's state of mind, but it did not bring investigators closer to finding the missing child. As the days passed, investigators began to examine possible scenarios, not to declare a conclusion, but to understand the range of outcomes that could explain the silence and the contradictions. These scenarios were not accusations. They were investigative frameworks, necessary in a case where the central witness refused to speak. The first scenario considered was that Melodee might be alive and staying with a third party. This would mean Ashley left her daughter with someone she knew but refuses to name. If true, the silence might be a result of fear, guilt, or a desire to avoid child protective services. Yet this possibility grows harder to support with each passing day, especially because the community and authorities have received no sign of communication from Melodee or any unknown caretaker. The second scenario was that Melodee was hidden intentionally to prevent intervention from child protective services. Both Ashley's older daughter and Melodee herself had previously been involved in CPS cases. The fear of losing custody again, combined with Ashley's deteriorating mental state and distrust of family, might have driven her to keep Melodee out of sight. If she believed that CPS or relatives were preparing to intervene, she might have taken drastic steps to prevent that outcome. Such cases often involve relatives or acquaintances who quietly shelter a child at the parent's request. However, the absence of any movement or attempt to confirm Melodee's safety casts doubt on this scenario. The third scenario explored by investigators was the possibility of trafficking. This is a grim angle, and it is not presented as a claim, but as one investigative pathway. Ashley's shifting story, her cross-state travel, her lack of contact information, and her comments about meeting a couple with a child have parallels to known trafficking cases. If Ashley was manipulated or coerced, or if she acted under duress or desperation, it could explain her refusal to speak. Yet there is no confirmed evidence that Melodee was trafficked, and investigators have not verified any third-party involvement. The fourth and most painful scenario is that Melodee may no longer be alive. This is not a conclusion. It is a possibility that investigators must consider when a child disappears and the parent refuses to provide information. The absence of sightings, the contradictions in Ashley's statements, and the psychological instability she displayed have raised the darkest questions. When Tyler asked Ashley directly whether she trafficked Melodee or harmed her, Ashley cried but did not answer. Her silence was not denial. It was simply silence. Investigators listen closely to what people say. They listen even more closely to what people refuse to say. At this stage of the investigation, the question of Melodee's fate remains unresolved. Each scenario carries its own weight. Each one demands evidence that has not yet emerged. Investigators continue to review old surveillance footage, hoping someone captured a detail that has been overlooked. They ask residents to check cameras from early October, even if the footage seems irrelevant. They encourage drivers to recall strange sightings, unusual vehicles, or abandoned belongings along the highways between California, Utah, Nevada, and Nebraska. They remind people that even small details can become breakthroughs. The search for Melodee has become a collective effort, and the community's involvement is essential. Anyone with knowledge of suspicious activity, unknown vehicles, or movements near Ashley's home during early October is urged to come forward. In cases like this, answers often come from unexpected sources. A neighbor remembers a detail. A store clerk recalls a conversation. A driver reviews old dash cam footage. Every piece matters. The final message echoes across all discussions of this case. Until Ashley speaks, Melodee remains silent.
Hi, how are you? Good. Is everything okay?
Yeah,
We had a call. There's a lot of noise coming from your apartment.
they're always calling.
Okay.
Everything's good though.
Everyone's alright?
Yes.
Is anyone else home with you?
Just the babies and my boyfriend.
Okay. Is your boyfriend here?
Yeah.
Can I speak with him?
Babe! Babe!
Investigators say the adults started staying in hotels before Jacqueline's body was moved in a storage bin lined with trash bags, sheets, and even a white powder to mask the odor. Neighbors told police they often heard arguing, screams, and banging coming from the apartment, even calling 911 on more than one occasion. One neighbor said they heard a woman threaten to, quote, break someone's neck. Another reported a scream, something heavy falling, and Carla yelling, stop.
Then months later, in January of 2025, DCF was investigating allegations concerning Jacqueline's younger sibling. In a statement, DCF wrote in part, Ms. Garcia stated at the time of our investigation that Jacqueline was being homeschooled and staying temporarily out of state with a relative. In response, DCF conducted a video call with the person who mother claimed to be Jacqueline, but again, police believe Jacqueline had been dead by then, so it's unclear who they actually spoke with.
How could a loving mother starve her 12-year-old daughter to death while fooling child welfare with a fake video call? In October 2025, police unearthed Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia's skeletal remains, just 26 pounds, in a taped up tote hidden behind an abandoned house, concealed for over a year by her family who zipped, tied her as punishment and moved her body like luggage. As suspects shift blame and DCF's failures unravel, this chilling tale exposes a web of neglect, deception, and systemic betrayal that let a child vanish in plain sight. What horrors lurk behind closed doors? On October 8, 2025, an anonymous 911 call led police to a chilling discovery in New Britain, Connecticut. Behind an abandoned house, officers found a large plastic storage tote sealed shut with tape and trash bags. Inside were the remains of 12-year-old Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia, a girl who had not been seen in public for more than a year. The scene was haunting. Detectives immediately sensed this was not a recent death. The condition of the body suggested that Jacqueline had died long before she was found, most likely around September 2024. Investigators quickly realized that this was not a simple case of disappearance, but one of sustained neglect and deliberate concealment. The tote, lined with sheets and powder meant to suppress odor, revealed a desperate attempt to hide what had happened. Nearby residents told police they had seen suspicious activity in the days before the discovery, a man dropping off a bin late at night and leaving quickly. What seemed like a routine call about suspicious dumping became the start of a homicide investigation that would shake the community of New Britain and raise painful questions about how such a tragedy could go unnoticed for so long. The autopsy findings were devastating. The medical examiner determined that Jacqueline had not died from external injuries or sudden trauma. Instead, she succumbed to severe and prolonged malnutrition. Her body weighed just 26 to 27 pounds, less than half of what a healthy child her age should weigh. Her muscles had wasted away, her bones were protruding, and her skin had adhered tightly to them, a textbook sign of starvation over time. The examiner noted no recent fractures or bruises that could explain a sudden death, concluding instead that Jacqueline had slowly deteriorated, her body shutting down after weeks, perhaps months, without adequate food or care. The level of malnutrition suggested a prolonged pattern of neglect rather than an isolated event. Jacqueline's body told a silent but clear story. She had been deprived of the most basic human needs for an extended period. There were no signs of medical treatment, no evidence that anyone had tried to save her. It was as if she had vanished not only from her community, but from the very concern of the adults who were supposed to protect her. As detectives began reconstructing the timeline, they uncovered disturbing inconsistencies surrounding Jacqueline's final year of life. She had been withdrawn from school in August 2024 under the pretense of being homeschooled. From that moment on, no teacher, neighbor, or social worker laid eyes on her again. Records showed no doctor's visits, no school attendance, and no verified check-ins from the Department of Children and Families, despite prior involvement with the household. It was as if Jacqueline had been erased, living in silence behind the closed doors of a home already known for domestic disputes and noise complaints. Neighbors later reported hearing screams, loud arguments, and heavy thuds coming from the family's apartment during the months Jacqueline was believed to still be alive. Police had even responded to noise complaints multiple times at the Farmington address between late 2024 and early 2025. Body cam footage from one of those visits showed officers chatting calmly with a pregnant woman and her boyfriend at the door, completely unaware that a child's body might have been hidden somewhere inside. The couple appeared polite, even lighthearted, assuring officers that everything was fine and that the neighbors were simply overreacting to noise. The officers left moments later, wishing them a Merry Christmas. This footage, released months after the discovery, now carries an unbearable weight. It is haunting to watch, knowing that somewhere within that same apartment, Jacqueline's body may already have been lying cold in the basement. The casual tone of the conversation, the smiles, the laughter underscored how convincingly normal life can appear on the surface, even when unthinkable cruelty is taking place just a few feet away. For investigators, every new detail deepened the sense of horror. They pieced together evidence suggesting that Jacqueline's death had been concealed for months before her body was finally moved. At some point in early 2025, the family left the Farmington apartment and relocated to New Britain, reportedly taking the tote containing Jacqueline's remains with them. The choice to transport and hide the body in a different city pointed to deliberate intent rather than panic or confusion. The discovery in October 2025 therefore became not just a case of child neglect, but a window into something far darker, an extended pattern of isolation, deception, and systemic failure. Jacqueline's story was no longer about a single moment of violence. It was about a slow erasure, the way a child can disappear behind layers of silence, bureaucracy, and denial. As the investigation expanded, police began retracing every missed opportunity: the school that failed to follow up after her withdrawal, the social workers who accepted a video call as proof she was alive, the neighbors who heard screams but assumed it was just another argument. Each revelation painted a larger picture of how Jacqueline's suffering went unnoticed for so long. Her body had been hidden for over a year, but the truth could not stay buried forever. The scene in New Britain marked the end of that silence. It became the moment when a forgotten child was finally seen again, not as a missing name in a file, but as a victim whose story demanded answers. This discovery set the stage for what came next: a search for accountability, a reconstruction of the events leading up to Jacqueline's final days, and a look into the family dynamics that turned a home into a place of horror. The next chapter in this investigation begins with one question that would haunt everyone who came across the case: how did an entire community, a network of systems, and even her own family allow a 12-year-old girl to disappear without a trace? Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia, a 12-year-old girl, lived with her mother, Carla Garcia, her mother's boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her siblings. Before moving in with her mother, Mimi had been raised by her paternal grandparents, Patricia and Felix Delgado, who provided her with love and care. However, in 2022, after a long custody battle, Carla won back full custody of her two daughters, including Mimi. Patricia and Felix lost all rights to see their grandchildren, including Jacqueline, which strained the family dynamics. This sudden change brought Mimi and her younger sister back into the care of a mother who would eventually become a source of unimaginable pain and suffering. Carla's relationship with her children seemed to be strained from the outset. She had a history of unstable relationships, and her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, would play a significant role in what would later become a nightmare for Mimi. After regaining custody, Carla moved her children into an apartment in Farmington, Connecticut, where they lived with Jonathan. The family appeared outwardly normal, but beneath the surface, Mimi began to face increasing hardship. From 2024 onward, Carla and Jonathan began subjecting Mimi to a life of cruelty and neglect. The mistreatment escalated to the point where Mimi was physically restrained by zip ties and forced to stay in a corner of a room for hours on end. Carla and Jonathan would often use the zip ties as a form of punishment, essentially imprisoning Mimi in a corner whenever they deemed her behavior unacceptable. This treatment was not a one-time occurrence, but rather a regular part of her daily life. Mimi's ability to speak out or escape the torment was severely limited by her isolation from the outside world. In the summer of 2024, Mimi attempted to escape the unbearable mistreatment. She tried to run away twice, desperate to find a way out of the nightmarish situation at home. Both times, however, she was caught and brought back by family members. These failed attempts only increased the intensity of the mistreatment she suffered. Instead of receiving help or sympathy, Mimi faced more confinement and was punished for trying to escape. The emotional and psychological toll of this mistreatment compounded the physical suffering she was enduring. By the fall of 2024, the mistreatment reached its tragic conclusion. Carla and Jonathan had stopped feeding Mimi for 2 weeks. She was deprived of both food and water, her body wasting away from the lack of nourishment. The couple's deliberate starvation of Mimi resulted in her death, likely in September of that year. The decision to let Mimi die from malnutrition was not a momentary lapse, but a cruel and sustained form of punishment. She had been a victim of neglect and violence for months, and the final weeks of her life were marked by an agonizing slow death. Despite her cries and the obvious signs of distress, no one intervened, and no one came to her aid. Once Mimi died, the family faced a difficult decision how to cover up their crime. Rather than report her death or seek help, Carla and Jonathan chose to hide the body. They concealed her remains in the basement of their home in Farmington, a grim indication that they had no intention of letting anyone know what had truly happened. The decomposition of Mimi's body, however, created an unbearable stench that forced the family to take action. Unable to bear the smell, Carla and Jonathan decided to move, and in March 2025, they relocated to a new apartment in New Britain. But the body of their daughter did not stay behind. They took Mimi's remains with them, hiding her in a plastic tote, presumably hoping that the body would not be discovered. Despite the family's best efforts to cover their tracks, the truth eventually emerged. On October 8, 2025, a crucial phone call from an anonymous tipster led police to the discovery of Mimi's body in the abandoned house in New Britain. The tipster had witnessed suspicious activity, seeing Jonathan Nanita transporting a large tote and placing it at the vacant property. The police followed up on the lead and discovered the body, which had been hidden for over a year. The condition of the remains confirmed what investigators had suspected. Mimi had been dead for a long time, and her body had been moved from one hiding place to another in a futile attempt to keep the truth from coming out. The discovery of Mimi's body sparked a full investigation into the circumstances surrounding her death. The police quickly uncovered the horrific mistreatment and neglect she had suffered at the hands of her own family. The fact that she had been hidden for so long, and that no one had reported her missing, was a tragic commentary on the failures of the people who should have been responsible for her care and protection. The call that had led to the discovery of her body was the catalyst that finally brought the truth to light. But it was a truth that had been buried in secrecy for far too long. The case of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia is one of the most heartbreaking examples of child exploitation and neglect. It serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of family secrecy and the critical importance of vigilance in child welfare. Despite the presence of family members, social workers, and even neighbors who may have suspected something was wrong, Mimi's suffering went unnoticed until it was too late. Her tragic end, concealed for so long, is a profound loss, not only for her immediate family, but for the community at large. As the investigation continues, and as the perpetrators face justice, the story of Jacqueline serves as a call to action. It underscores the need for stronger protections for children, more rigorous oversight of homeschooled children, and a greater emphasis on reporting suspected abuse. Mimi's story is a tragic one, but it is one that demands to be heard, not just as a tale of sorrow, but as a powerful reminder of the need for change. In the tragic case of Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia, the relationship between Mimi and her mother, Carla Garcia, is a key factor that helps explain the neglect and mistreatment that ultimately led to Mimi's death. A popular hypothesis surrounding the case suggests that Carla's feelings of frustration and resentment toward her daughter, particularly as Jacqueline began to mature and display behaviors that Carla deemed unacceptable, may have played a significant role in the escalating violence, Carla's custody battle, and her eventual gain of full custody of Jacqueline and her younger sister in 2022 marked a critical point in their relationship. Before this, Mimi had been living with her paternal grandparents, Patricia and Felix Delgado, who had raised her with love and stability. However, in a legal battle for custody, Carla won the right to bring her daughters back into her home, a decision that drastically changed the dynamics of their family life. This shift in custody may have been the beginning of the strain between mother and daughter. Mimi, who had been accustomed to the care and attention of her grandparents, was now thrust into a home with her mother, a woman with whom she had a strained and tumultuous relationship. The tension between them seems to have gradually worsened as Carla tried to assert control over Mimi and her younger sister. This change in environment, moving from the stability of her grandparents' home to a more unpredictable and volatile one, could have been deeply upsetting for Jacqueline. The custody battle, which had already created a rift between Carla and her parents, also likely contributed to Carla's frustration and resentment toward her daughter. As Mimi grew older, particularly in 2024, she began to exhibit behaviors that Carla found increasingly difficult to manage. This is where the theory of growing conflict comes into play. Like many adolescents, Jacqueline began to assert her independence. She likely exhibited behaviors common in pre-teens: rebellion, challenging authority, and the desire to test boundaries. These behaviors, including defying rules, getting into arguments, and possibly showing signs of wanting to form her own identity outside of her mother's control, may have caused Carla significant distress. One of the critical factors in the dynamics between Carla and Jacqueline appears to be the emotional burden that Carla may have felt. As a mother, Carla was responsible for the care and upbringing of her children. However, as her daughter began to display what Carla may have considered unruly behavior, the responsibilities of motherhood likely became overwhelming. In particular, Carla's ability to manage Jacqueline's behavior may have been compromised by her personal frustrations with motherhood and possibly the stress from her relationship with her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita. Carla's frustration was likely compounded by Jacqueline's resistance to the rules Carla set. Reports suggest that Jacqueline was often perceived as difficult by her mother. This perception might have grown as Jacqueline continued to challenge authority figures, such as hitting her siblings and defying family rules. In Carla's mind, this rebellious behavior could have been seen not as typical adolescent defiance, but as a personal affront, a challenge to her authority and ability to control her children. The sense of being unable to manage her daughter, coupled with the emotional and psychological burden of motherhood, may have led Carla to increasingly view Jacqueline as a burden, rather than a child in need of support and guidance. Additionally, the tension between Carla and her boyfriend Jonathan may have exacerbated her frustrations. A common pattern in abusive relationships is the influence that one partner can have over the other. It's possible that Jonathan, who was reportedly abusive toward Carla and her children, could have further manipulated Carla's perception of her daughter. Jonathan's potential influence over Carla could have shaped her feelings of resentment toward Mimi, turning small misbehaviors into exaggerated offenses in her mind. Jonathan's attitude toward Jacqueline may have mirrored Carla's frustrations, leading them to both treat Mimi as less than human, rather than seeing her as a child who was struggling with her own feelings of displacement, confusion, and fear. In the case of Jacqueline, It appears that Carla may have begun using increasingly severe methods to deal with her frustrations. As the relationship between Carla and Jacqueline became more strained, so too did the severity of the punishments. One of the most disturbing aspects Mimi endured was the repeated use of zip ties to restrain her. According to reports, Jacqueline was tied up with zip ties and made to stand or sit in a corner for extended periods as punishment for behaviors that Carla deemed unacceptable. The use of physical restraints like zip ties suggests not just a breakdown in maternal care, but a conscious decision to treat her daughter with cruelty as a form of control. The punishments may have started as simple reprimands, but quickly escalated to much more abusive tactics. Carla, along with Jonathan, appears to have regularly confined Jacqueline to a corner, restricting her movement and treating her as if she were an inconvenience. Withholding food became a regular form of punishment, further reinforcing the view that Carla saw Jacqueline as a burden to be controlled, rather than as a child who needed guidance and emotional support. The emotional neglect coupled with the physical aggression would have been devastating for a young girl, especially one who had already experienced significant upheaval in her life due to the custody battle and the loss of her grandparents. By 2024, Carla's treatment of Jacqueline had clearly crossed a line. The decision to stop feeding Jacqueline for 2 weeks leading up to her death suggests a deliberate choice to punish and control her through starvation. The fact that she was kept in such a state for an extended period indicates that Carla may have felt no compassion or empathy for her daughter, only resentment and frustration. The choice to starve Jacqueline was not a momentary lapse in judgment, but rather a sustained act of cruelty, one that ultimately led to Jacqueline's tragic death. At its core, the relationship between Carla and Jacqueline seems to be one marked by emotional and psychological breakdowns. Carla's resentment toward her daughter, fueled by perceived rebellion, emotional exhaustion, and external pressures, evolved into a form of neglect and maltreatment. In her mind, Jacqueline was no longer seen as a vulnerable child in need of care, but as a source of constant frustration. Carla's inability to manage her emotions and frustrations led to her decision to inflict harm on her daughter, using starvation and physical restraints as forms of punishment. The mental and emotional toll of motherhood, particularly in the context of an abusive relationship and the stress of losing custody of her children, likely exacerbated Carla's sense of powerlessness. This powerlessness, coupled with Jonathan's influence, could have caused Carla to rationalize her actions toward Jacqueline, even as those actions became more extreme. Jacqueline Torres Garcia seems to have been a product of deep-rooted family conflict, frustration, and an inability to see her daughter as a child in need of care. Carla's increasing resentment, coupled with Jonathan's abusive influence, created an environment in which Jacqueline was viewed as a burden rather than a beloved child. This warped perception led to increasingly cruel forms of punishment, culminating in starvation and neglect. Jacqueline's death highlights the catastrophic consequences of family dysfunction and the emotional toll it can take on both parents and children. Carla's treatment of her daughter may have stemmed from her own unresolved emotional struggles, but it is clear that the cycle of exploitation was perpetuated by a failure to recognize the needs of a child and the responsibility of a mother to care for her offspring. Jonathan Anita, the boyfriend of Carla Garcia, played a pivotal role in the tragic and disturbing events leading up to the death of 12-year-old Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia. His influence in the family, particularly over Carla, is a critical element in understanding how the violation unfolded and how Jacqueline's death was concealed. A central hypothesis regarding Jonathan's involvement is that he exerted significant control over Carla, manipulating her into participating in the abusive behavior that ultimately led to Jacqueline's death. Jonathan's role appears to have been both active and influential. As the boyfriend of Carla, he likely held significant power in the household, which is not uncommon in abusive relationships. A hypothesis that arises from the investigation is that Jonathan's manipulative tactics may have contributed to the way Carla treated her daughter. Jonathan may have pressured or coerced Carla into inflicting harm on Jacqueline, particularly by encouraging or even directing the abusive acts. This dynamic of control, where one partner exerts power over the other, is a common trait in cases of intimate partner violence. It's possible that Carla, already struggling with emotional and mental challenges, was vulnerable to Jonathan's influence. His role in this wasn't just one of passive observation but active participation. He reportedly played a central role in the decision to physically restrain Jacqueline with zip ties and withhold food from her. Jonathan's influence may have created a toxic environment where Carla felt compelled to follow his lead, escalating the maltreatment to lethal levels. There are indications that Jonathan may have also manipulated Carla's perceptions of her daughter. Jacqueline, by her nature as a pre-adolescent, would naturally begin to push against the rules set by her mother, especially after the traumatic experiences of being removed from her grandparents' home and placed under Carla's custody. Jonathan may have reinforced Carla's frustration with Jacqueline, framing her behavior as an insurmountable challenge, thus justifying the harsh treatment she received. It's crucial to understand that violence often thrives in environments where one partner isolates the other from outside support, convincing them that their actions are justified or even necessary. In this case, it seems that Jonathan may have capitalized on Carla's vulnerabilities to instigate and perpetuate a cycle of exploitation against Jacqueline. When Jonathan was first interrogated by police following the discovery of Jacqueline's body, he initially denied any involvement in the death or concealment of the body. Like many perpetrators of crime, Jonathan's first instinct was likely to protect himself by distancing himself from the event. His initial responses were evasive, offering vague and contradictory statements. Jonathan claimed that he had no knowledge of the body in the tote, which he later acknowledged having helped move at Carla's request. His reluctance to admit any wrongdoing at first is typical of those trying to deflect blame. However, as the investigation continued and evidence mounted, Jonathan's story began to shift. Faced with mounting proof, he eventually admitted to helping dispose of the body, but continued to downplay his role, painting himself as merely a passive actor who was following orders from Carla. This tactic of shifting responsibility to Carla can be seen as part of his strategy to avoid facing the consequences of his actions. By portraying himself as an obedient participant rather than a primary actor, Jonathan aimed to minimize his culpability, distancing himself from the gruesome crime. Jonathan's changing narrative, from outright denial to partial admission, exposes a significant lack of transparency in his statements. The fact that he initially denied knowing about the body, only to later admit that he had helped conceal it, speaks volumes about his unwillingness to take responsibility for his actions. His attempt to pass the blame onto Carla is indicative of a self-preserving instinct, where he sought to avoid direct blame for the crime, while still admitting his involvement to some extent. This shifting story reveals a deeper pattern of dishonesty and manipulation, as Jonathan carefully tailored his statements to protect himself while offering just enough information to stay out of direct legal consequences. Jonathan's contradictory statements are not just a reflection of his individual actions, but also a representation of the manipulative dynamic between him and Carla. From what has been gathered in the investigation, it is clear that Carla was not acting in isolation. Jonathan, as her boyfriend, played a pivotal role in shaping her actions. He not only participated in this, but also facilitated the cover-up of her death. This dynamic highlights how abusive relationships often involve one partner manipulating the other, particularly when the victim is emotionally or psychologically vulnerable. Carla's repeated shifting of responsibility for Jacqueline's death onto Jonathan further illuminates the toxic relationship between them. While Carla's own actions are deeply troubling, it is crucial to understand how Jonathan's influence may have shaped her decisions. His ability to manipulate her emotions, particularly her feelings of fear and insecurity, seems to have played a major role in her compliance with the masseuse. The fact that Carla felt compelled to withhold food and participate in the restraint of her daughter, despite the severe consequences, suggests that Jonathan's manipulation went beyond mere encouragement. It likely involved coercion, fear, and control. The contradictions in Jonathan's testimony and his inability to take full responsibility for his actions reflect his efforts to minimize his guilt and evade punishment. His shifting narrative denying involvement initially, admitting to helping dispose of the body, and then blaming Carla reveals his manipulative nature. Jonathan's focus on deflecting blame to Carla, even as he acknowledged his own role in moving the body, suggests a deliberate attempt to obscure the truth. This dynamic of shifting blame is common in perpetrators of mistreatment who want to avoid facing the full consequences of their actions while still participating in the cover-up. As the investigation progressed, Jonathan's evolving story was scrutinized, and the inconsistencies in his statements became evident. His failure to fully account for his actions, even after admitting partial involvement, speaks to his reluctance to face the severity of his role in Jacqueline's death. This reluctance to be honest and transparent reflects a broader pattern of evasion and manipulation, highlighting Jonathan's lack of remorse and his desire to avoid the consequences of his actions. Jonathan Nanita's role in the misuse and death of Jacqueline Torres Garcia is complex and disturbing. His behavior, including his attempts to manipulate Carla, his contradictory statements, and his failure to take full responsibility for the crime, reveals a man who was not only complicit in the exploitation, but actively participated in hiding the truth. The manipulative dynamic between him and Carla, combined with the failure of the child welfare system to intervene, allowed this tragedy to unfold in the most horrific of ways. Jonathan's shifting story and lack of accountability underscore the need for thorough investigation and transparency in cases of child neglect and harm, as well as the importance of holding all parties involved in such crimes fully accountable for their actions. The failure of the DCF to protect Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia is one of the most significant and tragic aspects of this case. Despite the agency's involvement with the family in the past, DCF failed to intervene when Mimi was removed from school and subsequently disappeared from the public eye. This oversight allowed the mistreatment and neglect to escalate unchecked, ultimately leading to her death. The case sheds light on critical weaknesses within the child protection system and raises important questions about how children in vulnerable situations can slip through the cracks of an agency designed to safeguard their well-being. The DCF is entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring the safety and well-being of children in homes where there are concerns about neglect or other forms of harm. In Jacqueline's case, DCF had previously been involved with the family, conducting regular check-ins to monitor the children's safety. However, the agency's failure to intervene in a timely and effective manner once Mimi was withdrawn from school and her whereabouts became unclear is a glaring lapse in the system. In August 2024, Carla Garcia decided to withdraw Mimi from school, claiming that she would be homeschooled. At that moment, a red flag should have been raised, as it is unusual for a child who had previously attended public school to suddenly be removed from the system without any formal documentation or oversight. However, DCF did not follow up adequately, and no one outside the family knew about Jacqueline's sudden absence. The failure to check on Mimi's status after she was withdrawn from school allowed the mistreatment to continue without any outside intervention. Had DCF been more proactive in its monitoring of the family, especially after the withdrawal from school, the signs of cruelty and neglect might have been discovered earlier. In fact, it wasn't until more than a year later, when Jacqueline's body was discovered, that the system realized that something was terribly wrong. This lack of follow-up combined with the absence of in-person visits or any serious investigation into the family's claims left Mimi vulnerable to further misuse and ultimately led to her death. One of the most tragic aspects of this case is the fact that DCF had previous interactions with the family, but no one acted on the warning signs. Jacqueline had been living with her mother and her mother's boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, since Carla regained custody in 2022. While DCF had been involved with the family, conducting regular check-ins and ensuring that the children were seen by medical providers, the agency ultimately closed the case in September 2022. DCF deemed the family environment stable and the children to be well cared for, which was, in hindsight, a gross misjudgment. when Jacqueline was withdrawn from school 2 years later, no one thought to question why she was no longer attending school or to follow up on the status of her well-being. The fact that DCF failed to monitor the family closely after this decision left the door open for misuse to escalate. Carla's claim that Mimi was being homeschooled went unquestioned, and the lack of physical visits or direct assessments allowed the family to conceal the truth about Mimi's condition. Had DCF conducted a more thorough investigation or made a concerted effort to confirm Mimi's whereabouts, it is possible that would have been stopped before it reached its fatal conclusion. The moment Mimi was pulled from school should have triggered a series of follow-up actions, including a visit from DCF to verify the homeschooling arrangement and to ensure that the child was safe and being cared for appropriately. This was a critical point where the system could have intervened. Instead, DCF accepted the story presented by Carla and did not pursue further checks. As a result, Mimi disappeared from view, and the agency did not inquire further about her status. This lack of thorough monitoring by DCF reflects a systemic problem, one that prioritizes convenience and documentation over the actual safety and well-being of children. In fact, the case went unnoticed for an entire year after Mimi was withdrawn from school. During this time, she was subjected to horrific cruelty and neglect, and her family moved homes, taking her body with them when they relocated to New Britain in early 2025. The fact that DCF failed to notice her absence or check in on her at any point during this period is a clear indication of how deeply flawed the system can be. While DCF may have been aware of the family's history, their failure to properly follow up on Mimi's situation allowed it to escalate, ultimately leading to her tragic death. One of the most shocking moments in the case came when DCF, in an attempt to verify Mimi's well-being, arranged a video call with Carla in early 2025. During this call, Carla presented a younger sibling in place of Jacqueline, hoping to deceive the caseworker into believing that Mimi was alive and well. The fact that DCF accepted the video call as sufficient proof of Mimi's safety is both alarming and disturbing. The agency's failure to ask for a more thorough verification, such as requesting to see all children in the household, left them vulnerable to manipulation. Moreover, this incident highlights another failure of DCF, the agency's over-reliance on remote communication methods, such as video calls, rather than in-person visits. While video calls can be a helpful tool, they are not a substitute for physically seeing and assessing the child. In this case, DCF failed to properly investigate and question the inconsistencies in Carla's claims, allowing her to successfully cover up the misuse. The agency's lack of due diligence in this instance directly contributed to the prolonged suffering and death of Jacqueline. Another factor contributing to the failure of DCF in this case is the lack of external oversight. While DCF had interactions with the family, neighbors also reported hearing troubling sounds from the household, including screams, banging, and threats. In fact, neighbors had called 911 on multiple occasions to report the loud disturbances coming from the apartment where Carla and Jonathan lived. Yet, these calls did not result in any immediate intervention, and no follow-up was conducted. This failure to address these concerns, coupled with the lack of timely action by DCF, meant that Jacqueline's suffering went unnoticed by both the authorities and the community. Had neighbors, family members, or even community members acted more proactively by reporting the disturbing noises and intervening sooner, it is possible that Mimi's death could have been prevented. The absence of a coordinated effort from both social services and the community allowed it to continue unchecked. The failure of DCF to intervene, in this case, highlights a critical need for systemic reform in child welfare services. Jacqueline's story is a tragic reminder that the safety and well-being of children cannot be left to chance. DCF's lack of follow-up, reliance on questionable evidence, such as video calls, and failure to ask the right questions or make physical visits allowed this tragedy to unfold. Reform is needed to ensure that agencies like DCF take more proactive steps to monitor the safety of children, particularly those who are withdrawn from school or appear to be isolated. There must be a system in place that ensures in-person visits, frequent follow-ups, and comprehensive evaluations of the family's living conditions. Additionally, There needs to be more coordination between various agencies and the community to identify warning signs and intervene before a child's situation escalates to the point of death. In the case of Jacqueline Torres Garcia, the failure of DCF to act when signs of cruelty and neglect were evident ultimately led to a tragic and preventable death. The agency's lack of thorough monitoring, reliance on unverified claims, and failure to investigate discrepancies in the family's story contributed to the prolonged suffering and eventual death of a young girl. This case serves as a call to action for stronger child protection measures, more rigorous oversight, and a more proactive approach to identifying and addressing signs of exploitation. The investigation into the death of 12-year-old Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia revealed a horrifying web of lies, denial, and deliberate deception among the three primary suspects: her mother, Carla Garcia, her mother's boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, and her aunt, Jacqueline Garcia. Each of them played a role in the events that led to Mimi's suffering, death, and the subsequent cover-up that kept her disappearance hidden for more than a year. What emerged from their statements was a disturbing pattern of shifting blame, contradictory stories, and an undeniable effort to conceal the truth. When the investigation began following the discovery of Mimi's body in October 2025, all three suspects initially denied knowing anything about her death. Carla Garcia, the central figure and the child's mother, was the first to be questioned. At first, she insisted that Jacqueline was fine, claiming that her daughter was visiting a friend, and that there must have been some mistake. She appeared shocked when police informed her that her daughter's body had been found, feigning ignorance and confusion. However, as investigators pressed her with evidence including the timeline of Mimi's disappearance and testimony from neighbors, Carla's story began to unravel. In her later interviews, Carla shifted her account, blaming her boyfriend, Jonathan Nanita, for Jacqueline's death. She claimed that an argument had erupted between her and her daughter, during which Jacqueline allegedly pushed her down a flight of stairs. According to Carla, this incident provoked Jonathan, who became enraged and assaulted the girl. She stated that Jonathan kicked Jacqueline in the head and dragged her away, after which she never saw her daughter again. This version of events painted Carla as a bystander, a frightened mother who had lost control of a volatile situation caused by her abusive partner. But when investigators confronted her with the autopsy results, which showed no recent trauma or head injury, Carla changed her story again. This time, she admitted that she and Jonathan had tied Jacqueline up using zip ties and withheld food from her for 2 weeks as punishment for her behavior. She acknowledged that Jacqueline had died in her bed sometime in September 2024, but claimed she had been forced by Jonathan to participate in it. Carla's testimony revealed a mixture of guilt and manipulation, suggesting that while she played a direct role in her daughter's death, she was also attempting to minimize her responsibility by portraying herself as a victim of Jonathan's control. He saw blood on the walls and was told that something bad had happened. Throughout his interviews, Jonathan continued to shift blame onto Carla, portraying her as the primary perpetrator of mistreatment. He told investigators that Carla was a bad mother, and that she often lashed out at her children. However, evidence collected by the police, including testimony from Carla's sister, Jacqueline Garcia, and the timeline of the body's concealment, suggested that Jonathan was not merely a passive participant. Instead, he was deeply involved in the acts of cruelty and played a key role in the cover-up. Investigators found that Jonathan was the one who physically moved the tote containing Mimi's body from Farmington to New Britain, placing it behind an abandoned house to hide it from authorities. His attempt to minimize his involvement while admitting to disposing of the body demonstrated an effort to protect himself from the full weight of the law. The third suspect, Jacqueline Garcia, the child's aunt and Carla's sister, also played a crucial but often overlooked role in the case. Initially, she claimed that she had no idea what had happened to Mimi and that she had not seen her niece in months. However, when investigators confronted her with a photograph recovered from her phone, showing Jacqueline tied with zip ties and lying on a pee pad, her story began to change. Jacqueline Garcia eventually admitted that she had witnessed the mistreatment, seen the girl being restrained, and done nothing to stop it. She also confirmed that she had seen Mimi being denied food and forced to stand in a corner for hours at a time. In an attempt to minimize her role, Jacqueline claimed that she did not come up with the idea to use zip ties, and that she only followed Jonathan's lead. Despite her denials, her silence and complicity made her a key part of the chain of cruelty that led to Mimi's death. After Jacqueline's death in September 2024, the family's efforts to hide the truth revealed a calculated attempt to evade justice. For months, Mimi's body was kept inside the basement of their home in Farmington, sealed in a plastic tote and surrounded by trash bags and sheets to mask the odor. Neighbors had complained multiple times about strange smells coming from the apartment, but no one could have imagined the grim reality hidden inside. When the smell became unbearable, Carla and Jonathan decided to move. In March 2025, they relocated to a new residence in New Britain, taking the tote with them. This act alone demonstrated deliberate intent to conceal the crime. Rather than reporting her daughter's death, Carla chose to transport the body across town, ensuring that authorities would not find it. Jonathan's involvement in moving the tote was central to the concealment effort, as he was the one who ultimately placed it behind an abandoned house on Clark Street. The fact that the body remained hidden for over a year illustrates how determined the family was to keep their secret. In addition to hiding the body, the family went to great lengths to create the illusion that Jacqueline was still alive. In early 2025, during a video call with a DCF caseworker, Carla reportedly had another child impersonate Jacqueline, pretending that she was well and being homeschooled. This deception successfully misled authorities and bought the family more time. DCF accepted the video call as proof of the child's safety, a decision that would later be heavily criticized as one of the agency's most egregious oversights. All three suspects now face severe legal consequences for their roles in the death and concealment of Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia. Carla Garcia, as the child's mother and a direct participant in the maltreatment, faces the most serious charges: murder with special circumstances, conspiracy to commit murder, risk of injury to a minor, and intentional cruelty to a child. She is currently being held on a $5 million bond. If convicted, she could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Her shifting statements and partial confessions will likely be used as evidence of both her guilt and her awareness of the crime. Jonathan Nanita also faces charges of murder, conspiracy, tampering with evidence, and improper disposal of a body, along with similar counts of child mistreatment. He, too, is being held on a $5 million bond, although he continues to claim that he acted under Carla's direction. His direct involvement in moving the body and helping to conceal the crime makes him equally culpable in the eyes of the law. The prosecution is expected to argue that his actions were not those of a passive accomplice, but of a man actively participating in the cover-up of a child's murder. Jacqueline Garcia, while not directly accused of participating in the physical mistreatment that caused Jacqueline's death, faces charges of risk of injury to a child, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment, and cruelty to persons for her role in allowing the maltreatment to continue unchecked. Her $1 million bond reflects her lower degree of involvement compared to Carla and Jonathan, but she nonetheless remains a crucial figure in the family's attempt to cover up the crime. Her silence and complicity contributed to the prolonged suffering and eventual death of her niece. The case of Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia reveals the horrifying consequences of maltreatment, manipulation, and willful concealment within a family unit. The actions of Carla Garcia, Jonathan Nanita, and Jacqueline Garcia show a collective effort to hide the truth and protect themselves at the expense of justice for an innocent child. Their shifting testimonies, deliberate deception, and attempts to evade accountability demonstrate not only their guilt, but also their moral failure as adults responsible for the care of a young girl. As the legal process unfolds, each of them will face the full weight of the law. And the enduring question remains, how could three adults conspire to hide such a monstrous crime for so long? The legal proceedings surrounding the death of 12-year-old Jacqueline Mimi Torres Garcia have drawn national attention due to the brutality of the crime, the complexity of the cover-up, and the shocking involvement of multiple family members. Following the discovery of Jacqueline's decomposed body in a plastic storage tote behind an abandoned house in New Britain, Connecticut, in October 2025, the investigation quickly led to the arrest of 3 suspects: Carla Garcia, the victim's mother, Jonathan Nanita, her mother's boyfriend, and Jacqueline Garcia, the victim's aunt. All 3 face serious charges that reflect both the horrific nature of Jacqueline's maltreatment and the deliberate actions taken to conceal her death. Authorities charged Carla Garcia and Jonathan Nanita with murder with special circumstances, conspiracy to commit murder, intentional cruelty to a child, risk of injury to a minor, and tampering with evidence. Both are being held on $5 million bonds due to the severity of the allegations and the overwhelming evidence, suggesting that they played central roles in Jacqueline's prolonged mistreatment, death, and concealment. The special circumstances attached to the murder charge elevate the case to one of the highest degrees of criminal culpability under Connecticut law, meaning that, if convicted, they could face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jacqueline Garcia, the victim's aunt and Carla's sister, has been charged with risk of injury to a child, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, and cruelty to persons for her role in witnessing and failing to report the maltreatment. Her bail has been set at $1 million, reflecting her complicity and failure to act despite knowing about the ongoing mistreatment of her niece. While she was not directly accused of physically harming Jacqueline, her silence and failure to intervene make her criminally liable for allowing the maltreatment to continue unchecked. The charges are built upon a combination of physical evidence, witness testimonies, and forensic findings, all of which paint a harrowing picture of neglect, manipulation, and moral decay within the household. Prosecutors have described the case as one of the most disturbing examples of familial mistreatment in recent Connecticut history, emphasizing that Jacqueline's death was neither an accident nor a sudden outburst of violence, but the result of systematic cruelty and deliberate neglect over time. Although the arrests were made in mid-October 2025, the investigation remains active as law enforcement continues to build the case. Detectives from both Farmington and New Britain police departments, in collaboration with the Connecticut State Attorney's Office, have been meticulously reviewing evidence gathered from the multiple residences where the family lived. The investigation has focused on reconstructing the timeline from the moment Jacqueline was withdrawn from school in August 2024 until her body was discovered more than a year later. Investigators have recovered disturbing pieces of evidence, including the plastic tote where Jacqueline's remains were found, lined with trash bags, sheets, and powder used in an attempt to mask the odor of decomposition. Forensic analysis confirmed that the tote matched those purchased by Carla Garcia at a local store shortly after Jacqueline's death. Inside the family's former Farmington apartment, investigators found remnants of zip ties, which they believe were used to restrain Jacqueline during her confinement, as well as traces of human biological material that are being analyzed for DNA confirmation. The medical examiner's autopsy report has been a cornerstone of the prosecution's case. It confirmed that Jacqueline's death was the result of severe and prolonged malnutrition, not from sudden trauma. The report detailed how the girl's body weight had fallen to 26 to 27 pounds at the time of death, less than half the normal weight for a child her age. The autopsy also revealed no signs of recent injuries, contradicting Carla's early claim that her daughter died after being pushed down the stairs. Instead, the findings proved that Jacqueline's death was slow and deliberate, caused by starvation and neglect. One of the key challenges for investigators has been the inconsistent and conflicting statements provided by the 3 suspects. From the beginning, Carla Garcia and Jonathan Nanita have blamed each other for Jacqueline's death. Carla initially told police that Jonathan was responsible, claiming he had assaulted Jacqueline after an argument, while Jonathan asserted that he only helped dispose of the body at Carla's request. Both suspects eventually admitted to participating in the concealment of the body, but continued to shift the primary blame away from themselves. Jacqueline Garcia, the aunt, also provided contradictory statements. Initially, she denied any knowledge of the mistreatment or death, but later admitted to witnessing her niece being restrained and denied food. She confessed to taking at least one photograph, showing Jacqueline tied up and forced to lie on a pee pad. Despite this admission, Jacqueline insisted that she was not directly involved in the maltreatment and was too afraid to intervene. Her testimony will likely be critical to the prosecution's effort to establish the pattern of cruelty and the atmosphere of fear and control within the household. The legal proceedings are expected to be long and complex, given the number of defendants and the severity of the charges. All three suspects made their first court appearances in New Britain Superior Court in October 2025, where they were formally charged and arraigned. The court denied requests for lower bail amounts for Carla and Jonathan, citing the danger they posed to the community and the risk of flight. Both suspects remain in custody at the Connecticut State Correctional Facility as they await pre-trial hearings. The state attorney's office has confirmed that it intends to pursue maximum sentencing under Connecticut law. Prosecutors are preparing to present extensive forensic evidence, including digital communications between the suspects, purchase records, and testimonies from witnesses who interacted with the family before Jacqueline's disappearance. The case is expected to proceed to trial in 2026, pending further evidence review and psychological evaluations of the defendants. The case has sparked widespread outrage across Connecticut and beyond. The brutality of the crime, combined with the systemic failures of child protective services, has led to public demands for accountability, not only from the suspects but also from the DCF, which had prior contact with the family. Legislators have already begun discussing reforms to strengthen child welfare oversight, including a proposal dubbed Mimi's Law, which would require mandatory in-person welfare checks for all homeschooled children and regular follow-ups for families previously monitored by DCF. Outside the courthouse, community members have gathered at vigils holding signs that read, "Justice for Mimi" and "Protect our children." The case has become emblematic of the need for systemic reform, reminding the public of the devastating consequences when warning signs of maltreatment are ignored. As the investigation continues, the full truth behind Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia's death is still coming to light. The three suspects, Carla Garcia, Jonathan Nanita, and Jacqueline Garcia, now face years, if not life sentences, behind bars for their roles in her death and the cover-up that followed. While justice slowly unfolds in the courtroom, the lasting question remains: how could so many people, including family members and social service agencies, fail to protect a child so clearly in danger? The legal battle may bring accountability to those directly involved, but the deeper challenge lies in ensuring that no other child suffers a fate like Mimi's again. The tragic death of 12-year-old Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia, stands as one of the most heartbreaking reminders of how vulnerable children can be when systems fail and communities stay silent. Yet, amid the grief and outrage, her story also serves as a powerful call to action, a moment for society to reflect, learn, and commit to doing better. It is a lesson about responsibility, compassion, and the need for vigilance in protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Jacqueline's story must not end with sorrow alone. It must become a catalyst for change that saves lives in the future. At its heart, this case reveals the devastating consequences that occur when a child's cries for help go unheard. Jacqueline's life could have been saved had stronger protections, oversight, and community awareness been in place. The lesson here is clear. Protecting children from violence and maltreatment is not solely the duty of parents or government agencies. It is a shared responsibility that belongs to all of us. Every teacher, neighbor, healthcare worker, and citizen has a role to play in safeguarding the innocence and safety of children in their communities. Children depend entirely on the adults around them, not only for their physical needs, but also for their emotional and psychological safety. When those trusted to care for them become the source of harm, society must step in without hesitation. Jacqueline's suffering went unnoticed for far too long, despite warning signs that something was wrong. This tragedy underscores the urgent need for stronger communication and cooperation between schools, child welfare agencies, and local communities. One of the most positive outcomes that can emerge from Jacqueline's case is renewed vigilance within communities. Maltreatment often hides behind closed doors, concealed by fear, manipulation, and silence. That silence must be broken. If something seems wrong, a child repeatedly absent from school, visible signs of neglect, or distressing sounds coming from a home, people must feel empowered to report it. It is always better to raise a false alarm than to ignore a potential tragedy. Communities must learn to recognize the signs of mistreatment and neglect, and to act quickly and decisively. This means strengthening public education about what constitutes maltreatment, how to report it, and how to support victims. It also means changing the culture of hesitation and fear that often prevents people from getting involved. Reporting suspected mistreatment is not interference, it is protection. Jacqueline's death has inspired many in Connecticut and across the country to push for reform and greater accountability. Her name has already become a symbol of change, with lawmakers discussing new legislation known as Mimi's Law. This proposed law would require mandatory in-person welfare checks for homeschooled children and greater oversight for families previously investigated by child welfare agencies. It aims to ensure that no child, like Jacqueline, can disappear from the system without anyone noticing. The failure of the DCF in Jacqueline's case highlights a painful but necessary truth. No system is perfect, but systems can evolve. DCF's shortcomings should not be seen only as a point of blame, but as an opportunity for reform. Stronger internal oversight, better training for caseworkers, and improved data sharing between schools, social services, and law enforcement can all help prevent similar tragedies. There must be clear policies ensuring that when a child is withdrawn from school, an in-person welfare check is conducted within days, not months or never. Virtual visits and video calls, while convenient, should never replace the importance of seeing and speaking directly with a child. Furthermore, caseloads for child protection workers must be reduced so they can dedicate adequate attention to each family under supervision. It is also vital to establish accountability within these institutions. When agencies make mistakes, they must be transparent about what went wrong and commit to learning from those failures. A system that protects children must not only react to crises, but also prevent them through proactive engagement, consistent follow-up, and collaboration across departments. Beyond policy reform, this tragedy highlights the importance of building stronger communities that are attuned to the needs of children. Every person, regardless of occupation, can be a protector. Schools, churches, local organizations, and neighbors can all serve as early warning systems when something feels off. By creating community awareness programs focused on child safety, we can equip more people with the knowledge and confidence to act when a child might be in danger. Families also play a vital role in prevention. Parents and caregivers need access to mental health resources, parenting support, and education about positive discipline methods. Many cases of child maltreatment stem from cycles of trauma, poverty, or mental illness that go untreated. Breaking these cycles requires compassion, not just punishment. A society that prioritizes family support and emotional well-being can help prevent harmful situations before they start. Community outreach programs, mentorship initiatives, and school-based counseling can also make a difference. When children have trusted adults outside their immediate family to turn to, they are more likely to seek help when something is wrong. Jacqueline's story reminds us that sometimes a single act of concern, a teacher's question, a neighbor's phone call, or a social worker's visit, can be the difference between life and death. While the details of Jacqueline's death are heartbreaking, her legacy can be one of hope and transformation. Her story has already sparked public dialogue about how to prevent future tragedies. Across Connecticut, vigils, community meetings, and advocacy groups have formed, uniting under one message: no more silence, no more lost children. Moving forward, society must channel grief into purpose. Every tragedy offers an opportunity to improve, to act, and to reaffirm our shared humanity. We must build systems rooted in empathy, accountability, and vigilance, systems that not only respond to maltreatment, but actively prevent it. we must empower professionals and community members alike to recognize the signs of suffering and take swift, compassionate action. The responsibility does not lie solely with the government, it lies with all of us. Whether it's reporting a concern, supporting struggling families, volunteering with child advocacy groups, or simply staying alert to the welfare of children in our neighborhoods, every action matters. Jacqueline, Mimi Torres Garcia's story is a tragedy that should never have happened, but it must not be in vain. Her death shines a painful light on the cracks in our system and the apathy that too often allows vulnerable children to disappear unnoticed. Yet, within this darkness lies the potential for change. Her story teaches us that protecting children requires collective effort, courage, and compassion. It reminds us that behind every closed door, there may be a child who needs help, and that silence is the greatest ally of maltreatment. By standing together, reforming our systems, and nurturing communities built on awareness and empathy, we can honor Jacqueline's memory in the most meaningful way possible. By ensuring that no other child endures what she did, her name now stands as a reminder of both what was lost and what must never be repeated. Let Jacqueline's story ignite change, not just in policy, but in every heart that hears it. Because every child deserves to grow up safe, loved, and free from fear. Abilene, Texas, on Super Bowl night 2007. A 13-year-old boy calls 911, saying his little sister is badly hurt.
I actually killed somebody.
You think you killed somebody?
No, I know I did. My sister.
When police arrive, the 4-year-old girl is already dead, 17 stab wounds, a room soaked in blood. Her mother, working a late shift, is called home only to find her daughter's body and the empty stare of the son she thought she knew. This case is more than just a family tragedy. It is a perfect mirror of an inherited curse where love, hatred, and generations of guilt collide within the same bloodline. Abilene, Texas, a quiet, middle-sized town nestled in the heart of the state's flat, sun-bleached plains. It is known for its stillness, its steady rhythm of life, and its deep religious roots. With more churches per capita than anywhere else in America, Abilene seems to wear virtue as armor. Neighbors greet one another on front porches, children play under pecan trees, and Sunday sermons fill the air more faithfully than the sound of passing cars. It is the sort of town where people believe evil comes from somewhere else: big cities, troubled neighborhoods, strangers. Not from within, not from a family like the Bennetts. On the night of February 4, 2007, that illusion shattered. It was Super Bowl Sunday, one of the busiest nights of the year for local bars. Inside Buffalo Wild Wings, waitress Charity Lee was working a double shift, serving tables packed with sports fans. She was exhausted but comforted by the thought of her 2 children, 13-year-old Paris and 4-year-old Ella, safe at home under the care of a babysitter. Paris was a gifted child with an IQ of 141, polite and articulate, a boy who loved reading and sketching superheroes. Ella was the family's heartbeat: wild curls, high laughter, endlessly affectionate. To outsiders, they were the portrait of resilience, a single mother raising 2 bright children on her own, proving that love could outgrow trauma. But that night, as the televisions of Abilene glowed with football highlights, something darker stirred in the Bennett home. Around 10:00 p.m., Paris calmly approached the babysitter and told her that his mother would be home soon, that she didn't need to stay any longer. He smiled, thanked her for her help, and assured her that he was old enough to take care of Ella for the remaining hour. The babysitter, trusting the well-mannered teen, gathered her things and left. When the door clicked shut, the house fell into silence. In the hours leading up to that moment, Paris had already decided what he was going to do. He had thought about it for weeks, how it would look, what it would mean, how it would feel. The motive was not anger, not even hatred, but precision.
I turned out okay. Yeah, that's a whole different conversation. We'll finish that tomorrow. Can I borrow your bear?
Yeah.
Thank you.
My bear is a pillow.
For now. Here, hold my arm. I met Phoenix's father when Ella died, but he didn't try to be a parent. Gandalf, dwarves, and Mr. Baggins. And I wanted to be a single parent.
Paris entered Ella's room a little before midnight. The little girl was already in her pajamas, clutching her stuffed toy, half asleep. She trusted him, as she always did. He sat on the edge of her bed, brushing a strand of hair from her face. He whispered to her that everything was fine, that he just wanted to play a game. Ella smiled faintly, not knowing that her brother's heart was cold with calculation. According to forensic reports later introduced in court, the attack began quietly. There were no defensive wounds, no signs that Ella had time to scream. The first blow came fast, followed by 16 more, each driven with precise, practiced force. The knife he used was a standard kitchen blade, taken minutes earlier from the drawer. Investigators would later note that the wounds formed a deliberate pattern, not chaotic frenzy. It was controlled, calculated. When it was over, Paris watched her body for several seconds, as if trying to process what he had done. Then, almost as an afterthought, he walked to the phone and dialed 911. At 11:32 p.m., the call reached Abilene Emergency Services.
911.
Hello?
Abilene 911, go ahead.
I accidentally killed somebody.
You think you killed somebody?
No, I know I did. My sister.
Okay, where's your sister now?
She's in the bed.
Is she breathing?
No, I looked. I feel so messed up.
A boy's trembling voice filled the line. "I accidentally killed somebody," he said first, breathing hard. The dispatcher tried to calm him down. "You think you killed somebody?" she asked. His answer came steady, almost eerily so. "No, I know I did. My sister." He gave her name Ella Bennett and her age 4 years old. When asked where she was bleeding, he said softly, "All over the bed." The operator tried to guide him through CPR, counting aloud with him. He obeyed, repeating the numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, as he pretended to press on Ella's chest. But later evidence revealed he never actually tried. Ella was already gone.
I want you to put your hands on her chest. Okay? And I want you to push 30 times. I want you to count.
Okay.
All the way to 30, and then blow 2 breaths in her mouth. Okay?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The carpet beneath her was soaked, the walls dotted with blood mist. Her small hands still clutched the sleeve of her pajamas. When police arrived, the scene was nightmarish. The pink bedspread that once smelled of baby shampoo was drenched in red. The room's silence was unbearable, broken only by the hum of ceiling fans and the sharp inhale of the first responding officer. "Oh my God," he whispered as he stepped inside. Another officer noticed how the blade lay neatly on the carpet, as if placed there for them to find. Paris stood near the doorway. His hands were clean, his voice steady. He spoke clearly, pointing toward the knife when asked, explaining that he had already called for help. When the officer asked him why he did it, Paris replied, "I don't know." Later, detectives said his tone carried neither fear nor sorrow, only curiosity, like a child describing a science experiment gone wrong. Across town, at the crowded bar, Charity was refilling a customer's drink when 2 officers entered and quietly asked for her by name. She smiled politely, thinking it must be about an unpaid parking ticket. Instead, they took her aside and told her that her daughter had been hurt. "Take me to her," she begged.
I was like, "You need to take me to Ellen now." And they were like, "You can't go." And I'm like, "What do you mean I can't go? You just told me that she's hurt. She needs her mother." And then they said, "Well, she's dead."
The officers exchanged glances. One of them finally said, "You can't go. She's dead." Charity collapsed, screaming that it couldn't be true. But it was. She was driven home in silence, staring out the window as blue and red lights flickered in the distance. The entire neighborhood was awake by the time they arrived. The Bennett house was surrounded by police cars, reporters, and yellow tape. Neighbors whispered in disbelief, "Paris, that sweet boy. Impossible."
No sense, because I left her at home with her brother and a babysitter. And so I said, "Is my son okay?" And they said, "We have him." "Then where is he?"
Charity's knees buckled when she saw the paramedics wheeling a small black body bag out the front door. It was zipped up to her chin, she would later say. She had blood coming out of her mouth. Inside, Paris sat at the kitchen table, motionless. She ran to him sobbing and threw her arms around his shoulders. But he didn't move. He didn't return the hug. His eyes were distant, unfocused, like he was watching something far away. In that instant, she said, "I realized that the boy I loved no longer existed." The investigation moved swiftly. Paris confessed within hours, describing the events with unnerving clarity. His motive was simple, he said, to punish his mother. The detectives were stunned by his calmness, by how easily he recited every step. He was articulate, composed, and cold, one officer said. It was as if he was narrating a story, not a murder. The autopsy revealed the full horror. Ella had not only been stabbed 17 times, but also violated before death. Though this fact was confirmed through forensic examination, it was never publicly disclosed in official statements to protect the family's privacy. Psychologists later determined that the crime was meticulously planned. Paris had spent weeks imagining the act, reading about murder, and considering the consequences. His intelligence had made him a better planner, not a better person. In August 2007, he pleaded guilty to capital murder. Because of his age, he avoided both life without parole and the death penalty, instead receiving 40 years in prison, the maximum juvenile sentence under Texas law. He served his early years in a youth facility before being transferred to the adult Ferguson unit.
I remember being angry all day long and thinking all day long, I want to hurt somebody if I'm going to snap. And it wasn't initially Ella. I thought about the babysitter. I thought about going down the street and seeing somebody I knew. And I thought about hurting a stranger. I don't remember exactly what point I decided it's going to be Ella.
There, he continued to study, earning degrees and corresponding with journalists. His earliest parole review will come in 2027, though he will not be automatically released until 2047, at the age of 54. Experts who reviewed his file warn that he still displays sociopathic traits and remains a potential danger. For Charity, every year since that night has been a test of survival. She lost both of her children in a single night, one to death, the other to darkness. She fell into addiction and despair before rebuilding herself through therapy and faith. Eventually, she chose forgiveness, visiting Paris regularly and creating the Ella Foundation to help others affected by violence. Yet forgiveness never erased the image of that night, her son sitting calmly at the table, her daughter carried away in a bag. Today, Abilene still lives in the shadow of that crime. The churches still ring their bells on Sundays, but for those who remember, the sound is hollow. Behind every hymn lies the reminder that evil doesn't always come from the outside. Sometimes, it's born inside a home filled with love. The murder of Ella Bennett remains one of Texas's most haunting tragedies, not just because of how brutally it happened, but because of why. As Paris once told investigators, "I knew I'd go to prison, but my mother would suffer more than me." In those words, the line between genius and monstrosity finally disappears, leaving only silence in a town that once believed it was safe. There are three main hypotheses that attempt to explain the mind of Paris Bennett, the boy genius who murdered his 4-year-old sister Ella on a quiet night in Abilene, Texas. Each theory forces us to confront the same question that has haunted criminologists, psychologists, and even his mother for nearly 2 decades. Was Paris born a psychopath, or did generations of buried trauma shape him into one? The first theory views Paris as a born psychopath, a mind genetically predisposed to violence, sharpened by intellect and detached from empathy. To understand this idea, one must look backward, through 3 generations of the Bennett bloodline, where violence repeats itself like a genetic echo. In 1980, long before Paris was born, Charity's father, James Robert Bennett Jr., was found dead in their Georgia home. He had been shot 3 times with a .357 Magnum, once in the head, once in the heart, once in the back. His wife, Kyla Claire Bennett, was immediately suspected of orchestrating the killing. The motive investigators believed was control. After years of marital chaos, financial disputes, and rumors of infidelity, Kyla allegedly paid for a hit to secure her husband's trucking empire and his inheritance. She was arrested, tried, and later acquitted, but the suspicion never left her. Charity grew up hearing whispers that her own mother had murdered her father. In school hallways, classmates taunted her, "Your mommy killed your daddy." That story became the seed of what Paris would later inherit: a genetic and emotional legacy of control through destruction. Studies on psychopathy often reveal hereditary links. Abnormalities in the MAOA gene, sometimes called the warrior gene, can predispose individuals to aggression when combined with environmental stressors. Charity's father had displayed impulsive rage and erratic behavior before his death. Kyla was described as cold, manipulative, and incapable of remorse. By the time Paris was born in 1993, this family history read like a psychological blueprint. From his earliest years, Paris demonstrated the hallmarks of a child psychopath. His IQ tested at 141 exceptional, but his emotional responses were shallow, mimicked rather than felt. Teachers praised his intelligence yet noticed his lack of empathy. He could charm adults, lie effortlessly, and manipulate peers for sport. Charity described him as little professor, who could quote Shakespeare but rarely showed genuine affection. When he did, it often came in performances, grand gestures of love that dissolved as quickly as they appeared. If this theory is correct, Paris's actions on February 4, 2007, were the natural culmination of a disordered mind, a predatory brain wired for control. Killing Ella was not a crime of passion. It was an act of ownership, a final demonstration of superiority. His intellect made him methodical, his lack of empathy made him capable. He didn't kill in madness, but in clarity. The second theory paints a different portrait. Here, Paris is not born a monster but molded by the emotional wreckage that preceded him. In psychology, this is known as intergenerational trauma, the idea that unresolved pain, violence, and neglect pass silently from parent to child like an inherited curse. Charity's own childhood was defined by loss and instability. After her father's murder and her mother's trial, she grew up in an environment of denial and secrecy. Kyla's focus on maintaining appearances left little room for affection. Charity turned to substances in her teens, numbing what she could not name. Though she later recovered, graduated with a degree in family psychology, and built a new life in Abilene, the shadow of abandonment remained. When Paris was born, she vowed to love him fiercely, to never let him feel unwanted. But love born from trauma can easily become control in disguise. Paris's father was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia shortly after his birth. He disappeared from their lives, leaving Charity alone to raise her son. For a child as perceptive as Paris, the absence of a father and the instability of a recovering addict mother created an atmosphere of uncertainty. He became hyper-aware of his mother's fragility, terrified she might relapse, obsessed with keeping her attention. In those early years, Paris was not simply a child, he was her emotional anchor. When Ella was born 9 years later, that dynamic shifted. The baby became the center of Charity's affection, and Paris, once her whole world, felt displaced. This theory suggests that Paris's crime was not merely calculated evil, but a reaction to abandonment. A desperate, distorted plea to reclaim control in a life that had always felt unstable. In his mind, killing Ella was a way to restore balance, to take back the singular love he once received from his mother. The brutality of the act mirrors the chaos of his own emotional reality. He destroyed what he could not possess. Child psychiatrists often describe such cases as trauma reenactment. The child unconsciously reproduces the unresolved pain of the parent. Charity grew up watching her mother accused of killing her father. Decades later, her own son killed his sister. The cycle repeated itself, not through destiny, but through unhealed wounds. The third hypothesis is perhaps the most chilling. It interprets Ella's murder as a ritualistic act of dominance, the kind of symbolic violence commonly seen in psychopathic adolescents who seek control through destruction. To Paris, Ella represented both purity and competition, the one person whose existence diluted his place in his mother's heart. Psychologists call this phenomenon sibling displacement, a developmental crisis that, in extreme cases, can evolve into pathological jealousy. But Paris's act went beyond jealousy. It was ceremonial. He chose the time deliberately, a night when his mother was far away, preoccupied with the noise of the world. He sent the babysitter home, isolated his target, and struck with precision. The number of stab wounds, 17, was neither random nor frenzied. It reflected repetition, intent, a kind of ritual rhythm. In interviews from prison, Paris describes the act with a chilling lucidity. He tells Piers Morgan, "I loved her with every fiber of my being." Morgan pauses, incredulous. "But you killed her." Paris answers simply, "Yes, but I love her." That contradiction reveals the psychology of power at the heart of psychopathy. For someone incapable of empathy, love becomes synonymous with possession. To love is to own, to control, to dominate. In Paris's distorted logic, killing Ella was not the destruction of love, it was its ultimate expression. By ending her life, he ensured she could never leave him, never outshine him, never become the center of his mother's world. Love, in his vocabulary, was indistinguishable from power. This ritualistic interpretation also connects with the broader pattern of psychopathic juveniles who commit acts of familial violence. Their crimes are rarely spontaneous, they are rehearsed performances of dominance. In psychological literature, this behavior is linked to the God complex, a delusion of absolute control over life and death. Paris, with his genius-level intellect, saw himself as superior to the moral rules that bind ordinary people. In destroying his sister, he reasserted his supremacy, the intellect conquering innocence. Whether genetic, psychological, or symbolic, all three theories converge on one reality. Paris Bennett represents the perfect storm of nature and nurture, intellect and emptiness. He is both product and perpetrator, victim and executioner. To call him evil may be too simple. To excuse him as sick may be too forgiving. Psychopathy, after all, does not erase awareness. Paris knew exactly what he was doing. He calculated every step, understood the consequences, and accepted them as part of the plan. Yet behind that precision lies a haunting truth. He did not act out of insanity, but out of intention. His story forces us to look beyond courtroom verdicts and psychiatric labels, to confront the uncomfortable overlap between genius and cruelty. Charity once said that forgiving her son was the only way to survive. But even forgiveness cannot explain what lives inside him. So we are left with the question that will always hover over the Bennett case, a question with no definitive answer. Was Paris Bennett born a monster? Or was he raised under the weight of a family curse? In order to understand the mind of Paris Bennett, one must first step back more than 2 decades before his birth, to a different crime in a different house, a crime that, in its own way, set the stage for everything that would follow. It was March of 1980 in Cobb County, Georgia, when tragedy struck the Bennett family for the first time. James Robert Bennett Jr., a successful trucking magnate, was found dead in his home, shot 3 times, once in the head, once in the heart, and once in the back. The precision of the attack shocked investigators. This was not a burglary or a random act of violence. It was an execution. Standing at the center of the storm was his wife, Kyla Claire Bennett, a glamorous woman known for her charm and business acumen. She was immediately suspected of orchestrating the murder. According to detectives, there had been whispers of marital turmoil, infidelity, financial disputes, and bitter fights about control of the family's trucking company, Bennett Transportation. Just days before the murder, the couple had remarried after a brief divorce. 3 days later, James was dead. When investigators combed through the couple's files, They found a possible motive written in plain numbers. Their recent remarriage had reinstated Kyla as the sole beneficiary of James's multi-million-dollar business empire and insurance policies. If anything happened to him, she would inherit everything: his company, his properties, his accounts. The prosecution argued that this was the motive: financial gain and control. Witnesses testified that Kyla had spoken to acquaintances about getting rid of her husband. One informant claimed she had inquired about paying someone $50,000 to make James disappear. When police questioned her, Kyla admitted she had joked about it, but denied ever hiring anyone, lacking physical evidence and unable to connect her to the murder weapon. The .357 Magnum that was never recovered. Investigators had no choice but to charge her based primarily on circumstantial evidence and hearsay. Kyla was arrested and spent 6 weeks in jail awaiting trial. During those weeks, her daughter Charity, only 6 years old, was passed between relatives too young to fully comprehend that her mother was being accused of killing her father. In court, the defense painted Kyla as a misunderstood woman trapped in an abusive marriage, arguing that the state had no direct proof of her involvement. After 6 tense weeks of testimony, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. Kyla walked free. The verdict restored her wealth but not her reputation. Rumors followed her everywhere. In business circles, people whispered that she had beaten the system. In neighborhood gossip, she was the woman who had gotten away with murder. But perhaps the person most affected by the outcome was her daughter, Charity. For the rest of her childhood, Charity lived under the shadow of that accusation. At school, children teased her cruelly. "Your mommy killed your daddy." They would chant on the playground. Teachers didn't intervene. Some avoided eye contact. Charity internalized the shame, unsure whether her mother was innocent or guilty. Kyla never spoke about the case. She refused to explain or defend herself. Instead, she buried the past under luxury parties, new cars, and a string of marriages that kept Charity constantly uprooted. That silence became the foundation of Charity's mistrust. When a parent cannot be trusted to tell the truth, the child grows up uncertain of reality itself. In interviews years later, Charity admitted she learned early on to hide her emotions, to numb herself to disappointment. By adolescence, she was experimenting with substances, seeking control through escape. Addiction, she said, became her shield against remembering. Psychologists might call what she experienced disorganized attachment, a pattern born from simultaneous love and fear of a caregiver. Kyla was both protector and suspect, nurturer and destroyer. Charity's identity was split between wanting her mother's affection and fearing her mother's darkness. The result was emotional confusion that bled into every relationship that followed. Charity eventually left Georgia and tried to reinvent herself. She earned a degree in family psychology, hoping to help others escape the kind of dysfunction she had survived. Yet history has a way of repeating itself, not through fate but through the small, unconscious decisions we make when we have never healed. When her son Paris was born in 1993, Charity saw him as redemption, a chance to rewrite her family's story. She poured all her energy into motherhood, promising herself she would never repeat Kyla's mistakes. But overprotection can be its own form of control. Paris grew up under the weight of her expectations, absorbing both her love and her anxiety. Charity's past also haunted her in subtler ways. Periods of depression and relapse into substance abuse recreated the instability she had once known as a child. Paris learned early that love could vanish without warning. When his little sister Ella was born in 2002, that fragile balance broke. For the first time, Charity's attention was divided. To Paris, Ella was not just a sibling, she was competition. Decades after James Bennett's murder, the same emotional architecture resurfaced in his descendants. A father's death at the hands of his wife. A son killing his sister. A mother forgiving both. 3 generations linked by an unbroken thread of violence and reconciliation. It was as if the Bennett family carried an invisible script written long ago, one that dictated betrayal, loss, and the desperate search for redemption. Sociologists often describe this pattern as the cycle of violence, a phenomenon in which trauma and aggression replicate themselves across generations, not through genetics alone but through learned behavior and emotional inheritance. Children who witness or experience violence often internalize two conflicting messages: that love can coexist with harm, and that forgiveness erases accountability. Charity's mother, Kyla, embodied that contradiction. She may or may not have been guilty, but she taught her daughter that silence and charm could bury the truth. Charity, in turn, adopted the opposite strategy: confrontation and confession. She exposed her pain publicly, founded the Ella Foundation, and spoke to audiences about the importance of acknowledging trauma. Yet even her openness carries the echo of her mother's secrecy and endless negotiation between truth and survival. Paris represents the next turn of the spiral. Whether by genetics, environment, or both, he inherited the family's fractured understanding of love. When he killed Ella, he mirrored the same dynamics that had defined the Bennetts for decades: domination disguised as affection, destruction mistaken for control. Afterward, Charity did what her own mother had done: she forgave. She visited Paris in prison, defended his right to psychiatric treatment, and told interviewers she still loved him. In doing so, she continued the legacy of forgiveness without closure, the emotional signature of her lineage. But forgiveness without accountability does not end the cycle, it perpetuates it. Kyla forgave herself and moved on without remorse. Charity forgave her son but could never forgive herself. Paris, from his cell, claims to feel love yet remains incapable of empathy. Each generation replays the same equation with different variables. From a behavioral perspective, the Bennetts illustrate how intergenerational learning transmits not only habits but also emotional logic. Children learn how to interpret love and conflict by watching their parents. When violence is followed by forgiveness rather than consequence, it teaches that harm is survivable, even negotiable. Over time, that belief becomes a family tradition, a moral code built on contradiction. By tracing the line from James and Kyla to Charity and Paris, one can see how tragedy evolves rather than begins anew. The first generation's crime was motivated by greed and control. The second generation's by pain and addiction. The third by intellect and vengeance. Different motives, same structure. One person destroys another to assert dominance, and someone else forgives to survive. This is the Bennett legacy, the cycle of violence and forgiveness. It is not supernatural, though it feels like a curse. It is psychological, rooted in biology and reinforced by behavior. Kyla may have taught Charity that power means survival. Charity, in trying to be the opposite, taught Paris that love means possession. And Paris taught the world that intelligence without empathy is the most dangerous inheritance of all. In that sense, the murder of Ella Bennett was not an isolated act. It was the latest chapter in a generational script that began with the echo of a gun in 1980. The weapon changed, the victims changed, but the message remained the same in the Bennett family: love and violence were never strangers, they were kin. From an early age, Paris Bennett was celebrated as a prodigy. His teachers described him as articulate, analytical, and far more mature than other children his age. He learned to read before kindergarten, breezed through advanced mathematics by elementary school, and devoured novels most adults found daunting. By the time he was 10, Paris could recite lines from Macbeth, discuss philosophy with adults, and had begun learning to program computer code. He was the kind of child whose intelligence drew admiration and envy. To anyone looking in from the outside, he was destined for brilliance. But genius can be deceptive. Beneath the polished intelligence, there were early signs that something in Paris's emotional circuitry was broken. Charity, his mother, recalled how her son could mimic affection, perfectly hugging her, smiling at the right moments, but the warmth never lasted. At 7 years old, he began showing an unsettling ability to manipulate people. If a teacher praised another student, Paris would create stories to shift attention back to himself. He seemed to read people's emotions like data points, exploiting them when useful, dismissing them when not. It wasn't cruelty in the traditional sense, it was detachment. Doctors would later describe this behavior as emotional dysregulation and empathy impairment, the earliest indicators of a psychopathic personality emerging in childhood. Paris could identify emotions intellectually but not feel them. When other children cried, he studied their faces rather than comforting them. Charity noticed it most during punishments. He never seemed ashamed, only curious, watching her reactions like an experiment. He could analyze pain, she once said, but he couldn't share it. In 2006, when Paris was 12, his behavior escalated. Charity, concerned by his growing hostility and emotional coldness, admitted him to a psychiatric facility in Wichita Falls, Texas. After a series of evaluations, doctors delivered a chilling report. Paris displayed clear homicidal tendencies, a pattern of violent ideation, fascination with control, and absence of remorse. The staff recommended intensive, long-term treatment. But Charity, overwhelmed by guilt and fear of losing her son to the system, made a decision that would later haunt her. She pulled him out of the facility after only a short stay, believing love could heal what science had warned her about. Within a year, he would kill his sister. The roots of Paris's pathology run deeper than environment alone. His father, also named Paris, had been diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia shortly after his birth. The elder Paris experienced hallucinations, delusions, and disorganized thinking symptoms often associated with genetic abnormalities in neurotransmitter regulation. While schizophrenia and psychopathy are distinct disorders, they share overlapping genetic markers related to impulse control and emotional processing. It is possible, some experts argue, that the same fragile neural chemistry, which produced his father's psychosis, also predisposed Paris Juder to sociopathy. In prison years later, Paris reflected on the moment of the murder with chilling self-awareness. "The only time I felt fully myself was when I was killing Ella," he told interviewers. The statement exposes the paradox at the heart of psychopathy, a person whose sense of identity is bound not to empathy or morality, but to dominance and control. For Paris, violence provided a fleeting illusion of wholeness, a chemical alignment of power and purpose. Neurologically, that sensation is measurable. Modern neuroscience sheds light on what might have been happening inside his brain. Functional MRI studies of psychopaths consistently reveal reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, PFC, the area responsible for impulse control, moral reasoning, and long-term decision-making. When this region underperforms, emotions such as guilt or compassion are blunted, and immediate gratification overrides consequence. At the same time, psychopaths often show abnormal activity in the amygdala, the brain's emotional alarm center. The amygdala interprets fear and empathy. When it malfunctions, individuals can intellectually recognize suffering without feeling it. In the case of Paris, this neurological imbalance would have made empathy an abstract concept rather than an emotional truth. His intelligence compensated for what his biology lacked. He could simulate remorse, perform affection, and articulate regret in interviews, but all of it was surface-level cognition, not genuine emotion. His genius, in effect, became his camouflage. When researchers study adolescent murderers with psychopathic traits such as Kip Kinkle, who killed his parents and classmates in Oregon in 1998, or Josh Phillips, who murdered his 8-year-old neighbor in Florida, they find eerily similar brain signatures. In both cases, scans revealed diminished prefrontal connectivity and amygdala hypoactivity. These young killers were not incapable of reasoning. They were incapable of feeling the emotional weight of their reasoning. Their acts were not spontaneous explosions of anger, but precise, detached performances of violence. Like Paris, they described their crimes afterward in calm, coherent detail, as though narrating someone else's story. This raises one of the most difficult ethical questions in modern criminology. If a brain is biologically incapable of empathy, can it be held fully responsible for the absence of it? The law says yes, intent and understanding remain intact, but neuroscience complicates that certainty. If someone's neural architecture is wired for detachment, are they choosing evil or merely obeying a flawed design? Paris's case blurs that line completely. He was not delusional, as his father had been. He understood the moral consequences of his actions. He simply did not care. Yet even among experts, there is no consensus about where biology ends and choice begins. Some see psychopathy as a neurological birth defect, others view it as a developmental failure of nurturing environments. In truth, it may be both. A genetic predisposition toward emotional coldness, combined with early instability, a missing father, a recovering addict mother, the birth of a sibling who divided maternal attention creates the perfect storm. In that context, Paris's crime becomes less a mystery than a tragic inevitability. Still, intelligence complicates everything. Paris's IQ of 141 placed him in the 99.7th percentile. He was a genius in every measurable sense, capable of extraordinary reasoning and foresight. But genius without conscience is like a high-speed engine without brakes. His intellectual superiority gave him control, his emotional void removed restraint. When he killed Ella, it wasn't chaos, it was clarity. He wasn't driven by psychosis, anger, or confusion. He was driven by logic stripped of humanity. Psychologists studying psychopathy often note that these individuals can describe morality as an academic concept, but never internalize it. Paris fits that profile perfectly. He can analyze guilt but not experience it. He can define love but not feel its reciprocity. In interviews, he insists he loved Ella, but his definition of love translates to possession and control, the language of power, not connection. His brilliance allowed him to articulate evil eloquently, but it also trapped him within it, fully aware of what he was yet incapable of changing. If the brain is a machine shaped by both nature and nurture, then Paris's was engineered for tragedy. A lineage of mental illness, a childhood of emotional volatility, and a neurological design that muted empathy converged into a singular outcome. Charity Bennett believed her son's intelligence would save him, that intellect could overcome biology. But intelligence, in Paris's case, only magnified his pathology. It gave him awareness without conscience, reflection without remorse. In the end, science offers only partial answers. Neurology can map the shadows in Paris Bennett's mind, but it cannot tell us why those shadows consumed him. What remains is the haunting truth that brilliance and brutality can inhabit the same skull. The same brain capable of decoding Shakespeare also calculated a sister's death. Intelligence did not save Paris Bennett from the brain that had already programmed him for murder. It was February 4, 2007, Super Bowl Sunday in Abilene, Texas. Across the small city, the streets were unusually quiet. Inside sports bars and living rooms, televisions flickered with the glow of halftime shows, the sound of cheering muffled behind closed doors. The night carried the illusion of normalcy. But in one modest brick home on Amarillo Street, something far darker was unfolding, unnoticed by the world outside. Inside that house, 13-year-old Paris Bennett sat alone with his 4-year-old sister Ella. Their mother, Charity Lee, was working a late shift at a nearby restaurant, serving drinks to football fans. The babysitter had left just minutes earlier, reassured by Paris's calm, polite demeanor. "My mom will be home soon," he'd said with a gentle smile. "You can go. I've got it from here." She believed him, everyone did. After she left, Paris returned to the living room. He turned on the TV, letting the noise of the game fill the silence. To anyone watching, he would have seemed like an ordinary teenager killing time before bed. He drew in his sketchbook, flipping through the pages of intricate pencil portraits and mathematical doodles. Occasionally, he glanced at the clock. Each passing minute brought him closer to the moment he had rehearsed in his mind for weeks. When the clock neared 11 p.m., Paris rose from the couch. He walked down the narrow hallway toward Ella's room. The air was still, heavy with the hum of the house's central heater. Ella's door was slightly ajar. Inside, the little girl was curled up under her pink blanket, her favorite stuffed animal clutched tightly to her chest. Paris opened the door just enough to step in, his shadow stretching across the floor. He whispered softly, "Good night, Ella." She stirred, blinked, and smiled at him, the trusting, sleepy smile only a child can give. He stepped closer and closed the door behind him, twisting the lock. What happened next lasted only a few minutes, but would haunt Abilene forever. Investigators later determined that there were no signs of struggle, no overturned furniture, no defensive wounds on Ella's small hands. The attack had been sudden, precise, and premeditated. Paris struck quickly, as though reading from a script. Using a kitchen knife he had taken earlier, he stabbed her 17 times, each blow calculated and deliberate. Forensic analysts described the wounds as methodical, spaced evenly, and inflicted with control rather than rage. When it was over, the house fell into silence again. Paris stood over Ella's body for several moments, his breathing steady, watching the stillness spread across the room. He then walked to the kitchen, picked up the phone, and dialed 911. The recording from that call still chills anyone who hears it. "I accidentally killed somebody." Paris's voice trembles at first. The dispatcher, confused, asks, "You think you killed somebody?" His reply comes clear and firm, "No, I know I did. My sister." The operator begins to coach him through CPR, counting aloud as Paris pretends to compress Ella's chest. 5, 6, 7, 8, 0. Later evidence would confirm that he never performed CPR at all. The 911 recording, now part of public record, captures the eerie mixture of performance and detachment that defined him. When officers arrived minutes later, the scene inside the Bennett home was every first responder's nightmare. Ella lay on the floor beside her bed, the pink blanket soaked through with blood. The walls were splattered in a faint arc, evidence of repeated stabbing. Her small body showed no signs of defensive struggle, only surrender. One officer, stepping into the room, froze and whispered, "Oh my God." Paris stood calmly in the hallway, hands clean, face expressionless. When asked what happened, he spoke in short, detached sentences. He said he had been home with his sister, that something had gone wrong, that he had called for help. His voice never cracked. He showed them the knife, pointing to it as though it were an object of mild interest, not the weapon that had ended a child's life. Meanwhile, across town, the noise of the Super Bowl roared on, as if nothing had happened. Inside Buffalo Wild Wings, Charity was wiping down a table when two uniformed officers entered and asked for her by name. The bar's laughter dimmed to silence as she followed them outside. When they told her that her daughter had been hurt, she demanded to be taken home. "You can't go," one of them said softly. "She's gone." Charity's scream cut through the quiet night. The drive back to the house was a blurred tunnel of flashing red and blue lights, her mind refusing to believe. When she arrived, the street was lined with patrol cars and camera crews, setting up behind yellow tape. Neighbors stood in clusters, whispering. Charity broke past an officer and ran toward the front door. Inside, the air smelled of bleach and copper. Paramedics were lifting a small black body bag onto a stretcher. Charity fell to her knees. "I'm sorry I wasn't there," she sobbed, reaching for Ella's tiny hand one last time. Later, she would remember that the bag was zipped to her daughter's chin, a thin line of blood tracing from her mouth. In the background, Paris sat at the kitchen table silent. His eyes followed the stretcher as it moved past, but his expression didn't change. Not a tear, not a flicker of guilt. He appeared calm, almost curious, watching his mother collapse in grief. To the officers present, that lack of emotion was the most chilling sight of all. Investigators later described the crime scene as disturbingly orderly. There were no fingerprints beyond Paris's, no signs of panic or improvisation. The entire sequence from sending the babysitter home, to locking Ella's door, to calling 911 unfolded like choreography. He had planned not only the killing but also the reaction that would follow. The police called it a textbook case of adolescent psychopathy, a perfect storm of intelligence, control, and emotional absence. The following hours blurred into paperwork, statements, and stunned disbelief. Charity, still in shock, was taken to the station, where detectives gently told her that her son had confessed. "He said he wanted you to suffer," one officer explained. She stared at them blankly, unable to process what those words meant. By dawn, the house on Amarillo Street was silent again. The flashing lights were gone, leaving only dark stains on the carpet and the faint outline of police tape fluttering in the wind. The neighbors, who had once waved from their porches, now kept their blinds closed. The final image of that night remains frozen in every report and documentary. The stretcher rolling down the walkway, Ella's small form hidden beneath a black shroud, Charity collapsing in the driveway, screaming her daughter's name, and Paris standing at the window, unblinking, his face lit by the rotating lights of a police car. It was the portrait of absolute detachment. No remorse, no tears, only the quiet satisfaction of a boy who had executed his plan exactly as intended. In that moment, the prodigy, the honor student, the perfect son, became something else entirely, an adolescent psychopath, watching the consequences of his own creation. In the months that followed the murder of her daughter, Charity Lee drifted into a fog of pain she could neither name nor escape. The house in Abilene was emptied of laughter, stripped of color. Every corner reminded her of what had been taken away. A crayon mark on the wall, a doll left on the floor, a faint handprint near the kitchen door. And above all, the echo of her son's voice, the same voice that had called 911 after killing his sister. Charity found herself trapped in a house haunted not by ghosts, but by unbearable memory. In that emptiness, she fell back into the one comfort she had always known: substances. She relapsed into cocaine use, the same addiction she had once conquered before becoming a mother. "I didn't want to die," she would later say. "I just wanted to stop feeling." For a time, the numbness worked. Days blurred into nights, and grief softened into a dull ache. But every high was followed by the same nightmare: the image of her children, forever divided by death and guilt. When Charity finally reached the bottom, she realized there was only one way forward: through confrontation, not escape. She checked herself into rehab and began the long process of facing the truth head-on. She forced herself to look at photos of Ella and Paris together, to remember that they had once shared love, not just tragedy. "If I combine Ella and Paris in my mind, I get close to insanity," she admitted during a later interview. "So I learned to separate them. I let myself mourn one and mother the other." The legal process tested that fragile balance. When the case went to court in August 2007, Charity faced an impossible choice. She could stand with her son as a mother desperate to protect him, or she could stand with justice for the daughter he had killed. In the end, she did both, walking a moral tightrope few could imagine. At the trial, she didn't plead for Paris's release or argue that he was misunderstood. She didn't ask for leniency. She agreed with the prosecution that her son had to face the consequences of his actions. But she also demanded that he receive psychiatric treatment, not just punishment. "He needs to be accountable," she told reporters outside the courthouse. "But he also needs help. I won't abandon him, even if I can't defend what he did." It was an act of love stripped of illusion, a mother acknowledging the monster in her child, without surrendering the bond that made her human. Paris was sentenced to 40 years in prison, the maximum for a juvenile in Texas. For Charity, that sentence was both a relief and a life sentence of her own. She visited him in juvenile detention and later in the adult facility, where he was transferred at 18. Each visit required emotional armor. Each goodbye tore that armor away. Sometimes he was distant and manipulative, other times tender and introspective. She learned to expect both versions. It was during this period that Charity founded the Ella Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to preventing violence through education, rehabilitation, and awareness. "I made a promise the night Ella died," she said. Something good had to come from her death. She began traveling across the United States, speaking at schools, prisons, and mental health conferences. Her message was not polished or academic, it was raw, intimate, and painfully honest. She spoke about the complexity of forgiveness, about how healing does not mean forgetting. Forgiveness, she told one audience, isn't a moral victory. It's a survival strategy. Through her foundation, Charity helped other families navigate the unthinkable, the loss of a child to violence, the betrayal of a loved one as the perpetrator, the silence of communities unwilling to confront uncomfortable truths. Her work earned recognition, but it also came at a cost. Each speech required her to relive her trauma, to reopen wounds that had never fully closed. Yet she kept going, believing that by giving Ella's story a purpose, she could stop others from repeating it. In 2011, life offered Charity an unexpected second chance at motherhood. She gave birth to a son named Phoenix, a name chosen deliberately to symbolize rebirth from ashes. But fate tested her again. Phoenix was born with a severe congenital heart defect, requiring open-heart surgery when he was only 6 days old. For Charity, the news reopened every fear she had fought to bury: the terror of losing another child. When she told Paris about the baby's condition, something unexpected happened. For the first time since Ella's death, her son cried, "After what I did to you, it's not fair you have to go through this again," he said during a phone call from prison. The words caught her off guard. It wasn't redemption, but it was the closest thing to remorse she had ever heard from him. She later described that moment as a crack in the ice. It didn't melt the coldness, but it let in a sliver of light. raising Phoenix became both a healing and haunting experience. Every milestone reminded her of Ella, her laugh, her small hands, the way she said, "Mama." But it also forced Charity to confront her dual identity, the mother who lost and the mother who must protect. "I love my son in prison," she explained once, "but I will never let him meet my youngest. It's not cruelty, it's instinct." That statement revealed the deepest conflict within her, the war between maternal love and self-preservation. This tension, the pull between nurturing and defending, became the defining paradox of Charity's life. To continue loving Paris meant exposing herself to the same vulnerability that had once destroyed her. To cut him off would mean betraying her nature as a mother. So she balanced the two, loving him from a distance, guarding herself with boundaries made of forgiveness and fear. When she visited Paris in prison after Phoenix's surgery, he looked older, more reflective, but his calm still unsettled her. He asked about the baby's recovery, and for a fleeting moment, his composure cracked. She saw genuine tears in his eyes, rare, human, almost childlike. But even then, she didn't let herself believe he had changed. "I don't think he's cured," she later said. "I just think he's aware." Today, the Ella Foundation continues its mission, reaching families scarred by violence and trauma. Charity's speeches are not about heroism or forgiveness in the moral sense, they are about endurance. She tells her audiences that forgiveness is not absolution, but a form of self-defense. "If I carry hate," she says, "kills me twice. If I forgive, I can breathe." Her journey stands as a testament to the complexity of survival. Addiction, recovery, advocacy, motherhood all intertwine into a fragile act of balance. Charity's story is not one of peace, but of persistence. She does not romanticize her son's crime or her forgiveness of it. Instead, she redefines forgiveness as a strategy for staying alive in a world that took everything from her. In the end, she sums it up best: forgiveness does not erase the crime. It only keeps me from drowning in it. For Charity Lee, to forgive Paris was not to excuse him, it was simply to survive him. In 2019, more than a decade after the murder that shattered his family and shocked Texas, Paris Bennett sat across from British journalist Piers Morgan in a sterile prison interview room. The setting was stark, the hum of fluorescent lights, the echo of chains on the floor, and between them, a plexiglass barrier that separated the killer from the rest of the world. The interview, part of Morgan's true crime series, Psychopath with Piers Morgan, would become one of the most disturbing portraits of a human mind ever aired on television. Paris appeared composed, articulate, and eerily self-aware. His prison uniform hung loosely on his thin frame, and his posture suggested calm confidence rather than submission. When Morgan asked him why he killed his 4-year-old sister, Paris did not hesitate. "I killed her to punish my mother," he said flatly, his tone void of emotion. There was no attempt to justify or dramatize it. The words dropped into the silence like stones sinking into water. Morgan, visibly unsettled, pressed further. "You loved her?" he asked. Paris's eyes didn't flicker. "Yes, with every fiber of my being," he replied. The contradiction between those words and his crime hung heavily in the air. Morgan, incredulous, asked, "How can you love someone and then kill them?" Paris tilted his head slightly, as if considering a mathematical equation rather than a moral one. "It's complicated," he said quietly. That brief exchange revealed the psychological paradox that has defined Paris Bennett since 2007, the coexistence of intellectual brilliance and emotional vacancy. In that moment, he was not lying, he was describing what he believed to be true. To him, love was not empathy, not compassion, it was ownership, control, and power. He used language as a substitute for emotion, logic as a mask for the void where feeling should have been. Psychologists who reviewed the interview noted how Paris's speech patterns reflected cognitive empathy, the ability to understand emotions intellectually, but complete absence of affective empathy, the capacity to feel those emotions. This distinction is crucial in the study of psychopathy. A psychopath can describe love in exquisite detail, but the description is a construct, not a feeling. It is like a colorblind person reciting the theory of red without ever seeing it. Charity Lee, his mother, watched the interview years later and responded with devastating clarity. He can't describe love because he can't feel it, she said. He's colorblind to emotion. He knows what it looks like, but he's never experienced it. To Charity, her son's words were not a revelation but a confirmation. The boy she had once held, taught, and trusted was still brilliant but still hollow. From a clinical perspective, Paris's behavior aligns almost perfectly with the DSM-5 diagnostic criteria for ASPD, a condition characterized by disregard for moral norms, lack of remorse, and manipulation of others for personal gratification. What makes Paris's case especially chilling is the presence of extreme narcissistic traits, a subtype sometimes called malignant narcissism. These individuals see themselves as uniquely superior and untouchable. Their intelligence becomes a weapon, their charm a tool. Paris's measured speech, his analytical detachment, and his refusal to feign remorse fit this pattern precisely. When Morgan attempted to provoke emotion, asking whether he missed his sister or regretted what he had done, Paris maintained perfect composure. He spoke of understanding the gravity of his crime but expressed no sorrow. He discussed it as one might discuss a historical event, something distant, factual, and already concluded. In one particularly chilling moment, he admitted that he didn't feel accomplishment or guilt, only confusion that the act hadn't resolved the emptiness he felt. "I thought it would make things better," he said. It didn't. To the audience, it was clear that Paris's intelligence was not a path to redemption, but a mechanism for self-justification. He dissected his own monstrosity like a scientist examining a specimen, detached from the horror of it. Morgan later reflected that Paris was one of the most intelligent, chilling individuals I've ever spoken to. Charity's reaction to the interview was deeply conflicted. She recognized the boy she once raised, the articulate, logical child who had always craved understanding more than affection. But she also saw the man he had become, someone who could articulate remorse as a concept but not as a feeling. In her words, "I have forgiven him, but I will never believe he feels sorry. Forgiveness is mine. Remorse must be his, and I don't think he has it." Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Park Dietz, one of the foremost experts on criminal psychopathy, analyzed the Bennett case and offered a chilling warning. Charity should prepare to hide when he's released, he said bluntly. Dietz's comment was not hyperbole but professional judgment. In his view, Paris's intellect made him more dangerous, not less. A psychopath of average intelligence is manipulative. A psychopath with genius-level intelligence can be catastrophic. This raises an ethical question that goes far beyond the Bennett family. Can a person lose their humanity at the age of 13? Or did society fail to recognize the signs early enough to save him? Paris was only a boy when he killed, but his crime was executed with the precision of an adult killer. If psychopathy is rooted in neurobiology, abnormal activity in the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, then his brain may have been wired for detachment long before he ever held a knife. But if environment shapes behavior, perhaps it was the silence of institutions, the underfunded mental health systems, and a mother's love that blinded itself to warning signs that sealed Ella's fate. Watching the interview, it is difficult to determine which Paris is speaking: the brilliant child who once recited Shakespeare, or the man who learned to weaponize words to hide emotional emptiness. When he tells Morgan, "I loved her with every fiber of my being," he believes it. But love, for him, is not selfless. It is dominance disguised as devotion. It is the assertion of power over another soul, even if that soul must be destroyed to maintain the illusion of control. The interview's final minutes capture this contradiction perfectly. Morgan asks Paris if he feels capable of killing again. Paris smiles faintly, his eyes steady. "No," he says. "I've learned from it." The words sound rational, even convincing, but the tone carries no warmth, only certainty. For him, learning and remorse are interchangeable concepts. When the episode aired, public reaction was divided. Some saw a monster beyond redemption. Others saw a brilliant but broken man, born into a lineage of violence and neglect. But for Charity Lee, the interview was neither revelation nor closure. It was confirmation of what she already knew. Her son's intelligence could explain everything except his humanity. In the end, the Bennett case remains a haunting study of how intellect can coexist with emptiness, how words can mimic feelings, and how evil can articulate itself in perfect syntax. Paris Bennett's interview with Piers Morgan did not humanize him, it revealed the terrifying precision with which he understands his own inhumanity. And so the question lingers, one that no court, no scientist, and no mother can fully answer. Can someone truly lose their humanity at 13, or did the world lose its duty to save him long before that night in Abilene? Today, Paris Bennett resides at the Ferguson Unit, a sprawling high-security prison in Midway, Texas. The compound is surrounded by razor wire and the endless flatlands of the state's heartland, a world far removed from the quiet streets of Abilene where everything began. He has spent most of his life behind bars now, aging into adulthood within walls that echo with the weight of his past. Paris writes letters each month, addressed to two people: his mother, Charity Lee, and his younger half-brother, Phoenix, the child who was born after Ella's death. The letters are neatly typed, filled with philosophical reflections, Bible quotes, and discussions about literature and prison life. To the casual reader, they might seem like those of a reformed man, thoughtful, articulate, even gentle. But to Charity, every envelope carries the same paradox: the voice of the son she loves, and the echo of the monster who took her daughter's life. She keeps them all, stacked neatly in a wooden box labeled Paris. Some she answers, others she leaves unopened for weeks. Yet she never stops responding completely. I still write back. Charity once admitted in an interview, her tone both firm and fragile, because that's the only thing that keeps me from going insane. She has learned to manage her fear by controlling the terms of their relationship. She writes with boundaries: no lies, no indulgence, no fantasy that he is someone else. But she also admits that she still feels fear each time his name appears on a letter. I love him, she said, and I'm terrified of him. Both things can be true. Paris, for his part, signs each letter the same way: love, Paris. Whether the word holds meaning or not, no one can be sure. While Paris remains incarcerated, another ghost from the family's past reemerged: Kyla Claire Bennett, Charity's estranged mother, and the woman once accused of orchestrating her father's murder. Decades of silence stretched between them, bridged only by tragedy. When Kyla learned about Ella's death, she reached out tentatively, offering condolences and a desire to mend what was broken. I know what it's like to lose everything, she told her daughter. For years, Charity resisted. The wounds between them ran too deep: accusations, betrayals, and the lifelong suspicion that Kyla had killed her husband. But time has a way of softening even the hardest edges of grief. Eventually, Charity agreed to see her mother again, not out of forgiveness but out of fatigue. We're not the same people anymore, she said, and I'm tired of history repeating itself. Their reunion was quiet, stripped of dramatics. Two women bound by guilt and survival, sitting at the same table for the first time in decades. Kyla brought old photographs: Charity as a little girl, smiling between her parents, long before blood and rumor divided them. They didn't talk about the past directly, but the silence between them said enough. For Charity, it wasn't reconciliation, it was acknowledgement. A truce in the endless war of inheritance. Back in Abilene, Charity returned to the home where her life had unraveled. The house had stood empty for years, a shell haunted by memory. The pink walls of Ella's room had faded. The furniture was gone, but the air still carried the echo of a child's laughter. Charity decided to paint again, to reclaim the space. She chose purple, the color Ella had wanted her room to be before she died. With every brushstroke, Charity covered the stains of the past, layer upon layer, until the walls gleamed in soft lavender light. She said the color made her feel calm, as if Ella's spirit had finally found peace. Purple, after all, has long symbolized transformation and renewal. It is the color of bruises, healing, of twilight turning to dawn, of sorrow giving birth to strength. To Charity, it became the color of forgiveness, not the naive kind that erases sin, but the hard, deliberate kind that allows survival. Purple also became a symbol of memory. Each time sunlight hit the walls, she imagined Ella running through them, alive in the flicker of color. It's the shade between life and death, Charity said. It reminds me that even the worst pain can fade into something gentler, if you let it. Yet outside the intimate world of her home, the broader question of justice and prevention remains unresolved. The case of Paris Bennett stands as a grim testament to the failures of the American system in handling youth violence. In 2006, doctors had diagnosed Paris with homicidal tendencies, a red flag that went unaddressed after his mother withdrew him from psychiatric care. There were no mandatory follow-ups, no intervention programs, no safety net for families dealing with children capable of extreme violence. Experts have since argued that the United States still lacks the psychological infrastructure to treat at-risk minors before they become criminals. Juvenile detention centers focus on punishment, not therapy. Mental health facilities are underfunded, and social stigma keeps families from seeking help until it's too late. In Paris's case, intelligence and privilege shielded him from scrutiny. His genius became camouflage. The tragedy of Ella Bennett, therefore, is not only a story of one family's collapse, but also of a system's blind spot, a nation that punishes broken children instead of healing them. As Charity often says in her speeches, evil doesn't begin with a knife. It begins with wounds no one bothers to treat. Her words resonate beyond her personal story. They speak to schools that ignore troubled students, to parents who mistake silence for strength, and to policymakers who treat mental illness as a crime rather than a disease. Years have passed since that night in Abilene, but the narrative still unfolds in small, quiet moments. In one of Paris's recent letters, he wrote to his brother Phoenix, now a teenager, offering advice about perseverance and forgiveness. Charity never showed the letter to Phoenix. "He doesn't need that," she said. "He needs to live free of all this." But she didn't throw it away either. She placed it in the same box with the others, part of a legacy she neither celebrates nor denies. The story of the Bennetts closes not with redemption, but with endurance. A mother still writing letters to her imprisoned son. A grandmother trying to reclaim her daughter's trust. A boy growing up under the shadow of a sister he never knew. And a color purple covering the walls of a house that once held unimaginable horror. In the documentary's final scene, the camera lingers on Paris inside his cell. His hands are folded, his gaze steady. The light catches his face in half shadow, the same calm intelligence that once deceived everyone who thought they knew him. When the interviewer asks what he plans to do after prison, Paris looks directly into the lens and says, "I'll prove you all wrong." The words hang in the air, defiant, ambiguous, and impossible to interpret. Are they a promise of redemption or a threat of recurrence? The screen fades to black before the audience can decide. Fade out.